The product ladder course is going to help you map out the pricing for your products and programs so you can build a real business, not just selling a promotion or a product. It's going to help you sell more and leverage your time so you can provide greater value to your customers for greater profits. This is the first training in the funnel section. So after you've gone through the foundation, this is where things are going to start to come together. And the product ladder is how you kind of plan your funnel out in advance to prevent you from making mistakes downstream. This matters for several key reasons. Number one, most entrepreneurs are trading time for money. They're selling one-to-one services and products, and they're not getting out of the rat race. They're also taking on or serving the wrong clients. We want you to be able to either fire bad clients or not bring them on in the first place because you have confidence in a funnel. You know your numbers, you know what your time is worth and what your customers are worth, so you can stop chasing your tail. If you're starting each month over, where no matter how good or well you did last month, you have to start selling from zero and climb that mountain again, we want to talk about how to get into a highly leveraged business with recurring revenue. This applies to all types of businesses. I think you're really going to like this. It's going to help you free up your time. The product ladder framework is going to help you map out how you're going to attract people and capture them, how to nurture them, turn them into customers, and then build a backend that makes sense so you have a great lifetime value or long-term profitability for each client so you can build a real business. The product ladder is a template to help you map out the pricing for your products and programs, but more importantly, to build a real business, not just launch a promotion or even sell a product, but to build a real business where you know the lifetime value of a customer and you're very confident in spending money on advertising because you know that for every dollar you spend, you're going to get $2 to $5 to $10 in the back end, and more importantly, be able to outspend your competition. It's also going to help you leverage yourself so you're not trading time for money and taking on clients that you don't want. In short, the product ladder is the 30,000-foot perspective of your business from the time a stranger comes into your world and becomes a customer and then a raving fan. Let's zoom out and look at where this lives in the Fletcher method so we can see the forest through the trees. Okay, now we are in the funnel phase of the Fletcher method. It was critical to understand your avatar and your messaging and your offer and lay that strong foundation. And you're going to start to see things accelerate, become much more clear and even fun. And the product ladder is the first step on that journey. We need to focus just for a few moments on why this matters. Why do you need a product ladder in place that looks at your whole business from the time a stranger becomes a customer and a raving fan? The first reason is because most of us in business find that we're trading time for money. We're showing up, we're selling our products and services, but then we have to deliver. Oftentimes that means one-on-one, and we seldom have more time to go get new business, to go create new products, leverage our time, and more importantly, refresh ourselves and spend time with our family. The second reason is many of us know what it's like to take on the wrong clients or customers. You'll notice a lot of times I use the word client. I learned that from one of my mentors, Jay Abraham, because the client is somebody that is in your care, who you are the preeminent and trusted advisor to, and a customer just implies a transaction. So even if you have e-commerce or a software company, I like to think of clients. And this is about not taking on the wrong clients, people who are high maintenance with high turnover. You'll find that people that are the wrong clients for your business often take the most time. You find yourself subconsciously or consciously dreading dealing with them, and they are a time and information suck. You need to focus on the right clients and be confident that you can fire the wrong ones or not take them on in the first place. Most business owners are chasing their tails. We find ourselves selling the same thing over and over, month after month. So even if you have a great month, if what you're selling does not have recurring revenue built in, where your clients can pay once and get value over time and you can build a real business, you're going to start each month at zero. That's very stressful. It's ineffective and inefficient to start and say, okay, great, I got 100 new clients last month, time to celebrate. Now this month I have to start over. So we need to stop chasing our tail. So how do we go from chasing your tail where you're reselling and resetting the clock every month to highly leveraged, where every day, week, and month you're further increasing the leverage of your business. So the time you spend goes further, you have more profit, and quite frankly, your time should be worth more and more every month. If you're worth $100 an hour this month, you should be worth $200 to $300 next month. You do that with recurring revenue. You do that by ensuring no matter what type of business you're in, there's an opportunity somewhere in your funnel, maybe not the first product you sell, for people to pay over and over to get increasing value from you. And a huge and most significant benefit is this frees up your time. Why are we in business if we have to work 100 hours a day? It doesn't make any sense. The whole point here is to make a greater difference, greater legacy, greater financial and emotional security, but more importantly, do the things we love with the folks we care about. That's why we're here in the first place. So let's look at the 5 simple steps that make up the product ladder. What are the 5 things you have to do to go from selling products to leveraging a large business? The first thing you're going to do in your funnel is you're going to solve a problem. You're going to solve one problem that your audience knows they have. And the good news is, because you've done all of your avatar homework, you know their pains and frustrations. You already know your core currency, which is the main problem you're going to solve. And you're going to solve that first problem for free using a lead magnet. Next, you need to stretch the gap. You need to show them that the problem you solve with your lead magnet is only one part of your roadmap to take them from point A to point B. Now, you'll remember in the foundation training, that is what your signature solution is. It's a roadmap with a currency and a timeline to say, hey, here's your biggest frustration. Here's the biggest problem I can solve for you in a fixed timeline. Well, guess what? Your lead magnet's going to solve one problem in 5 to 20 minutes. And then you're going to show them and give them context for the first time what the greater journey is and the greater opportunity if they take the next step in your funnel. That's called stretching the gap. We're going to go into more detail in the lead magnet and authority amplifier training about exactly how to set this up with even a swipe file and messaging that you can use and deploy. The only thing I want you to really take away now is to understand these first 2 steps are pretty simple. You're going to solve one problem quickly for them, and then you're going to stretch the gap and show them where that problem lives, where that one issue that you've dealt with lives, and their greater journey, which is otherwise known as your signature solution. The third step is to create a customer. That's important because sometimes, depending on the back end and the lifetime value of your client, you're going to be willing to create a customer at a loss or a break even. Now, that sounds scary to some of us. It did for me at first. Hey, wait a minute. If I sell a book or if I sell a course, and am I willing to sell a course for $100 and pay $100 in advertising? Sometimes yes, because the purpose of this first transaction in your funnel is to create a customer. Now, if you have a very simple business, you only have one product, obviously you're going to need to be profitable, but I'm going to push for you to have a back end in your funnel, which we're going to go deep into here because it's about the lifetime value of a customer. When you know down the road that the average customer gives you 2, 3, or 10x return on investment, you're much more confident and comfortable to spend money up front and you can accelerate your growth. The key to scaling is to be able to spend money quickly and aggressively, not to save money. It's to know that, hey, I can spend $1,000 this week on Facebook, $2,000 next week, and keep scaling, knowing what the funnel looks like, knowing what the back end looks like, the lifetime value of a customer. That takes us to step 4, which is to turn a profit. So we've created a customer. Now we need to turn a profit. Now we need to know for every dollar we spend what we're getting in return so we can really start to build a business and not just sell a product or promotion. Now, it doesn't mean you need to complicate things and have tripwires and upsells and downsells and a whole bunch of different products. If you look at a company like GoPro that got to their first $50 million with one core product, it's not about the number of products that determines the difference between being product-based and having a real business. Having a real business means you have clear visibility into the lifetime value of a customer and you can scale to large revenue in a way that makes sense that you're comfortable with because you know your numbers, okay? So that's all I'm going to show you. It's my favorite time. It's time for a framework. So as I look at the framework here, there's these core kind of rungs in the ladder, these core steps here. And by the way, a lot of people ask how I'm just using Evernote here, and there's a presentation mode built in, so it's easy to kind of display and talk through these squiggly lines. If it bothers your eyes, I'll try to be careful, but it's helpful to see kind of where I am. So the first thing we want to do is to solve a problem. So we're going to use a lead magnet. That's one part of your signature solution. No matter what type of business you have, it's that core roadmap that takes your customers from point A to point B. And we're going to pick out the one problem your customers think is the most urgent or the most interesting. We're going to solve that problem. So in my funnel, you might remember I might put out a website cheat sheet or a one-page funnel template. And then I'd simply walk them through that and then nurture them into buying my core product. So I would nurture them with maybe a webinar, maybe a video series, maybe even a book or an ebook or a live event. So when we lay out your one-page funnel template, you might have a different nurture and engage module. You might have a different way to turn them from a new lead into buying your core product. And we'll talk about that in future training. So now we just want to map out, okay, what are we going to give them for free? And what's the best way to nurture and engage? Now, there's a lot of different sales modalities or ways to take transactions or customers' money. Some of you might have someone walk into your local shop. Others might have to sell on the phone and do an actual mapping or strategy session. And others yet might even be able to sell on autopilot with automated webinars or launch sequences. It doesn't matter. It matters that we first solve a problem for free. We stretch the gap and kind of educate them on the greater opportunity and how your system works, showing them what to do. And then there's an offer to buy something. Now, the back end of the funnel is pretty simple in the sense of if you look at any type of business there, if you haven't read the book 80/20 Sales and Marketing by Perry Marshall, it outlines this in fantastic clarity that 5% of your customers will pay up to 10 times more if you just ask them. One of the fastest ways to increase your sales is just to have a higher end product where they can get more. So when I say intensity here, if you look at your general funnel and your kind of product ladder here, you'll see that as the prices increase, so does the intensity. So does the time that you spend with your clients. So does the level of depth that you might go into with your courses, coaching programs, products, or services. So think about some examples here. Now, when I first learned this model from Russell Brunson, he outlined an example of a dentist office, and it's pretty fantastic. So I'll make this real and kind of show you how this might work. If you go to a dentist office, they might advertise a free cleaning or a free guide, a free cheat sheet if they're online, for the top 10, least healthy foods for children's dentition, or the top 3 ways to increase your smile, or the buyer's guide to tooth whitening, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's to attract and capture them and solve one of their problems for free. Then they might nurture them with email or have an outbound phone call to get them into the office where they might have a free teeth cleaning or x-ray. Then they might be able to sell things like veneers, Invisalign, and maybe reconstructive surgery, just super high end, $10,000 to $20,000, right? And you could really think about any business that has a real business, a real funnel. There's a front end, there's a mid funnel core product, and a back end. Now, depending on what kind of business you have, depending on the pricing that you're in, there's a couple rules that I think would save you a lot of time and headache to know. One of them is that if you're going to do webinars, if you're going to kind of nurture people and get them to buy, the pricing has to make sense. So if you're going to sell them the first product on a webinar, you need to be, $600 to $1,000, or you're not going to be able to buy traffic. If you're on a webinar and you're pitching somebody a product that's $100, even if you got a 10% conversion rate, it's going to be really hard to scale that because, you're going to pay $3 to $5 for someone to register for a webinar. 30 or 40% of people show up. How many people stick through and see your offer? And, it's a funnel like everything else. And you need to know if I'm going to spend $4 to get someone registered, then I'm going to have to really make at least $1,000 on 3 to 4 clients. So we'll talk about more, during the webinar and the actual funnel training. We set all that up, but there's some rules of thumb, right? So $500 to $1,000 if you're selling a webinar. If you have a higher end core product, say your core product is, $5,000 or more, you might have a real transaction. So the reason why, a real phone call, a real discussion, a real conversation. So because we're in the online marketing world, it's important not to undervalue the importance of good old-fashioned human contact. Somebody told me, and I've taken this with me through many businesses, never call someone if you can meet them in person. Never send an email if you can call them, right? So you're always looking for the most engaging yet scalable mode of communication that makes sense for your business. So if I'm looking through here, some of you might have a phone call, a mapping or strategy session. Think about the value of your lead. Does it make sense to have that in your funnel? Now, when we go through the actual one-page funnel training, I'm going to show you how to use ads to nurture people, how to use email, how to set up your webinar. This is not how to. This is you. The goal here, the simple takeaway and assignment for you is to map out your pricing and what steps are you going to have first to get them for free. Then what's the best way to nurture and engage them? And will you have a phone call or human interaction? If not, what are you going to offer as your core product? And what is the pricing for that? And is there potential for reoccurring? So in any one of these, I would challenge, and I always get this, people push back. We're naturally skeptical. They say, hey, but I have a florist or I have a I'm a roofer, I'm a house roofer, I sell insurance, I'm an estate planning attorney. Whatever you do, they say, hey, for me, it doesn't make sense to have recurring business. And I say that is malarkey, because if you have not read the book, The Automatic Customer, I highly recommend it. I'll show you where you can get it in a moment. It talks about this revolution that's occurring with recurring revenue. So occurring with recurring revenue across the world, across the globe, because people of all different industries and sectors are seeing the value of getting a customer to pay again and again if they're getting up to 10x value for what you provide. So Amazon Prime, M. Bloom Florists, the Dollar Shave Club, Birchbox. I mean, people who used to sell things like clothing and razor blades and books and online, products and services are seeing MRR, monthly recurring revenue, is the key to leveraging yourself and your business. So I would never invest or get into a business that didn't have MRR. Most people, if you have monthly recurring revenue in your business, it skyrockets the valuation. You can start to get a multiple of 5 to 20 times your profit, annual profit, if you have MRR, monthly recurring revenue. So some of the questions I would ask is, is my product priced well enough to really convert, using paid traffic? It's the fastest and best way to grow your business. Which levels can I use recurring revenue, and what will that look like? And what is the super duper high-end product that a very small sliver, 5% or less of my clients will do? And, feel free to ask questions in the course discussion here, but you're going to see that, again, no matter what type of business or industry you're in, a large percentage of your customers relatively will pay for that. So the last thing I want to talk about here before you create your product ladder is the lifetime value of a customer. So when I say LTV, the lifetime value of a customer, it's really important to point out what that means. And it's very simple. If I take all of my customers, so the number of customers that I bring on, just the number of unique customers, and I divide the total revenue, adding up the revenue from my first product, my second, or maybe my high-end product all together, right? What's the total revenue divided by the number of customers? That's lifetime value. That's very important to know, because that determines what I can spend to acquire a customer. Actually, before that, what am I willing to spend for a lead? I have to know that number because it has to make sense financially. What's my customer acquisition cost? What can I spend to acquire a customer? And what is my lifetime value? So the total the customer pays over time before they churn or quit, divided by the number of customers. That's my customer lifetime value. So I know we're throwing numbers out here and acronyms. We're going to go into this into more detail. Let me give you kind of something that might provide some relief. You don't need to start out with the high-end product. You don't even need to start out with the second product right now. I'm all about time to market, the minimum viable funnel to get you live. If all you have right now is a product that costs $500 a month or $1,000 one time, and you just simply put a lead magnet together, walk them through the lead magnet, and on a webinar, show them exactly the steps they should take and make them an offer for $1,000. If you know your numbers and you have those 3 steps in your funnel, you can win and start to get numbers, start to get results, get confidence, and scale from there. So don't think you have to go plan for a year before you get live. But this product ladder is your key to success in creating not just a product, but a sustainable business. Your homework here is twofold. The first thing I'd like you to do is fill out your product ladder framework and just put the name of your lead magnet. What are you going to give for free? How are you going to nurture them? What modality are you going to use to turn a lead into a customer or a phone call? Is that going to be a webinar, a video series, an ebook? Really, I would focus on those 3 because they're easy to nail. They apply to virtually every business. And a webinar is 99% of you should be using a webinar. Now, what is your core product and what is the pricing for that core product? Start there. If you already have an existing or mature business and you have the mid product and the high end 5% product, add those as well. But don't be overwhelmed. Just jot down what you're going to offer for each of these stages. The second piece of homework, if you want extra credit and you really want to examine how you can maximize your leverage and monthly recurring revenue, regardless of what type of industry you're in, read the book, The Automatic Customer by John Warlow. It's a fantastic read. It's quick and easy. It's going to give you a lot of insights and tips that you can use right away. In this Funnels 101 course, I'm going to show you the core elements of every successful marketing funnel, and more importantly, how to choose the perfect funnel for your exact business model and tech level so you can launch an effective funnel in no time flat with zero frustration or overwhelm. But first, let's zoom out so you understand what we're talking about in the greater context of the Fletcher method. It's important to understand that every successful funnel has three core elements if you're not including the traffic source, the advertising or the advertisement that's driving people to the funnel. The first is the ultimate lead magnet. What are you going to give your customers for free to build a relationship, solve a problem that they know they have in minutes, and pave the way for a greater discussion? Then we're going to use the authority amplifier, which is a thank you page that in some shape or form lives in every single funnel, where you're going to walk your new prospect through the lead magnet, build trust, build a relationship, solve a problem, and show them that you have a clear path for them to get from point A to point B. That's your signature solution. And then they go into the conversion event. Whether you're going to use a webinar, a video series, even talk to somebody on the phone if you're a coach, an agency, or consultant, how we're going to get the new leads to know, like, and trust us and create a customer. That's what the funnel is all about. You see, funnels are everywhere, and they've been around since the printing press or before, since spoken word. What I mean by funnels are everywhere and have been around forever is that if you think about it, all a funnel is the orchestrated process that you use to take a stranger and turn them into a customer. Now, whether you know it or not, you already have a funnel, as does every business owner. If you think about it, funnels have become all the rage right now. Everyone's talking about sales funnels, marketing funnels. Before that, they were talking about content marketing, and before that, it was SEO. And prior to that, there was no web. So if you think about it, there's a famous saying about McDonald's. They lose money when they sell a hamburger, but they know if they can upsell to fries and a soda, their average customer value increases. So those are the same metrics and numbers that every smart business owner pays attention to. What are the steps your customers go through from being a stranger to being a happy customer and a raving fan of your business? And what does it cost you to get a customer through each of those steps? And what is the value? If you know those two numbers, you can work magic with your advertising. Now, a lot of people are pushing the latest technology or software and all the tech stuff, but it doesn't matter. I think you're really going to love this course because I'm going to show you the very, very basic step-by-step process you can follow to start getting results now and pave the way for a 6, 7, or 8-figure business using the same principles. Most business owners are suffering from one or more of the following funnel frustrations. After helping thousands upon thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs, I can tell you there are some clear buckets or reasons why folks are frustrated with trying to set up funnels. Number one, they're way too complicated. They're trying to figure out which type of funnel to use for their business, oftentimes kind of barking up the wrong tree, trying to do a webinar if they have a local business, or trying to do kind of what they call a tripwire funnel if they have a high-end coaching program. So they don't even know the right type of funnel. And then when they try to build it, it's too complicated, too many gurus and techies throwing information at them, too many software options. They just can't get them launched because they're too complicated, okay? Not to mention all the tracking and pixels and back-end stuff. And if you try to outsource it to somebody else, it costs a ton of time and money. I've seen people pay anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 for a done-for-you funnel, and I haven't seen one of those produce a return on investment. Not that there aren't great partners out there. I'm launching a Fletcher Method certification program to follow these protocols, but at the time of this recording, I just don't think that's a great use of your money, because you have to understand how your marketing works. Not that you have to be the person building everything, but you don't want to spend a ton of money if you don't understand the mechanics and the copywriting and the strategy behind it. The bottom line is, for most business owners, they're going through failure to launch. Now, I know it's a great movie, great romance movie. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you try to set up a complicated funnel and it's not the right one for your business, and you don't know how to set up the content and get it all put together quickly, it just sits there. I know business owners that I've talked to for 12 and 18 months. I'll see friends and they're saying, hey, I'm still working on this product and this funnel, and they just have failure to launch. We need to get this puppy live quickly. Hence, Marketing Funnels 101. I'm going to show you an extremely simple paint-by-numbers approach to finding the right funnel for your business and, more importantly, getting it live. More importantly, it's fully automated so you can generate clients on demand and take your marketing and lead generation from a drought or a trickle where you don't know where your next customer is going to come from to a flood of qualified, and I say qualified, leads and customers. So there are 4 core steps to the Funnels 101. We're going to go into great detail. I have whole other courses on some of the content like webinars and consulting funnels. But for now, let's just zoom out and stay really clear on the 4 and only 4 things you need to do to get this right. The first is to choose wisely. You have to choose the right funnel for your business, especially if you don't currently have any automated funnels in place. You need to just pick the one that's going to be the one that you can actually implement, not the perfect one, not the most complicated, not even the most ROI producing one. You need to just focus on that one funnel that you can launch now. So we have a 5-minute funnel finder you're going to see in this course. It's going to help you do that. The second thing is you have to create the content. I don't believe you can simply outsource this and have someone create a cheesy kind of stock photo or video based funnel. You have to be willing to at least talk through your content with a screen share like you're doing right now. And by the way, in the Winning Webinars course, I'm going to show you exactly how to create beautiful slides. I'm even going to give you a complete template, but don't skip ahead to that. You have to be able to own and create the content and know, again, people are going to buy from you or somebody in your company. They don't want to buy from a stranger or a spokesperson. So you have to create the content. The third step is to open the floodgates. Without traffic, a funnel is all kinetic and potential energy. There's no value. Now, that doesn't mean you have to pay a ton for ads or even do paid advertising. If you already have traffic, you can use SEO from traffic from search engines. You might have an existing relationship or authority in your niche, and you can use referral traffic from other experts coming to you. You might have an email list. Maybe you're going to send email traffic, or use Google or Facebook paid ads, but you have to open the floodgates and put traffic through your funnel, or it's not going to produce an ROI. The last step is to measure and scale. Now, this is really cool. I'm going to show you the basic numbers you can pay attention to and how to track your funnel without being a total tech geek. Just how to look at some very, very basic numbers that you have to keep your finger on the pulse of, and then you could do things that are real exciting, like start to link and stack funnels together. I'm going to show you funnel linking and funnel stacking. So after you have your first funnel live that's producing results, you can start to bundle them together and get more and more revenue and return on investment. You can do JVs. You can increase your ad budget through the roof. You can start to look at multiple traffic sources. You can have Facebook ads, YouTube ads going. The list goes on and on. It's time for a framework. And actually in this course, there are quite a few frameworks, but I want to zoom out and talk about the big picture one first. So in the next video, I'm going to take you through the one-page marketing funnel framework so you can get to understand exactly what the components are you should be addressing regardless of what niche or business you are in. And then I'm going to show you how to find the exact funnel for your business. I'm going to use the 5-minute funnel finder to show you the exact funnel you should be using for your business. Next up, we're going to go through the anatomy of a perfect sales funnel, the core components of virtually every successful funnel, and the 5-minute funnel finder, that's a tongue twister, so you can find the one and only funnel you should be focusing on for your specific business. Now let's dig into the anatomy of a perfect marketing funnel, so you understand the 4 core components of virtually every successful marketing funnel out there, regardless of your niche or your industry or your experience level or your pricing or how you sell. These are the 4 key components of virtually every successful marketing funnel. Let's look at them in detail. So let's break each of these steps down so you know exactly what your options are and how to put them to use right away. You've probably seen my one-page funnel framework before, and I'll say that if I've contributed anything or innovated in any small way in the online marketing space, it would be this. After going through all the different courses out there, one guru, one course, one blog post, one podcast would say, here's how you do email marketing. Here's how you set up retargeting ads. Here's how you do a webinar or create an online video. And I was like, wow, I can never put all this together or see the forest through the trees. So the whole premise, the whole structure of this framework is that we use these 5 swim lanes. There are 5 and only 5 ways to take strangers or traffic who have never heard of you and move them toward becoming a customer. So in this course, you're going to learn about different types of funnels you can set up. You can set up a webinar funnel. If you're a coach or an agency or a consultant, you have a separate funnel to get somebody actually on the phone to talk to you to do a strategy session. You might sell products, you might sell software, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're moving people from left to right. And the other swim lanes are about what happens when they get stuck. If someone opts in for your lead magnet, but they don't go ahead and watch this video or register for your webinar or whatever's next, how are you going to use email to drive them from here to here? Which ads should you be showing? How do you set up an ad? So, hey, if everyone watches video 1, but not video 2, let's show them an ad that says, hey, guess what? If you love video 1, video 2 is ready. I notice you haven't seen it yet. So I'm going to break down through the funnel section of this training in separate courses in great detail, how to set up these pages for your exact business, how to write email, what to put in your copy, how to set up email campaigns, and using ads. Now, if you have a local business or a coaching or consulting business, you might use real human contact. Imagine that, to talk to leads and prospects, or even good old-fashioned offline advertising or direct mail. It doesn't matter. The whole premise of the one-page funnel is using these 5 swim lanes to simply move people from the left to the right and to address them where they are when they get stuck with a compelling message or ad to get them moving forward toward becoming a customer, obviously, if they're a good fit. So I should bring up that the funnel is also a filter. You don't want 100% of the people that opt in for your lead magnet to get here. What if they can't afford you? What if they're flaky? What if they're not ethical? What if they're not a good customer, a good fit? Either on the B2B or B2C side, your funnel is also a filter. So this is really, really powerful because at the end of the day, for most businesses, only 1% of your traffic or your leads even will actually become a customer, and you can make a ton of money and get a 10 times ROI with that 1%. So don't worry if people don't move through. You want the right people to move through. So I think you're really going to enjoy this. Let's break into and break down the anatomy of a perfect marketing funnel. So let's look at the funnel anatomy framework here. Now, it's important to point out that what I've done is I've eliminated some of the other swim lanes, so you don't have to worry about those right now. I don't want to confuse you. I want you to understand the 4 core elements that you need to have an effective funnel in place. So you'll see here in the normal one-page funnel framework, there were ads, emails, outreach, and offline. Let's just look at the exact pages, and not even this many pages, because this might be one version of a funnel called an evergreen launch, where you're going to have somebody grab a lead magnet and then walk them through an educational video series. But that's only one type of funnel. So I really want to emphasize that this one-page funnel framework is just a sample. And through this course, you're going to find the exact pages and funnel for your industry or niche, at least the one you should be starting with. So as we go back here to the funnel anatomy, you'll see I mentioned it's very important. Regardless of the industry or niche that you're marketing to, it doesn't matter. Every sales funnel has these 4 core elements in place. A traffic source to generate awareness and interest, so you have to have traffic, or else how the heck are they going to find your funnel? You have to have a lead magnet to generate the opt-in, right? Or a sale in some cases. If you have a low price product or program, you could actually do a sale right here, no problem. An authority amplifier to increase the engagement, trust, and provide context. So you can't take somebody from just meeting them to getting married, right, to becoming a customer. You have to have a bridge where you build trust and authority and show them context, how they can get from solving one problem to solving their greater problem, their greater goal in life or business. So if we look at the traffic source, for a lot of us, that could be pay-per-click, Facebook ads, Google, even LinkedIn or Twitter ads. You might have existing website traffic. Awesome. You already have kind of rankings and traffic. Now all you have to do is drive that existing traffic from your site to whatever your lead magnet is, right? You could use email if you have a list, content marketing. Maybe you have a blog and you're syndicating content across Twitter and Google, and you're good at content marketing. You just want to turn those prospects into leads and customers. Offline marketing. I can't underscore how important it is that people have forgotten about direct mail, direct response marketing, advertising, obviously not using the yellow pages, but there are still a ton of offline channels to explore. Referral traffic. If you have other experts in the industry or influencers that are already willing to promote you, or that you might write for or have relationships with, that's another source of traffic. For most of us, it's going to be either Facebook ads or maybe LinkedIn prospecting, B2B or B2C. So I think it's safe to say that your customer is either on Facebook or LinkedIn or both. And we'll talk more throughout this course and this membership about how to really find the right type of traffic. For most of us, let's just assume it's a paid Facebook ad. And then as we get into the pages of your funnel, you're going to find that the first step is usually to opt in. Now, there are some no opt-in funnels where you might run an ad or even a video within Facebook right to a sales letter, right to an authority amplifier, where you walk them through, solve their problem, and offer them something for a low price. Maybe it's a free book, maybe it's a low-end $17 or $27 product. For most of us, those tripwire funnels should come later. We should focus on our core business. So let's keep it very simple. There's a whole training course in this membership called the Ultimate Lead Magnet, where I'm going to walk you through exactly how to create a lead magnet using my opt-in framework, the right type of lead magnet, what you should say, how you should word it, how you should even advertise it. But for now, Let's just say there are a couple quick types, a couple easy types of lead magnets you'll see out there. Cheat sheets, templates, case studies are very powerful if you're a coach, an agency or consultant, videos, free trials for things like software or other memberships. You can use coupons, quizzes or surveys, contests, checklists, tickets to events, either online or offline, free books or ebooks, or a webinar. The reason why I have webinar actually in red here is because a lot of people are advertising right from Facebook to a webinar registration, and I don't think that's the most effective way to do it. In fact, I could use the scientific method and not have to think. I've tried this over thousands and thousands of leads and customers, as have a lot of people that I associate with, and they'll tell you to go right from Facebook to advertise a webinar is very expensive, and a lot of people don't show up for your webinar, they don't stick on your webinar, and they don't buy on your webinar because they don't know you well enough and they don't see the importance of what you're going to cover. They don't have context, they don't have a relationship. So yes, you can get webinar folks for $3, $4, $5 on Facebook. I'm talking about the cost of a registration, but it's not in the long run, in the long game, the best way to build an audience of raving fans that are actually going to care enough to continue to do business with you. So in the Winning Webinars course, I'm going to go into that in great detail, but I've included it as a type of lead magnet because some people are doing it. After the lead magnet, so if somebody comes to your opt-in page, they fill out their name and email, whatever information you might be requesting, they go to a thank you page. And you can dictate, no matter what type of software you're using, where they go after. If you're using lead pages, ClickFunnels, the Fletcher Method CRM, anything in between, Active Campaign, you just have a web form, they ask for your lead magnet, and then they go to the authority amplifier. This is a term that we use uniquely here in the Fletcher Method, and for good reason. There's a whole training on the authority amplifier. So no matter what type of funnel that you launch with a 5-minute funnel finder, I always have to say that as a tongue twister, you're going to use a specific outline for this video to build a relationship, to walk them through the lead magnet, and to show them the next step, which is either your webinar, your phone or strategy call with them, even a live event, whatever your conversion event will be. Now you'll see I have a goal marker here, a goal flag here, here, and here. When we track our funnels, when we look at our funnels, we have to say what are the measurable goals in our funnel. Now, what I mean by that is if someone clicks on, they see an ad, they click on the ad, they go and they opt in for my lead magnet. Then when they hit this thank you page, I've accomplished a goal. I've generated a lead. So in my funnel templates you're going to be going through, you'll always see the key important goals here. In this case, you've created a lead. Why? Because they've given you your name and email. Now they're a lead. Then obviously creating a customer is the ultimate goal of every funnel, except for reputation management or social funnels, which we don't really mess with a lot here because we want to generate revenue in hard numbers, hard business, right? So creating a customer is another goal. So a conversion event, that could be a webinar, a strategy call. They can go to a live event or virtual event, an in-person consultation. They could come to your retail or local store or an online shopping cart if you're in the e-commerce space. So think about it. These are the 4 core components that you are required to have in some format in every sales funnel. You have to have a way to get eyeballs on your offer. They click on an ad, some other form of traffic. They see something to opt in for. Not to say there aren't funnels with no opt-in, but usually there's some offer to start the conversation and generate a lead. And then when you walk them through that in the thank you page, you have a lead in place and you might either sell them something right here at a low price offer or drive them to something like a webinar or a strategy call where they can convert. So those are the 4 key elements. Now in the next training, I'm going to show you how to pick the perfect funnel for your specific business. You're also going to see separate courses for the Ultimate Lead Magnet and the Authority Amplifier. The reason why I have separate trainings on those because they're so important. Literally, this is the first opportunity you have in your funnel. And if you don't get this right, nothing else matters because if you don't generate a lead, you're never going to have anybody else to sell to, okay? So you're going to see when the time comes, the Ultimate Lead Magnet training and the Authority Amplifier. They're short, they're punchy, they're simple, but they're very critical to your success with funnels. So enjoy those as well. So the next step in the Funnels 101 training is I want to walk you through the 5-minute funnel finder so you can identify the perfect and exact single funnel to launch right now for your specific business and skill level. The 5-minute funnel finder is a tool that I created to help you find the perfect funnel to launch in your business. So if you don't currently have an automated funnel in place, and you're maybe kind of frustrated with all the technology or the overwhelm and you just don't have a live lead generation machine, There are a couple factors that go into finding the perfect funnel for your business. The good news is there are people who've already figured this out and are generating massive ROIs and getting great results from funnels. So if you're a local business, a coach, an agency, a consultant, a software company, or anything in between, there's an ideal funnel to start with, and you're going to be surprised how simple it is to find it using the 5-minute funnel finder. When we look at the one-page funnel framework here, you'll see that we have 5 swim lanes that we use to move people from the left to the right, from being strangers who don't know us to leads, prospects, customers, and raving fans. And the swim lanes address what happens when people get stuck. How do we use email, ads, outreach, or offline marketing to move people through? But this is a generic funnel. It's a representation, as I said in the last training. So we need to find the ideal funnel for your business and your time frame and your technical level so you can launch the right funnel and use one that tons of other people have already had success with in your exact industry, if not niche or exact business. So here we have the 5-minute funnel finder framework. It is a tongue twister, but it's very, very powerful. What I've done here is I've broken down the 6 core marketing funnels that you can use to launch right away. Now, if you don't have a funnel in place right now, you need to start with the one of these, the keyword being one, that's the most proven and appropriate for your business. In fact, I say for nearly every industry, business model, or niche, the chances are that one, if not several people have spent countless hours and dollars, the operative word being dollars, testing marketing funnels to find out what works. The good news for you is that you get to skip these trials and tribulations and start with a funnel that's already been proven to work for your product or business. So as I look at these 6 core funnels, I want you to find the one that's appropriate for you based on your technical level, how tech savvy you are, the offer pricing, how much do you charge for this product or service that you're promoting, and your current business model that you're involved in. Now, there are techniques down the road like funnel linking and funnel stacking where you can have multiple funnels. You can offer something for free and then drive those people to a webinar, and then even drive some of those people to a high-end coaching, consulting, or agency model, right? We have a done-for-you service or coaching or consulting. But what you need to do right now, if you don't have an automated lead generation funnel in place, is get one live first. It's the rule of ones. You need to launch one funnel that produces an ROI. So if you're a coach, an agency, or consultant, you might start here. If you're selling a low-end free or very low-end tripwire offer, you might start with a liquid funnel. But let's break them down in further detail so you understand what to do. The first category I have here is technical level, the time and expertise required to launch. There's an arc of time and expertise, and usually they're not mutually exclusive. Something that's more technical has more things that can break. It takes more time to not only launch but maintain. So I would steer clear of some of the advanced funnels. If you've never done a funnel before, you can always come back to that later. So these rank from easy to moderate to advanced, and the pricing increases, with the exception of the coaching, agency, consulting funnel that I'll talk about in a moment. This is a beautiful funnel because you can launch a high ticket funnel that's actually not that advanced, and you can get it done quickly without worrying about creating a webinar. But I digress. I'll break that down in a moment. We look at the offer pricing. So the offer price, if you're offering something from $0 to $100, you can just go right from a lead magnet to selling something right away. Some people call that a video sales letter. It could be a free book offer where you're just going to sell something off the bat. For local businesses, you might have a different strategy. For local businesses, you might have a get them in the door offer. So a lot of local businesses make the mistake of trying to offer something very expensive and saying, get half off laser teeth cleaning. It's only $1,000, and you haven't built a relationship. They have to know, then like, and then trust. You have to get them in with a low offer that's a no-brainer. $0 being free to $49 max. So one of my clients that has a karate or martial arts school, they give a free week of lessons and a uniform. They just hand somebody a free uniform. So why would they give somebody a uniform and take a loss? Because they know their funnel. They know for every 100 people that come in, 40 people sign up and pay $200 for lessons for 2 years. So the average free uniform they give out might cost them, $40 or $50, and it's probably worth $300 or $400, right? So it's important to know your numbers. We'll talk about that more in the metrics training, but just go through here and just think about, okay, What's your tech level right now in terms of putting together the stuff? Have you done it before is usually the operative question. And do you get stuck with the technology, software, or creating content? If you haven't created a slide presentation before, you're not good on camera, for example, maybe avoid a webinar and do what's going to work to get you a revenue. And quite frankly, the feeling of winning, the feeling of progress is more important than doing the best thing right now. So as we go up in prices, we'll see, the price of your offer. We see the coaching, agency, consulting funnel. This is very powerful because if you charge anywhere from $1,500 to $20,000, you actually want to talk to your customer. So I'm going to break this funnel down for you in a training video here, but that's a beautiful thing. If you actually have sales ability and not only you're good at it, but you're required to do kind of a gap analysis or a strategy session or kind of a demo for your customer, if you're selling things like software, if you have to talk to people, this is the funnel for you. If you don't want to talk to people and you have a local business, but you hate being on camera, you're short on time, you might want to do a quiz funnel where you can still sell things, lower end products or programs at from $0 to $300 with a quiz funnel. The webinar funnel, I have a whole course on it called Winning Webinars. Webinars are some of the most powerful conversion events that you could ever launch because you can automate them. So you can actually have someone come to Facebook, opt in for your lead magnet, get onto your webinar and be sold for anywhere from $500 to $1,500 without you talking to them. You can also use people from the webinar to go into your higher end offers here. But just keep in mind, webinars are very powerful. I give you a slide-by-slide template. I walk you through. I take all the pain out of this. But if you've never done it before, it's just going to take you a little bit more time. So I think my training will make the webinar, the funnel, move from advanced to moderate, if not easy, but it's still going to take more time. That's why it's out here on the right. An evergreen launch funnel. You've seen a lot of these probably. Jeff Walker made the launch funnel famous, and everyone else and their brother have done it. I have thoughts about why these are really good and who they're not so good for, but the content itself is simply taking the content you would present in a webinar and breaking it out into 3 or 4 videos. So it's very easy to digest. And instead of trying to rely on somebody to sit for 60 or 90 minutes on a webinar, you might want to sell them this way. And you can actually, you'll see higher pricing here because there's a little bit more strategy, a little bit more advanced in terms of you usually want to be on camera and build a relationship for some of the launch. And by the way, I want to bring up, it's evergreen because you can launch this and have it be perpetual. So you can always be running ads from Facebook. People opt in for your lead magnet. They watch video 1. You can show ads to people to get them to go to video 2, 3, 4, and then to buy. So evergreen launches and webinars are really cool because you can automate them. There are ways to do that. You'll find out in the training. But for now, you should be pretty clear on, okay, what is the price of your product right now? And let's talk about the business models, okay? And also how technically adept you are at putting this stuff together. So there's an answer here for you. I want to tell you, there is an answer here for you, and none of them are going to require 0 effort. You don't see effort required here because you have to want it bad enough to do it and get it live. I just don't want to see you climbing the wrong mountain and trying to do some sophisticated launch if you've never offered anything to anybody online, okay? So let's look at business models. The liquid funnel is to sell something low price. If you have a book, an ebook, you're selling an app or a game where they can either get a free trial, a freemium offer, or a low price offer. And again, to try a product. It could be a physical product. It could be a low price product. It doesn't have to be a trial. So if you're in the e-commerce niche, this could be really good for you. If you have software where you have you know your numbers, you know that for every 1,000 people that do a free trial, then, if 200 or 300 of them stay and upgrade to paid, that might work for you. Local funnel, if it's not explicit, it's for people that require customers to come and actually see them. Now I know you could visit your customers if you're doing pool services or maybe on-site veterinary care or medical services or delivering food. But for the most part, local implies that the customer is at the location. So there are really easy to use funnels for this. I'm going to walk you through. But if you have a professional services practice like doctors, lawyers, chiropractors, health and fitness like gyms, martial arts, schools of all types, spas and health and wellness, food and entertainment, dining bars, venues. That's listed here twice because it's twice as good. No, I don't know why that is, but you get the picture. Local businesses, I'm going to walk you through that funnel in detail. Now, here's my bread and butter, the coaching, agency, consulting funnel, the CAC funnel. The reason why this is so powerful for coaching, agencies, consulting, both business and consumer, is because we typically need to talk to our customers. Now, if you're a coach and you're selling something like a membership site or online training, yeah, you might use a webinar funnel to sell a lower end product and then get them into your coaching. I understand that. But if you're here because you don't have a funnel at all, this is the fastest way for coaches, agencies, consultants to make money, because it's very simple. They opt in for a case study or a lead magnet. You walk them through it, provide a ton of value, and show them what to do, and offer them an opportunity to learn how to do it in their life or their business by talking to you or somebody on your team. So the conversion event, as we learned about in the last training, the actual instance, the intersection in life when people exchange money, when they pay for your products or services, is not on a webinar. You're not relying on being good enough at selling at a distance without talking to someone. So this is what's really cool about it. You're doing the heavy lifting by building a real relationship with a real person, and nothing is going to be more engaging. Now, that's not the most leveraged business model because you don't want to be talking to a ton of people, but there are ways to scale that where others can do it, or you can sell a lower end product or program. And then, like I said before, a percentage of those people that are hyper qualified can go into your high ticket items, your 20, 30, 40 or more, $1,000 programs. So this is a very, very straightforward funnel. I like it because it's moderate or easy to build. If you follow my training, it should be a little bit more easy at least. And you can get it up and live quickly and start generating big ticket items. Let me explain one thing before I talk about the last two categories here. This is counterintuitive. The lower the price of your product, the better you have to be at marketing. Now that sounds weird, doesn't it? Let me give you an example. If your product is $7, think about how good you have to be at every step of the funnel. Think how good you have to be at measuring the small percentage of people, the click-through rate on your ad, or the CPM cost, and then you have to use heat maps on your landing page to see where users are going, and you're trying to squeeze out 0.005% on every step of your funnel. You have to be a total expert at marketing to sell products, e-commerce, consumer products, or low-end offers. Now, on the other end of the scale, think about how forgiving marketing is. If the lifetime value of your customer, in other words, how much is your customer worth even for a year or lifetime? If that's $1,500 to $20,000, you can do a very, very average job at marketing, because if you're paying $1 to $5 for a lead and that lead is worth $100 to $200, you're getting a massive ROI without having to be a ninja at every little incremental split testing dynamic of marketing. You can just do a pretty good job with a lot less stress and get a great ROI. This is one of the first funnels I launched. I just had a Facebook ad that went to a cheat sheet that I walked people through, and I said, if you want me to help you apply this to your business, do a quick kind of fast track strategy session. I'd get them on the phone for 20 minutes, sell them a paid strategy session for $1,000 to separate the buyers from the non-buyers, or sell them into my coaching right away. It was really cool. So the last two, the webinar funnel, if you want to sell things on autopilot like online training courses, low-end monthly recurring revenue membership sites, or those same coaches, agencies, and consulting firms, consulting services, this is just a different funnel. So you might try to get somebody onto your calendar, and if they don't, you can have them go through a webinar and buy a lower end product, or you can sell them a lower end product, and a percentage of those people that are qualified could go here. If you don't have a funnel in place, start here. If you're pretty good at marketing, you can link these two together, as I'll show you in the funnel linking training. So pretty cool stuff. Evergreen launch funnel, very, very similar. You're separating the content. Instead of one condensed webinar, you're spreading it out. Okay. So in the next few videos, I'm going to walk you through some quick examples of these funnels. There's a complete training on winning webinars, and I'm going to be adding training, more and more training, entire courses for each of these funnels. But for now, let me walk you through them in a little bit more detail so you can put them to use right away. Okay, so let's walk through the liquid funnel so you understand how to create customers and leads at no charge. That sounds crazy. What do I mean? Well, you've probably heard of tripwire funnels or self-liquidating offers. It's called the liquid funnel because once you find out how much you're spending on traffic and leads, if the sales amount divided by the number of leads, divided by the cost of advertising is equal or greater, then you have a liquidated offer. You have a self-liquidating funnel, which is amazing because you can scale up your advertising at will. You can spend more and more because you're not paying anything. So I really want to emphasize that the purpose of the liquid funnel is to create a customer and to liquidate the cost of your traffic. So usually there's not much profit. Now that's not always the case. And I just want to back up and say this is great for anybody offering a product that ranges from zero, like a free trial or a free book, through about $100. I've seen people do this up to $300, but I think it's more advanced to take cold traffic, someone who doesn't know you or like you or trust you, and say, hey, do you want to buy something for $300? So I'm going to walk you through the steps here, and I want to give you a couple examples, but it's real simple. You have a traffic source, you offer a cheat sheet or a lead magnet that's part of your signature solution, and then you walk them through that and build authority. You literally come on, either on screen share or live video, walk them through the cheat sheet and show them that what you just taught them was one part of a greater journey called your signature solution, and pave the way for them to get more help and go to the next step. So every funnel has an opt-in, a traffic source, something you're offering to capture a lead, and an authority amplifier that is the bridge between solving one of their problems in a few minutes and whatever's next in your funnel. So in this case, it's to buy something at a low cost. In other cases, the authority amplifier will have a call to action to a webinar, to getting on your calendar if you're a coach, an agency, a consultant. But those core steps are critical. And I want to underscore, there's an entire mini course just on creating your lead magnet and on creating the authority amplifier. That's how important these two aspects of this and every other funnel are. So make sure you watch those next, but continue to go through these funnel walkthroughs. Even if your business isn't the one prescribed for each funnel, you want to go through all these funnel walkthroughs so you kind of get to see the forest of the trees and understand it. So to give you a quick example of how I use this, I offered a free book. And at first I used to mail people a book free plus shipping. And then secondly, I did a digital copy for $1. So from a Facebook ad, I didn't offer a lead magnet in this case. I had a no opt-in liquid funnel, which I'll show you in a moment. But all it is they go from the ad to an order page where you might have a sales copy or a video here. Do you want the book for $1? People enter their information and then they're upsold. In my case, it was a $97 course and then a $300 manual of all my secret frameworks. If they didn't want the course, I said, wait a minute, well, if you really still want it, but you just don't have the cash right now, you can make 4 payments of $29. And then they were upsold the same thing. So, and if they didn't want the physical copy of my frameworks, they can get the electronic copy. So all in all, the reason I'm telling you this, why it's so cool, because even if your free plus shipping offer is $1 or $10 or some low price value, the upsells, if you get somewhere between 10 and 20% conversions on those, are going to triple your order value, your customer order value. So I'm not going to get deeply into the metrics. I'm going to do separate training on this and every funnel. I'm going to do separate mini courses on each of these types of funnels. But just understand the liquid funnel is very effective to sell a low price product and liquidate the cost of traffic, but more importantly, create a customers. I'd rather have 100 customers than 1,000 leads. So it's also great, I want to add at the end, to add to the front end of an already successful mid to high end funnel. Here's what I mean. I always want you to launch the funnel that speaks to your core product first. So that means if you're a coach, agency, consultant, and you want to talk to your customers, you're going to use the CAC funnel. If you're selling a product or a program, or you're a coach, you're selling online training, you're going to use maybe a webinar funnel, and you're going to just sell. Once you have your core funnel selling, you can put this on the front end of it. Do what we call funnel stacking and funnel chaining, funnel linking, which I'll show you in this course in the next videos. But for now, just understand, if you're going to sell a low price product, you can use the liquid funnel. It's very, very cool and effective. The last piece is the swim lanes. You always want to think about my one-page funnel framework. Every single funnel should have the same methodology. We're just tweaking kind of the pages. So you always want to think about what message you're going to send to people who come here but not here, here but not here, here but not here. And same for ads. Now, you haven't at this point likely gone through the lead magnet training or the authority amplifier training, but I'm going to walk you through exactly what to put in these emails, how to set up, and what these ads should speak to, how they should be set up, and more importantly, exactly how to lay out your lead magnet and how to make sure that is one part of your signature solution that solves a problem in 5 minutes, and how the authority amplifier serves as a bridge between the lead magnet and whatever's next in your particular funnel. So I just want to show you the no opt-in version of this. You'll see the liquid funnel. You're going to offer a cheat sheet or something of value to get an email subscriber. That way you can follow up with people if they don't buy your offer, right? But for things like free books or software trials, sometimes you can go right from an ad and skip the authority amplifier and actually just go to an order form. So you're going to have the same kind of content you would have that shows them kind of their problem and the solution you've come up with, and makes an offer to them, pitches them a low price product right in the order form. So it's literally add to a video sales letter with an order form, and then they go to the same upsell. So that's just the version with no opt-in, the liquid funnel with no opt-in. So let me show you an example of the liquid funnel. And this example is my own funnel where I made just under $80,000 in about 6 weeks based on running a simple liquid funnel to both my list and cold traffic. Let me show you how the breakdown worked. So if you remember, I said there were 2 versions of the liquid funnel. You can offer a lead magnet, a cheat sheet, something that's one part of your signature solution, walk them through it, and then make them a low price offer. Like, hey, if you want to really learn how to do this, or if you want to see the bigger picture, get my book, get my mini course, come to a local event for $100. It's a low priced offer, but the whole goal is to offset the price of traffic and to create a customer, right? So here's the no opt-in version. That's what I use for my book. I just used Russell Brunson's book funnel. It worked really well out of the box. I had a Facebook ad that drove people to an order form, a sales page, and then I had upsells. And I'll show you that even though I gave the book to people for $5 for shipping and handling, or $1 for the digital version, I still had an average customer value of over $50 because of the upsells and downsells. So let me show you how it looked. So here you can see one campaign where I got 174 customers, and so spent about $900, made back $4,700, not bad. That's about $27 or $30 per customer for this particular funnel. And then secondly, you'll see that I ran an ad on the right column where I spent about $900 and made $4,700 as well. So you'll see that the numbers are pretty equivalent, but more importantly, that's not including what they did after they went to this funnel, after they went to the webinar, after they signed up for my community and everything else, right? So let me show you how it worked. There's a video ad that I ran here, and it was very simple, just a video ad offering the book for free. Once people clicked on it, they went right to a sales page. So there wasn't an opt-in off the bat. So they came to this normal page, as I said, not having an opt-in, not having any kind of lead magnet first, just drove them from the Facebook ad directly to the sales page, where it's very simple. New book reveals how to launch a high conversion automated lead generation funnel in 10 days or less for any type of business. So what you're always trying to think about, what are their objections? When someone comes to a page, they're thinking, is this for me? Does it apply to my business? Is it hard? So no, it's not hard. 10 days or less for any type of business. Then they would give their information and then go ahead and pay $1 for the digital copy of the book. There's obviously other sales copy and everything that we had here. This funnel's not live now. It's been a while, but kind of refreshing myself on it. Social proof, lots of comments. So they're using Facebook comments, which is built in. 690 comments, which is really good. Over 1,000 likes. But anyway, they would say, yeah, you know what? I'll take it for $1. Sounds good. So they'd fill their information. They'd fill their billing information. Then they would go to a one-click upsell. Let me show you how that works. So when I look at ClickFunnels here, this is the main sales page. I'm just looking at, we had 8,800 visitors come to the page. 31% filled out the first part of the information. So you're going to remember that, they get to fill out their billing information and then their payment information, right? So their main information, that actually shouldn't be right. It should be their address info and then payment info. But see, even with mistakes, you can be successful. No, I'm just kidding. So they filled out the main information, and then 17% purchase. That's crazy. So think about this. Out of 8,800 people coming to the page, 1,500 customers. Again, would you rather have 1,500 customers or 15,000 leads? I would say 1,500 people that are customers. That means they're really excited, engaged. They believe in what you're doing. They're not spammers. They're not, they're not just tire kickers. They're there to actually make a change, right? So that what you'd say, okay, great, 1,500 customers, that's $1,500. This is not exciting. So how did the funnel make almost $80,000? Because after they purchased the $1 book, it used to be, again, be a $5 book. We did the physical copy. Then we went to the digital copy. People went to an upsell page. This gave them an opportunity to go ahead and take advantage of a crash course, which was one of the best-selling courses I did early in my career. It still holds weight. And there's me without a beard. And it was just kind of like how to get your basic business set up online, the fundamentals of online marketing. I gave them a discount if they took advantage for $97. And so it looks like, if I go, let's see what it looked like. So this is, you got to remember, this is out of the people that already purchased the front end book, 7%. So another 100 people, right? So what's 100 times 97, right? That's $9,700. That's not bad. So it's another $10,000 just from this part of the funnel. Does that make sense? Okay. And then we had a downsell where people can make a payment plan. Pretty simple. Let me go and look at what that looked like. I haven't even seen these numbers in aggregate. It's been a while. So how many people went ahead? So 11 people. That's adding in more value. 11 people said, okay, I'll do the payment plan. Doesn't matter. So I have 1,100 people, 11 people, 1% made the payment plan. And then the people that did purchase the crash course had an opportunity to buy my secret frameworks manual. What I did was I put together all the frameworks I've created into a thick kind of binder of content. So I put a lot of you watching this video probably purchased the secret frameworks manual, and you'll see 45 purchases. Now here's where things are interesting. That product was $300 if they wanted the secret frameworks manual. So what's 300 times 45? Thank goodness for my little calculator here. 300 times 45. So it's another $13,000. Okay. And then you have every single person that purchased those front end products and offers went to the webinar where they would spend $1,000 for the basic course and then get on my calendar or someone on our team's calendar for the coaching included and everything. And if you add it all up, it's crazy how well this works, because the worst case scenario, if you're looking at your numbers by using this funnel, let me go back here. The worst case scenario, go to presentation mode, is when you're using the liquid funnel, here's a no opt-in version, is you can create a whole bunch of customers and leads at no charge. It's free marketing. If you do a decent job with the ad, and even if you use the lead magnet version, if you have a liquid funnel where you offer something for free, then you offer them a low price product and if you're not comfortable, I've seen funnels with 6 upsells, 6 downsells. I'm getting less and less internet marketing as I go, and more like a good old fashioned business where, hey, I might offer 1 upsell. Hey, if you like this, we also have this. It's whatever you're comfortable with, but you have to know your numbers. You could have 1 upsell, you could have 0 upsells, but if your funnel, when it comes to the liquid version, liquidates your traffic and you create customers at a break even, you're off to the races. In some cases, you might create a customer at a loss. Once you know your numbers and you know how to stack this funnel with a webinar funnel where you're going to sell something, you might say, yeah, I'll lose $50 per customer because I know I'm going to make it up big time with my coaching, consulting, whatever you're going to offer for the next step of your funnel. Anyway, that's the walkthrough. Hopefully you find it valuable. And do not build a liquid funnel unless A, all you have is a very low price product, or B, you already have a successful funnel for your coaching, agency, consulting business, online training, membership site, or anything in between for your core business. So this is something you put on the front end of your funnel. I'm going to cover that in more detail in funnel stacking. So how to stack and link funnels together, I'll cover that later. For now, hopefully you enjoyed the liquid funnel case study. Now let's look at the local funnel. This is a great funnel for any type of local business, whether it's retail, health and fitness, services like accounting, financial, or anything in between, as long as the customer knows that they have a need. In other words, people know they want to go to the chiropractor, they know they want a free massage, they know they need their teeth cleaned. So local businesses with an existing need, this is the funnel for you. You need to look no further. Let's break down the local funnel. It's a proven sequence for driving prospects and customers to a local offer. As I said, it includes retail, services, legal, accounting, financial, health and fitness, even entertainment, bars, clubs, restaurants, food, everything in between. And it's also very similar to the customer acquisition funnel, what I call the coaching, agency, consulting funnel, except with local businesses. Obviously, the key is to create awareness for a free or low cost, irresistible offer and let the funnel do the work. So the key to success with this funnel is you have to know your numbers. Let me explain. So I was doing a funnel with one of my Elite Mastermind members, Ron Achenbach. He runs a karate school, a very successful karate school. And just to give you one example, we had a Facebook ad. That's the traffic source where the offer was a free uniform plus a free week of karate lessons. So that's like a $60 or $80 or $100 value. Really, really important. A lot of local businesses advertise things like 10% off this week. That's not enough. If you know your numbers, you have to give them an irresistible offer. Let me show you what I mean. So this slide comes from Russell Brunson from ClickFunnels, and I saw that he used a great example of a value ladder for dentists. Now, for every business, we talked about this extensively in the product ladder, you need to know exactly what the cost and value is for each step of your funnel. So for a dentist, they might be able to say, hey, come in for a free teeth cleaning, a free massage, even a free lunch or beer. A lot of local businesses, they're not willing to open up their checkbook or at least their cost because they're like, why would I give somebody a free lunch or a free massage? Because if you know, just like Ron with karate or this dentist with the bottom of his funnel as being teeth cleaning, if you know that for every 10 people that come in for this free thing, 4 people do this and 2 of those do this and yada, yada, and you know that the total value of a customer is several $1,000s, which means every free teeth cleaning that you give away is actually worth money to you. Think about that. You have to divide. If only 2 people out of the free teeth cleanings do the whitening, and the whitening is $200, so you have $400 divided by the 10 people that did the free teeth cleaning. So each free teeth cleaning is actually worth $40. So there's a value to your business once you know your numbers, even if something's free. So that's just one example. Let me go back to the actual local funnel. So as I'm looking at this, again, we advertised something that's in the bottom of the funnel for Ron and his karate school. Very simple. A free uniform. All you have to do is schedule a meeting, come on in and start a week of free lessons. We'll hand you a uniform and we won't ask you for $1. Okay. So a lot of people clicked on that and took advantage of that offer. They opted in for a coupon. Very important. You have to actually give them a physical voucher or a coupon. Even if you have something that's normally considered free. One thing that frustrates me about the legal industry is they say free consultation, free consultation. It's not free. Lawyers charge $200 to $300 an hour, right? So if you meet with somebody for an hour, you should give them a voucher for $300 in legal services or $300 in legal time, not free. The word free implies zero value, okay? So if you say $60 at no charge or $60 worth of karate lessons for no charge or free, that's great because you're putting a value there. You're saying download a voucher and submit it for $60 worth of lessons. That's different than saying free with no value. So anyway, they opted in. And then here's the key for local. This is really critical. As soon as they opt in for your free, whatever your irresistible offer is, not some weak discount, something they know they want and they need, a free chiropractic adjustment, a free massage, a free lunch, a free whatever, you walk them through that and say, hey, if you book your appointment now, or if you come in right now, if you call and reserve your appointment now, I'm also going to give you another bonus. So I'm going to stack value. So for example, what Ron did is he said, hey, here's a free lesson, free week. They opted in for it. And then on the thank you page, I'm actually going to walk you through this in a moment. I'll show you the funnel here in a separate video so you can see the examples. But he said, if you call right now and book your lessons, I'm going to give you a free private lesson with a black belt on my team worth $100. Now he increased it from $60 to $100 if they call now. They have to act. And a lot of people will download the voucher and forget about it. So you have to give them an incentive if they call now. Even more effective is to have an outbound structure. So once you have a funnel that works, imagine the power if you ask for their phone number when they get the voucher and then you have someone in your team reach out and say, hey, I noticed you claimed your free lesson uniform. We'd love to have you come in and pick that up. Just want to see what works for you. You're going to double the effectiveness of your funnel with good old-fashioned human contact. So one of my swim lanes is actually phone calls and outreach. I didn't include it here for the sake of simplicity. But now a lot of people say this. They say, well, what I don't want the Groupon type of customers that just want free stuff and never buy. If you know your numbers, that'll never happen. Because if you know what percentage of the people that actually come into your location and purchase something, if you have more history, you're going to know exactly what you're willing to spend for a free X, Y, or Z offer. But if you're a professional service provider, or even if you're a chiropractor, sports therapist, personal trainer, lawyer, physician, cosmetic surgeon, you can put a prospect filter in the funnel, right? So what's that? It's the same thing we use for consulting and coaching and agencies. We want to filter our leads here. So in other words, instead of just saying, hey, come on in, get on our calendar, come in for an appointment, we can say, if you fill out this quick survey, if you qualify, we'll we'll give you additional value. You can put the prospect filter earlier in the funnel. You can put it right here. You can say, download this free thing. They download it and you say, if you are X, Y, and Z, we'll give you additional value. So the whole thing is, what I believe the best way to do marketing is to eliminate all the friction first. Don't try to be selective. Even if you fill up your calendar with people that aren't qualified. I'll talk about that more for the coaching, consulting, and those that have to actually sell their customers either in person or on the phone. At first, remove the friction. Give everybody access and then back down when you find the right people and you find the right mix that works. If you filter your people too much, you're not going to get enough folks to actually come in and buy. If you underfilter, you're going to be so busy, it's going to drive you crazy. So at first, underfilter. Now, I want to address the swim lanes. Email and ads in this case. It's important, and you'll see in another training course, actually in the Winning Webinars course, I'm going to go through the 5P email sequence, how to easily set up email sequences for people that get stuck in your funnel. And it's the same philosophy for ads. So if you're going to send them proof, a problem, ping, promotion, right? And those are the P's, by the way. You're going to really just pick one or more of those. So for example, if someone opts in for your voucher, but doesn't book their appointment or doesn't come into your store, so let's say they come in here and they opt in, great, but then they don't take the next step. You're going to say, hey, here's some examples of other kids doing karate and getting more confidence and more well-being and more safety. Here's examples of other people that have straight and white teeth. Here's some more educational materials about the top foods to eat to protect your teeth, the top ways to get your kids to brush their teeth, the top toothbrushes, a buyer's guide to floss, whatever. So the way we nurture people is we simply look at who's stuck in the funnel and we give them the right content at the right time, but it's not some advanced copywriting technique that we need to think about. It's just communicate the way we would communicate if we were just talking to a friend or family or customer that was in our retail or service office. We just want to be natural and use the pie P. That'd be good. Yeah, free pie if you come into our bakery, right? So same for the ads, but the big takeaway here is, I'm going to walk you through this funnel in a minute, but the big takeaway is, don't overthink it. Give them an irresistible offer, and then when they claim it, give them an irresistible reason to move more quickly and actually take action now, and then know your numbers. And this is by far the best funnel for local businesses. So let me walk you through an example of a local funnel. We talked about Ron Achenbach, Sensei Ron, and his karate school. And you'll see the ad here, which is a free karate lesson in uniform. So this is using a type of Facebook advertising called local offers. So it's not a normal ad where you'll just see an image or a video. You can actually use offer claiming as a campaign objective. I'm going to cover that more in Facebook ads. Don't worry about that. Don't be overwhelmed by that. I'm going to go into detail how each type of funnel or business model should be using Facebook ads for maximum ROI. But let's just walk you through so you understand. Here's the ad. Here's the traffic source. Now, once people want to claim the offer, by the way, knock on wood, he's been getting people to claim the offer. In other words, to say they want the free uniform and the free voucher for 53 cents. So in the last couple of days, he's had over 20 people say, yeah, I'll come in. I totally want to take advantage of that for 53 cents each, right? So you'll see we show an image of the actual voucher and an image of the actual product. Total value over $60. Of course, I want that. My fake name is Ralph at ralph.com. Send me the voucher now. Now we get into the authority amplifier. Now, when you go through the authority amplifier training, you're going to understand there's a specific format for this video. You don't just take them to a download page to get the voucher. You're missing an opportunity to build a relationship and make them an irresistible offer to actually take advantage and come in. So actually take advantage of the voucher or whatever your offer is. You have to really amplify. That's why it's called the authority amplifier. You have to amplify their desire, amplify their trust and the relevance of you, and kind of build a relationship. Good old-fashioned human relationship building. You know, we always say, never send an email when you can pick up the phone, never do a phone call when you can meet somebody in person. So you're always, thinking about the most engaging form of content. In this case, he comes on, he has the kids in the background. That's intentional because that builds trust and authority. He knows what he's doing. He's actually an instructor. There's a real place. He's has a clean and friendly environment. He walks them through exactly the offer in this case, and then he walks them through the reasons why the kids want to do karate. And this is your signature solution for the avatar of young kids. It's going to be safety. They don't want to be bullied. It's going to be confidence. They want to be able to go to college and achieve more in life in general because they have discipline and confidence, right? And then that discipline and behavior. So I kind of bundled those together. It's actually safety from bullies, be safe, be confident. So we say give your kid the gift of safety, confidence, and discipline. And that's what we all want as parents. So we know the avatar's needs, which is the mother or father of the child. Those are the things they want their kids to have. So he walks you through it and says, but if you call right now to claim your free week of lessons and your free uniform, we're going to give you a private one-on-one lesson. So download your voucher, but more importantly, call for a lesson. So there's a couple things to note here. A lot of people will claim something and they won't call for the lesson. So what you want to do, again, like I said before, is maybe you'll have somebody call them when they claim it and just book. And if your funnel, the numbers make sense, you can pay somebody a few dollars an hour plus maybe a little bit of incentive and say, everyone that opts in for the local offer, call them and kind of be a concierge and walk them through. Hey, let me just, verify your information, make sure we reserve your week of private lessons and uniform. But more importantly, if we schedule your first lesson now, we can give you a free one-on-one instruction or lesson. So you see that? So it's very simple. If you put that into context of what we're talking about here. So look at it. He had an ad for uniform, free week. They opted in for the voucher for the free week of instructions and uniform. He came on and built a relationship and walked them through and showed them. He stretched the gap. He showed them it's not just about a free lesson. It's bigger than that. He covered the signature solution, which is the 3 main steps to having a successful, confident, happy child, to raise a child that's going to thrive in life safely with confidence and discipline. And then he said, and if you book this right now, we're going to give you a free lesson when you come in, a free one-on-one with a black belt. So the only details in between are what emails he's going to send. If someone claims a voucher but doesn't actually book their lesson or doesn't come in, he's going to send them emails. Here's the case study of Charlie, the 7th grader that was bullied, that was valedictorian in his school. Here's what moms have to say about us. Here's some other tips for discipline around the house. Here's how karate works and the history of karate. He's going to nurture them no matter where they stop off in the funnel. He's going to nurture them. And then to do a simple Facebook video ad for the people that opt in for the coupon but don't go ahead and come in. Hey, this is Ron. I noticed you've claimed your coupon and uniform. We have it here waiting for you, but there is a limited number. You have to come in and claim it. The good news is when you schedule your first lesson, we're going to give you a one-on-one with a black belt. So you can see that this is the superior local funnel for chiropractors, dentists, service providers, retail, bars, entertainment, everything in between. If you have a product that people actually want, and I don't mean that you have a product they don't want, I mean they know they have an explicit need for. Everybody buys food, everybody goes to the chiropractor. If they have back pain, everyone needs their teeth cleaned. And if you have a product that you have to build a need for, you're going to use webinar funnels evergreen launch funnels, coaching, agency, consulting funnel that I'm going to cover here in a moment. So this is the cat's meow when it comes to local. Hopefully you enjoyed it, but more importantly, keep going to the training so you understand in more depth how all the funnels work and how to build your lead magnet and build your authority amplifier, because there are details and nuances that make all the difference in the world. Okay, in this video, we're still in the 5-minute funnel finder. We're going to dig into the coaching, agency, consulting funnel. This is a super powerful funnel that I've had amazing results with. It's easier to set up. It's of moderate technical level, and you can charge a lot of money for high-end products and programs because you're letting your ability to actually interact and talk with your prospect do the heavy lifting. So unlike webinar or evergreen launch funnels, which we also cover briefly in this series, the CAC funnel has less technical requirements. It's faster to get it live, and you don't have to rely on all of the automation to sell your products or programs. I believe you have to be a little bit more advanced to sell something for $500 to $2,500 automatically without anybody getting to know, like, or trust you. It's totally possible, and our winning webinars training and evergreen launch funnel training will help you get there if that's you. But if you have to talk to your customers, then this funnel is the cat's meow for you. Okay, let's look at the framework for the CAC funnel. Again, it's the go-to funnels for coaches, agencies, and consultants, and even SaaS companies. If your business model involves human interaction to acquire new customers, in other words, if you talk to them in person, on the phone, or on the web, like over Skype or GoToMeeting, this is the funnel for you, and here's why. It's simple to set up and has a great deal of forgiveness. This is very important, as it's any kind of moderately effective advertising strategy can produce a great ROI. Here's why. Because if you're selling a low-end product for anywhere from free to $97 using the liquid funnel, for example, you have to be a ninja at every step of tracking and optimizing. You have to know what a plus or minus 1% conversion or opt-in makes all the difference in the world. You have to use conversion rate optimization and split testing and really be a master at every step in the funnel. The reason why this funnel has more forgiveness is because if you're going to let your ability to close and talk to a prospect do the heavy lifting, and this is a lot like the local business funnel for that reason, right? Because you're actually going to have a human relationship. Imagine that in the online world. Because you're doing the heavy lifting with the conversation itself, you can spend money and have a huge buffer there. What I mean is, if you spend a couple dollars to get a lead, let's say, $5 or $10 to get a lead, and just 10% of those people get on your calendar and you only close, let's just say you're just starting out, 20 or 30% of those, but the program is a higher end coaching agency or consulting funnel, whether you're doing life coaching, business coaching, done for you services, or consulting, or anything in between, look at what those programs charge, a monthly retainer of several hundred to several $1,000s. So it doesn't take much to make this really work for you. And your biggest goal will be to scale. What I mean is to create an environment where you're not the one doing all the calls, where someone on your team can do these calls and strategy sessions and everything in between. Anyway, let me break this down a little bit and go through it in detail. So the traffic source, depending on if you're B2B or B2C, we could do Facebook ads if you know exactly what likes, interests, associations, groups, gurus your audience follows. So if you're doing consumer coaching, I would lean and skew towards Facebook. And if you're doing business to business, you can use a combination of either Facebook, B2B email, direct email outreach, LinkedIn, right? Those are all very, very powerful traffic sources. And what we want to advertise as a lead magnet, keep in mind here, folks, you're going to go through the lead magnet training called the Ultimate Lead Magnet and the Authority Amplifier training. The reason I created separate mini courses for these because they're critical content in every funnel for every type of business. And there's a specific outline for the Authority Amplifier that you're going to use to take someone who doesn't even know who you are, solve their problem in 1 minute, build a relationship, build trust, and more importantly, stretch the gap and create a bridge between the one thing you're going to solve with your lead magnet and the greater opportunity that they're going to be aware of and be able to take advantage of when they get in your calendar. Hopefully that makes sense. So when they click on your ad, the one thing I like to do differently for coaches, agencies, consultants is instead of solving one little problem like a cheat sheet or a lead magnet, one part of your signature solution, as you learned about in the foundation training, I like to give them a case study that's a quick overview of your whole signature solution. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean is because your ultimate goal is to get them on the phone and either sell them a paid strategy session or just close them directly into your program. after this quick fast track call, you want to show them a soup to nuts case study, how someone just like them got results. What do I mean by that? If you're a life coach, if you're a business coach, let's just say you're a business coach that serves chiropractors. You know, the simple 3-step strategy that I use to take Dr. Jenkins' office from in debt to 20 new clients each month without spending more in advertising. So what you're doing is you're taking kind of your signature solution and creating a cheat sheet, a checklist based on that. Then when you walk them through it, this is huge. This is really cool. You don't have all the friction that you would have in a webinar funnel. So when I teach the webinar funnel, you'll see webinars are geared again towards selling things on the web without you talking to someone, unless you're using a webinar in conjunction with a funnel like this. But friction means that every step of your funnel, a certain percentage, if not the majority of people, simply don't make it to the next step. There's friction, meaning there's attrition. People just fall out. So 1,000 people see this ad, 100 people or 10 people click on the ad, 30% of those people opt in, and 30% of those people get in your calendar, and 30% of those people become clients. It still makes sense financially because if you do the math, you're going to get a huge ROI, but there's attrition. So what I like about the CAC funnel versus a webinar funnel is that 100% of the people who opt in for your lead magnet, your cheat sheet, start to consume this case study. So you're not making them sign up and put a time on their calendar and actually show up for a webinar. You'll see in the Winning Webinars training, you're going to have to know your metrics and have them at arm's length in terms of what percentage and what's the cost for somebody to sign up and show up and pay up. Well, here we don't have that because you're sending them right to the content right away. And that's why this is your first goal in the funnel, because how awesome is that? Everybody who opts in for your lead magnet sees your conversion event, right? Remember the anatomy of every funnel? You always have an authority amplifier and a conversion event. So this is the authority amplifier rather. 100% of the people see it, and then a larger percentage get on the phone with you. Your conversion event happens over a strategy call. So they opt in for your lead magnet. You walk them through a case study using the authority amplifier outline, and you actually stretch the gap at the end. Instead of saying, hey, get on my webinar, having the call to action to be get onto a webinar or go through a video series, the call to action is, if you want to know exactly how to apply this strategy that we covered here to your business or life, click here, get on my calendar, and I'm going to walk you through how to apply this to your situation right now. So it could be you or someone in your team. Now, if you're just starting out, you're going to allow 100% of those people to get right in your calendar. So if you're using Schedule Once or Appointment Core or Calendly or any of the other calendaring softwares, you don't want them to have to contact someone in your team. You want to remove the friction. You want them to just say, okay, I'll get in your calendar and go right to here to get on your calendar. Now, that's because if you're just starting out with online marketing or using funnels like this, you're going to want to talk to a whole bunch of people to get their feedback, find out who's buying, who's qualified, who's not qualified, and fill up your calendar. And by the way, I even recommend this funnel if you're going to eventually sell online courses or programs, because in the beginning, there's nothing more important than talking to your audience and hearing their frustrations, anxieties, goals, desires in their own words and talking to real people. So once you understand that, hey man, there's a lot of people on my calendar that I'm talking to that just aren't a good fit, then I send them to the prospect filter, which is a simple form where they have to tell me some information to be able to get on my calendar, if that makes sense. So instead, this is a filter, just as the name implies. I don't want everybody who watches this to get on my calendar and fill up my calendar, especially if I charge, $1,000, $2,000, $300 a month, up to $25, $30K a year, if it's a done-for-you service or a coaching program, right? I don't want everybody to get on my calendar. So the filter is just, what are the main metrics that you would use to put your prospects into buckets? Is it revenue? Is it budget? Is it how long they've been in business? You know what denotes a qualified prospect. And we need to ask them some questions to gauge their readiness, how likely they are to take action, if they're a good fit for you, if they're coachable, if they're completely never turned on a computer, for example, and you're going to coach them on setting up marketing funnels like I do, you're going to want to filter those people out. People that say, I have an idea for a multi-level marketing thing that I've never tried before, is a lot different than a business owner saying, I've been a successful consultant for 20 years. I make 50 to 100K a month, and I just need to put the online piece together. Okay, then I'll talk to that person. Okay. So I'm going to go in greater detail and do a whole nother course on coaching agency consulting business and how to do stress-free selling and the exact outline of this call and how to decide whether to go from the call to a paid strategy session or from the call right into your program. But I can tell you this, if you want to take action right away, if you're savvy, if this is you and this really resonates with you, I can tell you that if you do a good job of walking people through the case study, it can be yours, it can be a client's, and it literally, it's just taking the 3 steps in your signature solution, walking them through what you did, what they would need to do to be successful, and then saying if they want to learn how to get on the phone with you. So what is this little guy down here, and what are these little dudes down here? And hopefully we know what these are already, but I'll cover them briefly. Okay, so if people don't go ahead and get on your calendar, then I'm going to drip them a series, like a evergreen launch series of educational videos, and maybe I'll go into more detail about each step of my signature solution. You know, if I had a webinar, this is where I might break this up to 3 sections, or just send them to a webinar if they don't register. So the whole one-page funnel formula is based on the idea of if someone doesn't go from here to here, how are we going to use email, ads, and content? So I might send them a couple emails every other day. Email 1, check this video out. Email 2, check this video out. At the end of all these videos, I'm still driving people to the same goal, to fill out this form. Does that make sense? And if they fill out the form, then maybe I'll show them an ad that says, hey, cool, you're on my calendar. Here's a cool training video or some testimonials or some social proof. I'm looking forward to our meeting. Here's what to expect. So just communicate like you would if someone's sitting across the room from you. You're just using these different swim lanes or modalities to get the message across, okay? Now, the fast track call is a very, very powerful call. It should only be 20 minutes. Here's where I used to make a lot of mistakes in my career early when I had a done-for-you agency that served law firms, and you know, every lead that filled out a form, we'd talk to for an hour and a half, and then they'd say, oh yeah, by the way, I only have $10. And you'll never get that time back. So this is not a big old sales demo, a call. This is going to be different for a lot of you. A lot of you have never tried this, and it works like gangbusters. It changed everything for me. And the way it works is once they get in your calendar, you're going to go through 9 sections. You're going to literally have a format to say, you know, why are you on this phone right now? Why do you want to talk to me? How urgent is this problem? What do you think is wrong right now with your situation? Where do you want to be? You know, where are you now? Where do you want to be? What do you think's broken? Okay, here's some solutions, 1, 2, and 3 that I think would help you. By the way, if you want me to help you implement this, I think we've pinpointed what you should be doing right now. I can go to a deep dive strategy session with you. Usually this is about $1,000. And then because that's 60 or 90 minutes, then you can sell them on your products or programs, your coaching, your agency, or consulting services. Why does this work? Well, because doing a shorter call has a high sense of urgency and it doesn't waste a lot of your time, and it really ensures that they're qualified and you're helping them get results in advance. And then by selling them a longer paid strategy session, you're not asking somebody to just talk to you for 20 minutes to go and pay you several $1,000s a year, right? It's this too big of a chasm, too big of a gap. And by saying, hey, if you want to do something for $1,000 for a strategy session, a blueprint, then you have an hour to get to know them better. And then it's more comfortable to say, by the way, I can also give you a free month of my coaching. You already had your first session here, and here's what we do, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, group coaching, one-on-one coaching, consulting services, done-for-you services. You're comfortable because you have this huge thing. This also separates the prospects and tire kickers from people that are really excited and really have the budget, and more importantly, are ready to take action. So I'm not saying you can't go from a quick call if you have a lower price product or program saying, hey, if you want to get results, here's what we can do. You know, we have mentorship, accountability, peer support systems. You can get whatever, training, coaching. But if you have a higher price program, really that's the key. So my coaching program was $1,000 a month. When I first launched the Fletcher Method Elite 2.5 years ago, I believe, it was $1,000 a month. So I had a great results by filling out my calendar with these fast calls saying the next step is to do this. I had like 70% of the people say yes to this, and 60 to 70% of those people continue on and paid $1,000 a month for a year. So that's pretty cool. So that is the coaching agency consulting funnel. Hopefully that clarifies a lot of things for you, and I'm going to create another course on this. So what we're always doing in the Fletcher Method is adding more funnel training and more floodgates training. So once you have the foundation down, you'll have different options and different levels of understanding about how to implement this stuff in your business and your life. So put this to use and let us know if you have any questions. Take care. Okay, let's look at the webinar funnel here in the 5-minute funnel finder. Now the webinar funnel works to, guess what? Sell during webinars or on either automated or live webinars if your product is $500 to $1,500. Why? Because if it's less than $500, you're probably not going to be able to make the numbers work in terms of cold traffic. And if it's more than $500, you're probably going to have to talk to somebody. I'm sorry, if it's more than $1,500, you're probably have to talk to somebody using the coach agency consulting funnel. So webinars are great if you're selling online training, membership sites, coaching, agency or consulting offerings, especially if you've already run people through a CAC funnel and then you want to kind of link them to another funnel. Now, if that gives you anxiety or makes you freak out a little bit, I'm going to cover those techniques called webinar stacking and linking during this course. For now, let's just dig into detail when it comes to the webinar funnel. So let's look at the one-page funnel framework as it applies to webinars. And I have to tell you that I'm not going to go into too much detail because there's a complete course here called Winning Webinars where I'm going to break out exactly what to do, how to develop your webinar, how to set it up, how to set up the funnel, what to write in all of your emails, and everything in between. I'm going to give you examples and case studies and templates and downloads. So I just want you in this video to understand the mechanics of it. And the first step is that we want to give people a lead magnet and not advertise a webinar directly. Why? Because it's forcing the issue, it's forcing the relationship. They don't know you. You're going to see time and time again a higher cost per lead if you start to advertise right to a webinar on places like Facebook and other traffic sources, and you're going to see a lower conversion rate. So you need to do the same thing we talk about when you go through the ultimate lead magnet training. You're going to learn how to set up the lead magnet based on one step in your signature solution, how to use the authority amplifier thank you page to build a relationship and show them context and build a bridge between here and the content you're going to cover on the webinar. Then you're going to, obviously drive them right here to sign up for the webinar, give them some great training, either one video if you're using automated webinars or with a short time frame, or a series if you have that content available. Then during the live webinar and the replay sequence, there's a whole strategy. And in winning webinars, I cover that in great detail. So I just want you to understand right now that this is a great funnel, again, to drive people from a liquid. So if you have a liquid funnel going and you're selling a low-end product, then you can drive people here to get on the webinar. If you're a coach, agency, consultant, and maybe the people aren't qualified because they tell you in the prospect filter that they only make, $10 a month, maybe you say, okay, we'll go to this webinar and buy this lower end product. So it's a great downsell funnel. It's a great way to reignite other leads, but don't worry about how they all fit together. I just want you to understand that number one, there's a whole course on this. And number two, a webinar funnel is if you have to sell things automatically. Not to say you can't drive people through a webinar, then offer them to get in your calendar. But why wouldn't we want to do that if you're a coach, agency, or consultant compared to the CAC funnel? Because of all the friction. Because how many people make it from seeing your ad to coming to this page and get all the way here? It's way better to use the CAC funnel if your core business involves talking to a prospect. So hopefully that makes sense. Don't go right to the winning webinar training until you've completed the lead magnet training and the authority amplifier training. Like all systems that we have here, you should go in order. So go through all the foundation training first, then the funnel training. And when you get to webinars, you'll understand and have a much better, hopefully, context and viewpoint in how to use webinars in your business. Okay, back to the 5-minute funnel finder. Let's take a look at the evergreen launch funnel. Jeff Walker, founder of the product launch formula, made this famous several years ago, and he continues to build a 7, if not 8-figure business selling what essentially is the same framework and content that have been working for people with products, local businesses, experts, coaches, agencies, consultants. But the reason why I categorize the evergreen launch formula, aka product launch formula, as advanced along with the webinar funnel is because you have to be good at communicating your message. You create quite a bit more content than you would, especially if you're a coach, agency, or consultant. And you have to be pretty good at what you do for this thing to convert and do well. You can sell slightly higher price products than traditional webinars. By the way, these are rules of thumb. I've seen people go above and beyond these, but use these guidelines if you're new, if you don't have a funnel in place. It'll save you a lot of heartache in the process. Anyway, let's dig into the product launch formula so you understand what it is and how to use an evergreen launch in your business. So here we have the evergreen launch funnel framework. And essentially what it does is it moves your sales message across a horizontal plane. What the heck does that mean? It means that Jeff Walker, founder of the product launch formula, was very smart and effective in coming up with a strategy or a model called the sideways sales letter. All that means is that unlike putting all of your copy on one sales page that people have to read forever and scroll through pages and pages, kind of like they did in the old print days, we have shorter attention spans, and people aren't likely to they're just going to scroll to the bottom, see what it costs, and move on. They're not going to build the trust or the context or the need and understand kind of the big picture, what we call the signature solution that you have to offer. They're just going to read the copy and decide whether or not to buy. And it just doesn't work these days for higher priced products. So what Jeff Walker did is he said, hey, why don't we take what you would normally deliver in one long, really long sales page and deliver it in a sideways format over time. So every day, every 2 or 3 days, you deliver a new piece of content that has a very specific outline and strategy. And I'm not going to go through that specifically right now. I'm going to do a separate mini course on the evergreen launch funnel. But for now, let me tell you in concept how it works so you understand how to use it in your business if you're ready, if you've already been doing marketing like this for a while. So you kind of understand, I guess, most importantly, where this fits in the continuum of the 5-minute funnel finder. So you know kind of who it's for, who it's not for, and the core concept of how to use it. So like every funnel in our one-page funnel kind of methodology, it's all about moving people who have never heard of you, if you're using cold traffic, of course, to see your ad, to be inspired to click on your ad, to opt in for something for free, and then to be educated and nurtured and filtered enough to hopefully become a customer, a raving fan, maybe even a business partner or spouse. That'd be weird, but it could happen. Anyway, so the way this funnel works and the way it's different than a webinar is we take a lot of the content from the webinar, in fact, 100% of the content, and we just deliver it over time in smaller bite-sized nuggets. The reason why this is a good thing, the positives, is that people are more likely to consume small, more high energy, kind of digestible pieces of content. The bad news is there's friction. You're going to see if 1,000 people opt in for your lead magnet and start to watch video 1, maybe 300 or 400 will ever see video 2, and you'll have 100 people if you're lucky by the time you get all the way here. Well, it doesn't take many to buy, and the bottom line is we measure our marketing, and we know that if we get from 2 to 10% of the people purchasing, that's fine. But there are pros and cons, and generally the reason why, again, I classify this as moderate to advanced is because you're creating kind of more individual pieces of content. It takes a little bit more time. But what's important for you to understand now is the strategy, which is with our lead magnet, with every type of funnel we do, if we're using a lead magnet, we're offering something for free that is one part of your signature solution that solves a problem right away. What I've been doing different than what I used to do, when it comes to evergreen launch funnels, instead of just, having them opt in and go to a thank you page, which might be down here, and then saying, hey, watch video 1 of this new course, I'm dropping them into video 1. So what I'm doing is I'm eliminating friction. I'm not sending them to another thank you page, walking them through it, the traditional authority amplifier. I'm delivering them right here. And I'm going to say, hey, I'm glad you opted in. I think this is going to get great results for you if you're trying to get from here to here in this amount of time, right? A metric and a currency and a timeline. But I'm going to say, let me walk you through it and show you exactly how you can put this to use right now in your life or business. And more importantly, the greater opportunity that's in front of you if you get this right. That's why it's called the why, the big opportunity. This is what Jeff Walker teaches, Brendan Burchard, Frank Kern, Russell Brunson. It's the same general format for an evergreen launch. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What's the big opportunity? So this is where we show them, we zoom out and we say, hey, what I just covered is only one part of a signature solution. If you really want to get great results from A to B in 90 days without the negatives, and by the way, everything I'm speaking to assumes you went through the foundational training and you have a signature solution and you have those 3 main kind of steps, those 3 milestones to get the consumers or businesses you serve from point A to point B. You know what your core currency is. And a lot of what I'm talking about is also in the ultimate lead magnet training and the authority amplifier training. So this is literally step by step. I'm just trying to zoom out and show you how this specific funnel fits in context to those models that we've already covered, okay? Anyway, what's the big opportunity? You're just going to show them why people struggle, why it's been so hard, and the big discovery that you've made and the results that you've produced. In a nutshell, it's setting the stage and making them curious and seeing that what you're going to cover is important. Then we talk about how they can get results. We walk them through literally your signature solution. We say, look, here's the top frustrations we covered. Now let me show you in detail in the next video the exact steps you can take to avoid those and get results in a measurable amount of time. So we walk them through the exact what to do, not exactly how, because that's what you're going to deliver in your products and programs. You don't have time. You don't have 100 hours right now to cover every nuance. You're just going to give them context, what they need to do. Then you're going to show them proof how you applied this, how you or one of your clients have applied your signature solution and gotten results. And then you're going to make it real for them. You're going to give them an offer to sign up for whatever's next. So you can see it's a little bit more orchestrated. Obviously, when I do the mini course on evergreen launches, I'm going to give you, templates and everything like I always do, a fill in the blanks framework. But hopefully you're starting to see that no matter what type of business you have, doing the foundational training correctly and understanding your customer and your message and your offer and how to articulate that one currency that matters, it's going to make all of your ads and all this content way easier. So there's a specific framework I have here. Let me pull it up here for a second. The product launch funnel framework, where I'm going to walk you into more details on the exact script for this. But for now, I just want you to understand how it works, what the moving parts are. And obviously it uses our one-page funnel methodology, which is using these swim lanes like email, advertising to drive people who get stuck to the next step. So that's the evergreen launch funnel. Hopefully now you understand how you can use it as a mid part of your funnel to sell higher price packages automatically, and even how to generate leads if you do have a done for you model or a B2B model. But again, this is probably not the first funnel I would launch. If you go back to the 5-minute funnel finder, it is classified as moderate to advanced because no matter what type of business you have, this is probably not the place to start. But as soon as you have some conversions under your belt and you have your core funnel working, this can really, really make things interesting. Hopefully you enjoy. I'll see you in the next video. Let's go back to our friendly 5-minute funnel finder and look at quiz funnels. So the reason why I sandwiched this in here and covered this funnel last is because the quiz funnel is a very, very versatile funnel. It can work for any type of product or program. And it's not to say you can't sell higher priced products with this, but it's a segue. It's a bridge funnel. I'm going to cover funnel linking and funnel stacking in the next couple of videos here in this course. But for now, I just want to show you how this works. And the whole concept of the quiz funnel is driving people to contextualize messaging based on their conditions. What does that mean? It means if you have a B2C product and you're selling weight loss, you want to have athletes go into one bin, vegetarians go the other, maybe busy moms go the other. If you're selling business to business online marketing, you might say is your biggest problem traffic or conversions or getting leads or sales. You want to drive them to context. So it's a very powerful funnel, but usually it works in conjunction with another funnel to sell stuff. What does that mean? Let me show you. So every funnel, we have 3 key components, and it's worth repetition to say there's always a traffic source that has the electricity that provides the energy or fuel into the funnel. There's always some type of lead magnet or top of the funnel offer. There's always an authority amplifier, an amplifier piece of content, which is where you build a relationship and walk them through the lead magnet or whatever you gave them for free. And there's a conversion event. As I just said, the conversion event for you could be a webinar, could be getting on the phone and actually closing them if you're a CAC, or maybe having them come to your location. It doesn't matter. What matters is you understand the mechanics of the quiz. So what you usually will do, you can use a software like Lead Quizzes. You can have a very, very simple, SurveyMonkey or something, but I think you should use a quiz-focused software. So ClickFunnels has quiz software. Lead Quizzes is probably quickly becoming one of the leading providers, and there's a couple. There's Dialogger if you have Infusionsoft or some of the other CRMs, but it's not about the software, it's about the methodology. People they see an ad on Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever, and what are you offering them? Well, you're going to have to offer them a quiz. You can't just say, hey, get this lead magnet or cheat sheet, but what you're going to give them is the same type of messaging and value. What do I mean by that? So again, if you haven't gone through the ultimate lead magnet training, this will make more sense. There's 2 core trainings, including this funnels 101 training that all play together, which is the ultimate lead magnet and the authority amplifier. But let's just walk you through what this would look like if you've already gone through those trainings. Even if not, this will give you great context. So they're on Facebook, they see an ad,
Find out in 5 minutes how acidic your body is. That's an example that Russell Brunson uses in the acidic quiz. You might say, what is your risk level, right? Who is your perfect match to marry? What are the 5 foods you shouldn't be eating for your exact body type? What are the top 3 places for you to find a job in your industry? That's, so it's very, you're giving them an information that's contextual to them. It's gamified. People love quizzes. They love to think that they're learning about themselves. That's a core psychological principle that everyone's kind of susceptible to. It's effective. And it's also important because you're going to deliver a message that's 100% resonant with their specific situation. So let's just say you're going to determine, okay, what's the best exercise you should be doing for your sport? Perfect example. Hey, athletes, find the top 3 exercises for your sport, the top 3 foods for energy, whatever. So there's a series of questions. You could have one core bucket. You could have, 3 main, you could have one question. Are you this, or that? And with 3 different solutions. You could have 20 questions, but if you're a beginner, you should have literally 1 to 3. If you have one question, it makes a user feel like there's no value there. You're not contextualizing anything to them or giving them specialized information, relevant information. If you have 20 questions, you're going to have a hard time delivering content. You could I could make this funnel right here huge. I can say if they answer, let's say question 1, response A, B, and C. Question 2, A, B, and C. So each of these could have 3 responses, and you could have a huge spider web and spend a year trying to create content. So to set up a quiz, what I recommend is you focus on the content that are the main separators for your avatar. So if you have multiple products that you sell to 3 different avatars, right? The beginning, intermediate, advanced, lawyers, doctors, chiropractors, B2B, B2C, or just starting out. What are the 3 main separators you would have? If you sell the exact same thing and you have one clear avatar, you're just selling WordPress websites for bankruptcy attorneys, then you might not be able to use a quiz funnel or want to. Why would you if you can just give them the content right away because all of your advertising is relevant to them? So again, the value is that you can sift, sort, and segment in your marketing. You drive them to a quiz, and then the authority amplifiers are segmented, right? So let me just give you an example. If I'm doing a new campaign called the 5-Minute Funnel Finder on Facebook, and I might have an ad say, find your perfect funnel in 5 minutes. I'm Aaron Fletcher, and in 5 minutes, watch me work with you for 5 minutes and find the perfect funnel for your business. Maybe the first question I'll ask is, are you B2B or B2C? Just to get them to answer a question they can answer without thinking, without going and doing research. It gets a quick win. It creates creates a quick yes, and it's a micro commitment on their part. So it's a good thing. The second question though might be, what is your core business model? Are you a coach, agency, or consultant? Do you have a local business, or do you sell your products online? Internet marketing, courses, kind of membership sites. Now think about that. This whole training you're going through right now in the Funnels 101 is an example of something that you can use as a lead magnet for yourself. I could literally take all these funnels I'm creating now and deliver them and teach people for free, and then offer them membership to our coaching programs. So for example, I could say, find out in 5 minutes what's the perfect funnel for your specific business. Ask them a couple questions to get them warmed up, and then the main kind of segment that I'm going to address, the main segmentation in my quiz, is what type of business do you have? Imagine how powerful it would be if you clicked on that ad, you said, yeah, I'm a coach, I'm a marketing coach or a business coach, and I'm doing this much per year, and I sell to businesses, so I'm a business coach. And then I say, cool, here's the exact business. You said you're a business coach. Let me walk you through exactly what you should be doing as a business coach, the metrics and the funnel that you should be using. And if someone else says they're a local business, cool, let me walk you through that local business funnel. And if you really want to get clear, get on my calendar so we can kind of see if it's a good fit and help you with our coaching programs. So the big takeaway, I know I'm going into detail. I'm going to do quiz funnel training separately. It's just in this core Funnels 101 class, I just want you to understand what the different funnels are and how to use them. This shouldn't be your first funnel by any means, but it can be a real good way to drive people into your funnel. If you already have a webinar funnel that's working, or an evergreen launch funnel, or you're a local business or a coach, agency, or consultant, once you get the basic CAC funnel working, where you just give them a lead magnet, walk them through it, and then offer them a chance to get in your calendar or get in your webinar, then you can start to segment and do these type of slightly more sophisticated campaigns where you're driving people to contextual responses based on their kind of elected responses. Hopefully that makes sense. That's the quiz funnel. Enjoy it. Let's talk about funnel linking. Once and only after you achieve a positive ROI from your core funnel. So again, using the 5-minute funnel finder, if your core business is coaching, agency, consulting, or local, or selling software or online products, memberships, or programs, you need to use that core funnel first. So it's really, really important to underscore that. Let me go back here in the case of, okay, if you're going to sell an online course via a webinar, or you're going to sell coaching services or done for you agency marketing, if you're a business to business coach or a life coach, get that funnel live where you can run traffic and create a customer for a profit. That's really the goal. But what funnel linking does, it allows you to take your one funnel that's producing an ROI and link it with other funnels. This creates exponential results in your business. Why? Because you could spend way more than your competitors on marketing because you have a back end to your business. If you remember the example that Russell Brunson and a lot of folks teach about kind of the product ladder. So if someone goes into a dentist's office and they might buy, teeth whitener and x-ray, then they'll get some fillings, and maybe they'll get Invisalign or veneers. It's called a front end and back end. So many times we use a liquid funnel, as we covered in this course, to create a customer. Simply, maybe we want no profit whatsoever by having people buy a low-end product, a book, maybe a free trial, and you might have upsells to kind of liquidate the cost of your traffic. And then they might go to your webinar funnel because you're selling products or programs, or maybe they'll go from getting a low price product to getting on the phone with you so you can sell them done for you services or higher end coaching agency or consulting. So the core of linking is very simple. It all comes down to numbers, meaning instead of now just tracking my numbers in my core funnel, knowing what it costs to get somebody to become a lead, to register for a webinar, to show up on a webinar, and actually to create a customer. It's my customer acquisition cost. So in the Winning Webinar Blueprint training, we go through all this in detail, but this is the reason you don't want to try funnel linking unless you've mastered the metrics of your core funnel. If you can't make one funnel work, chances are you won't make multiple funnels work, and you're only going to get overwhelmed and probably spend too much money. So let's assume you have a core funnel that works. You launched a webinar or a CAC funnel or a local funnel. And now we think about, okay, what can I bolt on to the end of it for higher price products or programs? And what can I bolt on to the front of it? So if I have a webinar where people register, maybe they pay $1,000 for a training program, could I sell a book or a mini course or kind of a related product to pay for my traffic? So this is the example, and this is why it's so important to understand. Again, for the last time, I'll say it. It only works if you have a core funnel that produces an ROI. This is really fun and really powerful because once you generate a customer with a liquid funnel, then maybe for the instance of if you're selling a product or program or a course, you create a profit and then you create a business with the back end. Now, there's another dynamic here in funnel linking I think is critical, is the downsell. I could run traffic right to a webinar, and then let's just say people don't buy on my webinar, and maybe I'll wait for 10 days and then run an ad and send an email sequence saying, hey, it wasn't a good fit for you to spend $1,000 for this core product, but what you really might like is this book that I have. And maybe they can go spend $5 for a book, and some of them will upsell to a lower end product. And you can still recover tons of revenue instead of just taking all the leads that didn't buy on your webinar and throwing them in the trash, right? The same thing for coaches, agencies, consultants. You can advertise either through a survey funnel or a CAC funnel, walk people through with the authority amplifier, give them value, show them what they need to do, offer them a chance to get in your calendar. Number one, what if they don't get on your calendar? Well, then you can say, hey, go check out this automated webinar, and you have another conversion event to sell them through. Or you can say, well, that didn't work out. You never got on my calendar. Here's a new book I have. That's going to re-engage people. Once they get the new book or a lower end tripwire product, they can go either to your webinar or get re-engaged to get on your calendar. What if you talk to someone during the fast track phone call and they're not a good fit? Maybe they said they were doing $100K a month in revenue, or they're ready for your services or products or programs, and they weren't, they're unqualified lead, you can say, guess what? I have good news, Jim. We do have a product for people that are just getting started. You can go grab that right here, or go grab that right here. So the idea is that this is a circle. This is a continuum. A lot of people ask, what happens when I advertise a webinar and no one signs up or buys? Well, we need multiple conversion events and multiple ways to package the same information in the way that they can afford and that they're ready for in their life. As it's not cheesy, it's not disingenuous, it's just deeper and deeper work that you're doing for those that can afford it. Think about Tony Robbins. He might have a book called Money Mastering the Game for whatever it is, $27. And then maybe you can sign up for, one of his lower end workshops or programs. If you're a business, you get contacted by his coaching team. And then maybe you go through his whole big event that's $10,000 and his $100,000 coaching programs, right? So the information is the same. It's all about coming up with different products that speak to people based on what they can afford, where they are in your profit pyramid. Maybe they're just starting out. Maybe they want to buy an automated training course, or maybe they want to work with you directly, and everything in between. So that's funnel linking. And the next video, I'm going to cover funnel stacking, which is different. It's how you take one funnel that's converting and make it convert 2 to 3 times more, right? So how to have multiple lead magnets, multiple conversion events, and kind of stack multiple elements of every funnel together into one. So hopefully you understand funnel linking. It's very powerful, but guess what I'm going to say? Only do it if you have the core funnel converting with a positive return on investment from cold traffic. Okay, let's talk about funnel stacking, how to stack your funnel in your favor. Wow, that sounded neat. Funnel stacking is an effective strategy for reactivating leads who are stuck in some part of your funnel. Once you have a single funnel that's performing at a positive ROI, you can stack each phase of the funnel with additional content. So you can use more lead magnets to increase engagement and more conversion events to increase sales. What does that mean? Well, the difference between funnel linking and funnel stacking is with funnel linking, we're taking whole funnels and we're adding more front-end funnels and back-end funnels. I know I said funnels a lot, but what I mean is if you have a core webinar, as you learned, you can say, okay, now that that's working, let's have a lower-end liquid funnel here so we can kind of pay for our traffic for free, and now we're selling to buyers on the webinar. And then we can obviously offer our higher-end programs to those folks. So after the webinar, you can say, hey, there's even a next level here, right? Well, what funnel stacking is, it's a little bit different. It's taking one funnel and adding multiple lead magnets and multiple conversion events. So let me show you what I mean by that. So here we're looking at my signature solution, the Fletcher method, and you by now should have your own, or you're finalizing that, which is what is the main 3-step process? What is the visual model you're using to communicate how you achieve results for your customers in a measurable amount of time with a measurable currency? So how to double your sales in 90 days without tech overwhelm, how to lose 90 pounds in 100 days without giving up carbs. Actually, that'd be a lot of weight, but you get the picture. So what we've learned so far is that every funnel has a lead magnet, has some form of authority amplifier, and a conversion event. Well, guess what? You might pick one lead magnet that you're going to use first and have that work. Then you can add a second one. Then you can add a third one. Then you can add a fourth one. Then you might have a different conversion event. Like you might start with a webinar. Then maybe you can add an evergreen launch video series. And maybe you'll do a live webinar. And then people who don't show up for that can go through an evergreen webinar later. So what I'm saying is it's not stacking different funnels. It's kind of vertically stacking the same funnel with different content. So just think about that. If I look at all the steps it takes, the main steps it takes to get your clients from point A to point B, I could create multiple lead magnets from this, folks. Like for Publishing Powerhouse, that's me talking about content marketing and social media. I can create a blog post template like Digital Marketer does. I could create the top 10 headlines to use in your blog. I could talk about the top 10 places to syndicate your blog posts. For traffic on demand, I could talk about YouTube advertising, Facebook advertising, any other form of paid media. For SEO, I can say how to find the right keywords for your niche, how to do competitive research, a cheat sheet. Hopefully that makes sense. And the same goes for funnels. Obviously, I can say, here's a funnel template. Here's the funnel for your business. Here's a lead magnet template. And even the foundational stuff. Now, for your signature solution, you'll usually find that the most important part is underneath the surface of the water, the foundation, and the stuff your customer thinks they want to learn about is up here. This is usually the sexy, fun stuff. This is usually the hard work. So we usually want to give things as a lead magnet that are up here, but I digress. Let me show you how to apply this into the funnel stacking strategy. So one of the core benefits, as you just saw, is that there's no shortage now of topics to write about or problems I can solve in a few minutes for my customers. So once I have one lead magnet and then I walk them through it and I say, get in this webinar and then buy my stuff, that I could say, okay, here's a different lead magnet. So let's just take the Fletcher method. I could have a lead magnet for a website cheat sheet. Then I could have one for the perfect webinar template. Then I could have one for the webinar funnel. Then I could have one for blog posts. So I could be running ads for all these different lead magnets, and then I walk them through a lead magnet and put them into the conversion event, which for you might be a webinar. If you're a coach, agency, consultant, it could be the CAC funnel. So don't be confused by the diagram. You're just starting with your one funnel and you're saying, what happens if I stack different content on top of this? Now, it's powerful for two reasons. Number one, if I can advertise 2 or 3 different lead magnets that are all part of my signature solution, very important, because the authority amplifier kind of stretches the gap and takes them from solving one problem to showing them how they can solve all their problems. But I can advertise these and see which one works better, see which one produces a better ROI without doing a lot of work, because I probably already have the framework or the methodology set up. I just turn it into a lead magnet. So when you're going through this Fletcher method training, think about how many campaigns I'm going to run, because I've already created all these frameworks. I could use this as an ad on Facebook. I could have a funnel stacking ad, how to triple the results of your marketing without creating new content, because it's cool and it looks cool, right? Hopefully it actually works cool. So that's another benefit, is you can advertise. The first benefit is you can advertise different lead magnets and put them all to the same conversion event that you're starting with. Okay. The second benefit is now I can cycle my leads through all of them. I have this spiderweb funnel that I came up with. I'll show you here in a minute as an example. But now a lot of people have a problem. They advertise a lead magnet, people kind of go through it and then don't register for your webinar. Then you're thinking, well, what the heck do I send them now? And you come up with some newsletter or something that doesn't really work. Well, guess what? You can wait a week and say, hey, I just came out with a new blog post template or a new diet recipe book. Get it here. And then if they don't register for your webinar and go to your conversion event, you can say, hey, guess what, Jim? I just came out with a brand new X, Y, and Z on how to do underwater yoga. Does that make sense? So it's not just to advertise different lead magnets. Now you have a whole sequence that your email list can go through until they're ready to go to your conversion event. Now here's where you really start cooking with gas. Multiple conversion events. Now think about that. If I've done the foundational homework and I have a signature solution and I know how to articulate what I do, and I've put that into the form of a webinar, I can easily then break that up in the form of an evergreen launch series. I'm just taking the same content, break it into a training video series, and now I can say, for all the people that don't register for this, I can say, hey, there's a new mini course I'm running, check it out. Or maybe tell me about your business and I'll get on the phone and help you get clear. I'm handpicking a group of my customers to work with. Tell me about your business and I'll get on the phone and help you get clear. You could do a printed, and by the way, these aren't the only conversion events. You can send people a printed sales letter via direct mail. You can invite them to a local event to buy stuff. I'm just giving you an example. The whole concept, it's not about the detail. It's about stacking multiple lead magnets and multiple conversion events. So when people don't take that next step in your funnel, they're not stuck at a dead end. You can reactivate them and add more value and build more trust and help them. I've looked at my numbers, and the highest ROI I get are people that opted in for something a few months ago or a few weeks ago, then maybe went through some more content and then finally purchased. I'm going to show you how I do this in my funnel here in a moment so you can really get clear. Don't be overwhelmed by the technical nature of it, because I'm a geek. I think the principle is worth sharing anyway. Okay, let me show you an example of funnel stacking in real life. I don't want you to be overwhelmed by the looks of this crazy funnel. I geek out, and sometimes I think As I launch newer funnels, I don't even do things this complicated, but I just want to show you what you can do. This is using Infusionsoft, but most CRMs, you can simply tag people and drive them different funnels. In fact, if you have ActiveCampaign, Drip, Infusionsoft, or any kind of automation platform, you can do this some way or another. And the software is not important. It's about the strategy. So let's say someone's on Facebook, they click on an ad for a website cheat sheet, and they go ahead and grab it, right? They just say, yeah, I want that. They opt in for it. They go through an authority amplifier where I walk them through how to use it. Then what do they get? They get an email, they get a tag says, hey, they got the website cheat sheet. And then I deliver it to them and say, here's your cheat sheet. Hopefully you enjoy it. By the way, get on the webinar, register here. That's my conversion event, right? And then if they don't, maybe I'll wait a day and give them one more invite. I don't want to hammer them and spam them. I just say, hey, by the way, did you want to get on the next webinar, right? And then I apply a tag that says, okay, I'm going to run them through conversion events. So here's the deal. What I'm going to do next, this is pretty cool. I'm going to offer them another thing. I'm going to say, hey, do you want a one-page funnel template? You might like this. I just came up with another lead magnet that's part of my signature solution. Let me see if I can preview this here and show you what it looks like. Hey, Jim, hope you like you might say, I hope you like the last thing I sent you. Here's a new cool kind of template, a one-page funnel template. By the way, look familiar? Yes. So they can click on here. I'm obviously not going to ask them to opt in to go through this funnel training because they're already on my email list. It'd be silly to ask for them to opt in again. I'm just going to send it to them. Here's the training. Oh, guess what? Do you want to go to this next workshop? Cool. Register right here. So you'll see, I give them a framework. I give them great training and value. Here's something hopefully you'll like. You'll be able to use. Enjoy it. It works. Then what happens? So if they don't like that, they hate funnels. They don't like my voice. Actually, I can't really help them with that. Then I might invite them to a copy of my book. Here's a book that I wrote. Do you want a copy of it? Let me preview that. Sorry. Maybe a couple weeks later, look at this. Hey, guess what? Here's a copy of my book. Check it out. Download it here. And then I give them this video about the book. And guess what? Here's an opportunity to get on the next training session. So I'm driving them to the next conversion event. So your takeaway is not the tech stuff. It's more about, wow, can I stack funnels together? Can I say, okay, what if I can offer people different lead magnets that are all part of my signature solution, one after the other, and then guess what happens? Multiple conversion events. Do you want to go through a 4-part video series, an evergreen launch? We have that flavor too. Let me show you. There's one that says like deliver video 2. Boom. There's video 2. Check it out. Remember, we talked about the evergreen launch funnel just as a series of awesome videos that educates them, shows them what's going on. And guess what this is doing? Driving them to the webinar, to the next workshop. Because they wouldn't be seeing this if they've already been to the webinar. Does that make sense? So right now, you're probably going, wow, it looks like a lot of content, a lot of work. That's not the point. The point is you start with one funnel that works well, but knowing a way to activate old leads is to have multiple lead magnets that they can consume that are all part of your signature solution, that all solve a problem quickly and easily, and invite them to conversion events. I could have an evergreen launch. Here's inviting them to a webinar. I could have another one that's maybe a local event, or maybe a chance to get on the phone with me. So that's the only thing I want to show you is that this is how you stack lead magnets and conversion events together in one funnel to keep people always moving through great content and moving from left to right through your one-page funnel. Now I want to talk about something extremely powerful that either you're not doing or probably not doing well enough. When I figured this out, it changed everything and it's amazing. It's called funnel hacking. Now, Russell Brunson has made, funnel hacker a very common term in the online marketing nerd space, but it's been around since the dawn of time. And what it involves is simple, competitive research. What the internet provides that we've never had before is direct access to everything your competitors are doing. So in the past, people would hire someone to go apply for a job and see the inner workings of a company, or maybe buy all their publications and swipe their ads and try to hire their copywriters from out from under them and subscribe and buy their products and kind of tear them apart in a laboratory. With the internet, we don't have to do that, folks. Everything about your competitors is readily available. We just need to know how to look at it where to look for it and how to look at it through a different lens. So I'm going to show you what I do for competitive research. And this is very important ethically. Don't ever take direct copy, direct frameworks, anything directly. You're supposed to be inspired by your competitors, but you're supposed to be able to extract or hack the strategy. So what does their funnel look like from a 30,000 foot perspective? What are they using for an opt-in page? How are they following up after? What are they doing in between? So funnel hacking is simply looking at the type of funnel your competitor is running, whether it's one of these 6 core funnels or something else, and reverse engineering what they're doing so you can find out what techniques or strategies you can apply to your business. And then once you kind of equal or beat their performance, then you can innovate from there. So always start with a funnel that's proven to work. Never start from scratch. And the best way to do that is through funnel hacking. Let me show you how that works. So here we're looking at my Evernote, and Evernote's simply a note-taking application to get all the stuff out of your brain that'll probably fall to the wayside and capture your ideas. And I have everything from literally travel to golfing and tutorials, which I'm really poor at, by the way, to tasks, to the frameworks I come up with, new frameworks and everything in between, right? Book funnels and everything in between, all the SOPs, all the instructions. I start in Evernote and I capture concepts, ideas, training that I go through, training that I create. And one of the most important folders I have in here is my swipe file. This is where I can look at funnels that other people are running, from the Facebook ad to the landing page that they send you to the copy, to the contact you get from a sales rep, and everything in between. I can literally break down quiz funnels that different people are running. Here's Wicked Reports running a funnel. Here's the ad that they ran. Who are they targeting in the Facebook ad that they ran? What landing page did I go to after? How is the quiz set up and what follow-up happened after? So you'll see that every time I look at an ad on Facebook that has a lot of social proof, a lot of likes and shares, it means it's producing an ROI, or else the advertiser would be foolish to be, running an ad that has 40,000 likes if it's not producing an ROI. They would have gone out of business, right? So I look at book funnels. Here's Frank Kern's continuity program, driving people, his webinar sequence. Here's all the Facebook ads I've seen that have high social proof that are converting well. So when it's time for me to do a Facebook ad, I can be inspired by these. So the swipe file is very important. Video ads breakdown. I could just go on and on and on. I'll show you another example. Frank Kern's, consulting book. He's run this ad forever. And, what's his opt-in, his sales, where does he take you for his upsell, his downsells? What's the pricing? What are those URLs? So now I can see, here's the exact opt-in page that he had in his funnel that he's running. How is he acquiring traffic? What messaging is he using? And I can go to my Evernote and say, okay, what's he offering after that and after that? And I can look at the numbers and see who he's targeting and everything in between. So funnel hacking is not stealing copy or landing pages. It's looking at the funnel itself. What are the mechanics of the funnel that people are using? I can look at Russell Brunson's, the data from his book funnel, exactly the pages in his funnel and the numbers behind it. So think about how cool it would be in your industry. Let me see. Let me look at, here's a perfect example. One of my elite mastermind members, Manny, has a medical billing company, and I can look at one of his main competitors, what search terms they're ranking for in SEMrush and what ads they're running. I can look at here's all the main places they're getting traffic from. I can look at the ads that they're running across the web and how they're positioning themselves. And think about it. If these guys are running these ads for months or years, the fastest way to accelerate your results is to start with the best practices, the structure, not the branding, not the copy, but obviously the structure and the placements, the landing page they have for their lead magnet, right? And then I track things like the lead magnet itself. I download it, I put that in here. So just think about using the kind of the one-page funnel framework. From the time I saw the ad, what was my experience all the way through the funnel? Let me go through their lead magnet here. Sorry, this is just their lead magnet. Now I can see, wow, the nurture email sequence. Immediately after I opted in, I got this email. The second day I got another email requesting a sales comment. I was retargeted on the web. So I was on Yelp, and now I said, whoa, look at this. So they're doing retargeting. Now I'm going to write down things like when I get called by a sales rep, what is the salesperson's script? How do they follow up? What did they offer me? So let me show you another example of kind of funnel hacking, and then I'll just kind of start one off live so you see how it works. Okay, so let's say I want to launch a liquid funnel for a book. I want to give away a book free plus shipping or a low price offer because I already have a core funnel that's converting. Now I want to do something like that. So guess what? I have an email from Jeff Walker. Here's the exact copy he's using to get me to click and get his free book. And I see an ad on Facebook. Here's the copy and the imagery he's using. Okay, 538 likes. Looks pretty legit. Okay. The squeeze page. If I click on that ad, if I clicked on the email, how did he lay out the squeeze page? What was his messaging? What was his hook? What was his anchor? What was his currency? What was his timeline? Right? What copy is he using? The order form itself. Now, the upsell. What did he offer me as an upsell? What was the kind of the tripwire, the first kind of upsell for $197? Cool. A low-end product. The email order confirmation. And then did he try to upsell me after that? So that's an example of a book funnel. I just want to show you another way to funnel hack, and it's literally right in front of your face. Let me show you in real life in Facebook. Okay, let me refresh my Facebook page and I'll see an ad here. Actually, watch me create an ebook in 90 seconds. That's from Paul, a friend of mine with his software. I won't do that one because I already know that one. Okay, here's one. SharpSpring, sponsored. Looking for a marketing automation platform. I've never actually heard of this. This is interesting. This is the first time I've seen this ad, but 250 people like it. So it tells me it's been running for a while, hopefully to some degree of ROI, or it wouldn't have 250 likes. It tells me it's been running for several weeks, okay? Now, one of the tricks I learned that a lot of people don't know is right under your nose is just click on here when you see a sponsored result, and you can say, why am I seeing this ad? So SharpSpring is targeting people interested in marketing automation. Okay, that's not really a good target. In the Facebook training, I'll tell you why that's bad. That's not a true metric. They should target people like other automation platforms like HubSpot or Infusionsoft. Marketing automation is just a general term that they could have in their profile. It could not be relevant. But if it's working for them, that's great, but you'll never target that way. And I'll tell you why when you go through the Facebook training. Anyway, so isn't that cool? I can see what they're targeting, the ages they're targeting, the locations. And if I go through other sponsored ads, I can see the same thing. So what I would do if I have a Mac, I would grab Sketch. I'd take a snapshot of the ad, and I want to save that puppy, right? So I want to swipe that thing. I want to know what they're doing. I don't want to lose this, so maybe I'll do a new note in my swipe file. And let me just make that a little bit smaller here so we can see what we're doing. Okay, there's my ad. Boom. Then I'm going to click on this ad. And I can see, okay, cool. They're using a lead ad, so I can download an offer here. So they're using kind of a, what's it called? Not a gallery, not a canvas ad. Compass ad? Oh, it's a lead ad. So do you work for a marketing agency? They're asking me a question, and I'm filling out my information. They want my name and phone number. I submit it, so I know what type of ad that they're using here, a Facebook lead ad, not a canvas ad. So then, okay, cool. Now, here's the problem I have with lead ads. I don't want to get into a Facebook tutorial, but I find most people don't go ahead and move on here. They close it so that you don't get to do the authority amplifier. You don't get to build trust. So as of now, the time it's recording, I would not start out with lead ads because they usually don't work as well. But if I do, I'm visiting the website, and it's just taking me to their homepage. And let's see what we have here. Yeah, so I'm not even going to go through this. It doesn't look like it's quite all the way together. But let's do a normal one. Let's just look for, let me refresh here. See what happens. Okay, I refresh my Facebook. I'm scrolling through. Sponsored, Berkman Financial. Does your business need capital? It's not really related to my niche or anything, so it's not really important to me. Let me just keep rolling on through for another sponsored ad, which you'll see almost. Okay, Master of Professional Studies in Technology Entrepreneurship. And here I can see someone that's trying, instead of giving a free cheat sheet or a lead magnet or something of value, they're just trying to advertise a master's. And I think that that's, as you know, not the right funnel strategy. Let's see why I'm seeing the ad though. Interested in business. See, that's vague. These folks are not using an effective strategy. I'm going to skip it. Interested in business is like interested in oxygen. You need to be way more specific than that. Okay. We have some jujitsu stuff, some politics. Okay, user voice. Do you know what features your customers crave? So they're advertising a service directly. They need to advertise something for free. Like, look at those rabbits fighting. See how bad Facebook is? Now I'll just watch that forever. Okay, let me refresh here and get something a little bit better. Okay. Sponsored. #1 digital agency. Okay. So advertising an agency directly instead of with some kind of lead magnet or some kind of thing up front. We need to strike up a conversation and provide value in advance. We don't want to just say, buy our stuff, buy our stuff. That's not effective advertising. Start your free trial. They're going right for a free trial without offering something. If they're talking about sending better email campaigns, they should be advertising with the ultimate lead magnet that says, here's the top 10 times to send email. Here's a framework for the ultimate open rates. Here's the top headlines to use in email. And then they walk them through it and offer them a free trial. So you're learning something here just by your normal newsfeed. Now you should look at these ads through the filter of funnel hacking and trying to see which of the 6 core funnels they apply to. So I know there's going to be a really good ad here. Dudes lifting weights, what people had for breakfast, politics, sadness, happiness, cats. Here's Tim Ferriss advertising his new book. Why does that work? Because he's already famous. Okay. Let me find, there's usually got to be some kind of normal kind of lead magnet here or offer. Okay. Done for you funnels, right? Here you go again. If this was a retargeting ad, I would say great idea because you're advertising a service done for you funnels. That sounds interesting. If they don't know who they are, why would they want to work with someone unless their pain is so great? Yeah, I can't create a funnel, I want it done for me. Then they should say like, the cheat sheet, how one local business got their funnel launched in 2 days without laying a finger on the keyboard, then walked them through that and then made an offer. But just to say, buy my stuff is not good advertising. So let me keep going through and just find one more ad that makes sense here. Okay, finally, a decent ad, but not that decent because we see a high profit webinar cheat sheet. I was down and out, so it's his story trying to rebuild. So he should have a strong headline like website cheat sheet, how to get this in that amount of time and who it's for. How one consultant generated 35 new customers in 1 month without picking up the phone. And when I advertise the cheat sheet, I want to show a picture of the cheat sheet. Now this only has 1 like, so it may or may not be doing well. It could be a copy of an ad that is doing well. I don't think it's doing that great, but let me just show you. Why am I seeing this ad? Well, because he wants to be similar to their customer. So he did a lookalike audience of people that already purchased. That's a great technique. But if I was going to swipe this, I would go, okay, let me see the ad he's running. I would throw that into my good old trusty Evernote. Let's kill this one because that really wasn't that good. Okay, cool. And I would obviously title it like webinar, funnel for X, Y, and Z so I can refer to it later. Now I click on the ad and I'm going to grab this URL. Okay, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to say, cool, this ad sent me to this page. I might even come here and say this page looked a little something like this. So the high profit webinar cheat sheet. And I'm going to come in and grab all of the stuff here. Obviously, I'm going to continue to archive all of the content. Here's the landing page I went to. I would opt in. Now I might add an email address that's not legit. Or if you had in Gmail, if you can say, if I said, Fletch, my Gmail address plus opt-ins at gmail.com, you can kind of sort those out later. But let me just use my normal email address. I can always opt out if the stuff isn't good. If it is, I opt into all kinds of competitive stuff, right? Oops. And this is my fault. Should put my name in there and read it more carefully. Arenaldo. I'll just say If I say amazing face and I opt in, okay, so what are we doing now? So he's using a good Fletcher method-esque strategy. He offered a cheat sheet, and then he's going to walk you through an authority amplifier, how to use a cheat sheet. Hopefully that's what he's going to do. Hopefully he's going to walk you through it. Doesn't look like it at all. He's just put you in a webinar. So he's going through a full training. Watch the full training. Okay. So a couple of things. In the ad, he should have an actual picture of the cheat sheet. Don't be creative. Show a visual picture of the cheat sheet in this ad. It converts way better. It just does. And then have continuity. So when they go to the landing page, show a picture of the cheat sheet again. It's not about you yet. It's about solving a problem. Then you can come on here, solve their problem, show them where it lies in the signature solution, and now people have to get on the training. So now he's saying he's offering a webinar. Looks like he might be charging for it. Hopefully he said that. Hopefully he said this in the in this video. Now, I don't think that's a good strategy because he's trying to do a liquid funnel for his core funnel. Maybe he's a millionaire, zillionaire. He has other funnels running, but the technique tells me he's not getting a great ROI in this because he's saying, oh, you don't know me. I just gave you a 4-minute video. Now do you want to pay some money and get in my webinar? And maybe I missed where he told us that. But see, it's a dead end. I'm not going to do it. If I would have had the chance to go through a great webinar and get educated and then buy a core product, maybe that's a different story. I'm not saying you can ever charge for a webinar. I'm just saying, seeing a real life example, I never got to see what the content was or see any value. Now he's telling me to buy something. Does that make sense? It's just rushing. It's probably not going to work that well. Anyway, so that is funnel hacking, and there's more training on how to be a digital detective coming up. If it's not available already, how to reverse engineer your competition. But that's really it in a nutshell. If you know exactly who they're targeting, what they're saying, what their follow-up looks like for their email, their ads, and their pages, and if you know someone else has success with that, start by replicating and being inspired by that model, and then you can innovate from there. Welcome to the Ultimate Lead Magnet course. Now, I know what you're thinking. You might know what a lead magnet is. You or your competitors are probably using them, but I'll tell you, most business owners get this wrong, and they don't have what I call an ultimate lead magnet. This style of lead magnet can help you generate 2 to 10 times more leads automatically at a fraction of the cost of what you might be doing in terms of marketing. So I'm going to walk you through the exact steps you need to follow to create your lead magnet quickly. I'm going to show you what type of a lead magnet to create, the exact content it should create, and how to use it in your funnel. And more importantly, I'm going to show you the mistakes to avoid when creating lead magnets. You're going to learn the opt-in lead magnet formula, and I'm also going to walk you through the lead magnet frameworks so you can create a high-performing lead magnet in no time. When you think about it, this is important stuff, as your lead magnet is the first step in your funnel. You have to get this right because you can't nurture a prospect that never made it past the first step of your funnel. So enjoy the course. We'll see you in the first video. The ultimate lead magnet. This is the most important part of your marketing funnel. There, I said it. Why? Because it's the first part of your marketing funnel. This is that single piece of educational material that you use to turn a subscriber into a lead. It's how you get started off on the right foot, make a great first impression. And if you get this right, you can do transformational things with your business, scaling from 2 to 10 times more quickly than you were before. There's a very specific strategy, and where the ultimate lead magnet fits in your funnel, it's something that most business owners just don't get. So if you're offering things like ebooks or free consultations or webinars as the first part of your funnel, you're probably going to spend too much and not be able to scale. So enjoy the ultimate lead magnet. You guessed it. Let's zoom out and make sure we know where the ultimate lead magnet lives in your greater strategy and more specifically within your marketing funnel. The ultimate lead magnet is all about attraction and capturing. So in the attract phase, we're talking about the first strategy you're going to use to actually turn a subscriber into a qualified lead that you can nurture into a paying customer. I also want to take a moment and outline where the lead magnet falls in your greater sales funnel, as it were. You know, every funnel, regardless of your industry, has 3 core components. There's an attract and capture page where you have to get the lead in the first place and then create some authority with an authority amplifier. That's the thank you page that we're going to cover in the next training course. Then you have a conversion event. Now, for some of you, that could be a phone call if you're doing coaching or consulting. It could be somebody coming into your office. It could be a webinar, or it could be, as you see in this example, a 3 or 4 part video series. And finally, you have a closing sequence where you might take an application or send them to an order form and actually get money to change hands. And the lead magnet, being the first part of your sales funnel, is arguably the most critical because you can't close a prospect that you never acquired in the first place. So if you can master setting the stage and getting leads at a much lower cost than your competitors using this strategy that I'll show you today, then everything downstream is going to be more profitable. If you did nothing else but 10x the effectiveness of your lead magnet, wouldn't you 10x your ultimate sales? Of course, because those are static. All you're going to do is greatly amplify the effectiveness of your lead magnet. So it's the first and most important part of your funnel. And again, this applies to any type of business, whether your specific conversion event might be a seminar in person from the stage, a webinar, a launch series, a launch sequence. And we're going to cover all the conversion events separately in this training. But for now, let's dig more deeply into that lead magnet. And to continue to beat the drum of how important this is in your funnel, let's talk about why this matters. The first is because most business owners ask before giving. And what I mean by that is there's an ask in the first part of their funnel. They're asking for a consultation. They're asking you to come in their shop. They're asking you to buy their stuff. And these things actually push away and they repel clients because you're asking before providing value in advance. These are things that you want them to do instead of what I'm going to teach you is how to use education-based material to give them what they want first, provide value in advance, and then show them how you can help them even more with your conversion event, which again might be your webinar, your launch sequence, or a sales call. And even those folks who do use a lead magnet in their sales funnel by advertising things like webinars or ebooks or consultations, those things are totally boring. Everyone's seen it before and they just don't know you well enough to care what you're offering. Most lead magnets that you see out there are difficult to consume. They end up in the Dropbox folder and folks with good intentions say, hey, I'm going to read that later. 300 pages later, they're either never going to read this thing or even know who you are. This results in a dead-end street because you created really great content, you advertise it, you got the lead, and all of a sudden, nobody advances through your sales funnel or not enough people for it to make fiscal sense. The dead-end street occurs when you're giving somebody a piece of content that's either difficult to consume, it's boring, it doesn't make them think it's the most important thing for them to consume right now, and your funnel is not advancing them to take the next step and stretch the gap and show them where the lead magnet lives in their greater journey, which is your signature solution. So let's focus more deeply on the lead magnet and then really emphasize where it lives in your funnel. I'm telling you firsthand that getting this one piece right can result in absolute explosive growth. And I'm talking about getting 5, 10, or even 100 times more qualified leads at a fraction of the cost automatically. The right lead magnet and the authority amplifier page we're going to discuss in the next training, if you get these two things together and you get them together correctly, they do the selling for you. The cost per lead goes down and the conversion rate of your funnel goes way up. I'm talking about getting leads for less than $1, sometimes 18 cents, and generating 45,000 leads in the last year. And think about the power of that in your business. So explosive growth should be the expectation because the lead magnet does the heavy lifting and selling for you. If you solve one problem, as I'm going to show you in this training, for your customers in 5 to 10 minutes, show them how the problem you solved lives in their greater journey, you're going to establish more relationship, rapport. You're going to lower buying resistance and all those red flags that come up and not just sound like another person trying to pitch them something. You're helping them quickly, concisely, and clearly, and you're going to establish a lot of goodwill and rapport in the process. But most importantly, if you do this right, you're going to have an evergreen resource. As I'm making this video right now, there are people on Facebook or YouTube ads or LinkedIn consuming lead magnets and offers that I put in place 18 months or 2 years ago. They convert, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it, so to speak. Excuse the French, but I have poetic license when it comes to this course. So it's true. I've put together website cheat sheets and funnel templates and trainings that are out there from 1.5 to 2 years ago because they work and they do the job. So talk about evergreen. Next time you go on vacation, you want people to see your ad, opt in, go to an evergreen webinar, and even get on the phone with you, if not just buy your stuff directly without you being involved. So you can focus on delivering your products or services at world-class levels instead of continually selling. As always, it's my favorite time. It's time for a framework. The first lead magnet framework contains 5 core concepts. I call it the opt-in framework, and it's going to help you stay honest and stay on track and ensure that every lead magnet you create has the 5 core elements required for success. And as you can see here, looking at the framework and acronym opt-in, I named it as such so you cannot forget. Just think about it. Does this lead magnet satisfy the opt-in requirement? Does it have an O, a P, a T, an I, or an N? Let's look at what each of these are separately and in greater detail. The first, and the letter O, stands for your lead magnet has to solve one problem and has to do it quickly in advance and powerfully. It has to solve one problem in 5 to 10 minutes. Now, if you remember from the signature solution training, you have, or you're working on, a specific proprietary process, a one-page model that you have to take your customers from point A to point B in 3 core steps, right? So if you're a personal trainer, it could be diet, fitness, and exercise. If you're a web designer, it could be their traffic, their conversion, and their metrics. It doesn't matter. You have 3 core steps in your signature solution. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to solve one problem in advance. We're going to pull out one of those and solve it in advance completely. And the P stands for proper positioning. You have to position yourself as a leader, an expert, a micro celebrity in your space. And oftentimes, this is the unique and only opportunity you have to do so. Right after they consume your lead magnet, you're going to come on and walk them through it, which we're going to talk about in the authority amplifier training. But if you give them great value and you don't establish the proper positioning, then all of the momentum you're generating is going to be for none, and you're going to have to start over with somebody else. The third, and the opt-in framework, is T for time friendly. You have to solve one problem completely, but you have to do it in 5 to 10 minutes. So things like a checklist or a cheat sheet where you can say, hey, you have one problem. So if you're a personal trainer, we use that analogy because everybody can relate to it. You might have a greater system, a greater signature solution that helps them lose 30 pounds in the next 90 days. But right now, maybe you're going to give them a cheat sheet of the top 10 recipes with negative caloric results, right? That burn the most calories. Or maybe you're going to give them the top 3 exercises for burning body fat in less than 10 minutes a day. Does that make sense? So you're just going to solve one thing right now in a very time-friendly way. The I stands for incomplete piece of the puzzle. What I mean by that is you can't just give them a ton of value up front and confuse them by dumping too much on them that they're not going to even consume. You solve one problem with your lead magnet, but it has to be an incomplete part of a greater and longer discussion or signature solution that you have for them. So if you give them top 5 recipes, you have to have an incomplete puzzle in the sense that you're going to say recipes and diet are only one part of a 3-step process I have to help you lose up to 30 pounds of stubborn body fat in the next 90 days without giving up carbohydrates, right? If that's your $1 million message. So you have to pave the way and stretch the gap and show them that the problem you just solved for them is one part of a greater journey and an incomplete piece of a greater puzzle. And the final letter N is for next step. Like in all advertising or marketing, we have to have a strong call to action. We have to solve their problem. We have to solve one problem at a time, position you as an expert, do it in a time-friendly way in 5 to 10 minutes, show them how this is one part of an incomplete puzzle, and then we have to give them a clear next step, what to do next. Get in my calendar, come into my shop, sign up for the upcoming webinar. You have to pave the way and show them the clear next step now that they see the importance of taking that next step. Speaking of next steps, all you have to do now is understand the opt-in framework and how those 5 components need to live in every lead magnet that you create. You need to understand how important the lead magnet is in your funnel because it's the first and most important aspect of your funnel. If you don't get this right, nothing downstream could possibly matter because you cannot serve a lead that never opted in the first place. And the final next step is take the next training module in this course where I'm going to show you how to create your ultimate lead magnet in no time flat. Now let's talk about how to create your ultimate lead magnet. Let me walk you through the steps you can take to get your lead magnet live and more importantly, use it to generate leads for a fraction of the budgets that your competitors might be using. Let's talk about how to create it quickly. Let's talk about these 4 simple steps so you can get your lead magnet on the road and working for you. Number 1, you have to decide which step of your signature solution you're going to pull out and give them for free. This is an important nuance because your signature solution is such a powerful tool to actually show your customer instead of telling them the exact steps that you can take them through to get them from point A to point B with their core currency that matters. So what are the specific steps you take them through in a fixed amount of time to give them a predictable result? Now, what I mean by choose the step in your signature solution, if you remember the framework you have, the very simple 3 main kind of milestones and 3 sub-steps in between, from point A to point B. For every single niche that I've seen, the bottom rung is usually some sort of foundational work, kind of like taking inventory, measuring, getting their mindset right, getting their kind of their ship in order, so to speak. And then the second is often the process, and the third is often the production, the traffic, putting it in action, being consistent, and reaching new levels. Now, here's something I noticed that's kind of nuanced to this as well. It's interesting. Usually, for every niche that I've seen, your customer thinks that the top, the exciting stuff like traffic, leads, speed, performance, those things are more attractive to them, but often it's not what they need. So there's an old adage you've probably heard, sell them what they want, give them what they need. And it's kind of true in the sense of many times your customer doesn't understand exactly what they should be doing, what they should be approaching, what the process is, or what the most important keys are for success. So what we want to do with our lead magnet is we're going to pull out usually the one that they think they need the most, as much as it pains me to say that. So if you remember my Fletcher method signature solution, it had the foundation, the funnel, and the floodgates. The training you're going through right now, you're going through the funnel phase. Well, what I do is I give people a cheat sheet for a funnel or a webinar template or a blog post template or maybe a website cheat sheet because it's something that I can solve for them in just a few minutes. As we said in the lead magnet core training, I can solve it in a few minutes, walk them through it, get them results in advance, get them stoked and happy. Then I can show them the signature solution. In other words, the context of where the lead magnet lies, so they see that there's actually a bigger path, a bigger opportunity to get results like they've never literally seen before. So here's what I want you to do. When you have your signature solution in front of you, you're going to pull out one piece of that, one module, one element, one of the little boxes here, and you're going to give them a lead magnet that's centered around that. So step 1 is to decide which step of your signature solution you're going to solve, what step you're going to solve for them first. And step 2 is to choose the format. How are you going to deliver this cheat sheet, this checklist? In other words, what medium are you going to utilize to convey the content, the message, and solve a problem for them? Now, if you remember from the core training, we have the lead magnet impact matrix, as you see here. We want to give them something that's highly desirable and easy to consume in the upper right quadrant. We don't want to say, hey, get on my calendar for an hour, come to my event, read my whole book. They don't care enough yet. And even things like webinars are kind of on the fringe. I have a way that you might not have seen to actually blend the lead magnet with the webinar, but you usually want to advertise something like a cheat sheet or a template first, if that makes sense. So this is how you make that main decision. This is how you decide which format you're going to use. Make sure it's highly desirable, easy to consume. After you've chosen your format, the next step is to craft a killer title. Now, all the work you've done in the foundational phases of this training is going to really come to bear right now. You're going to start to get excited about your new skills because most titles are boring. When I talk about the core currencies that matter, what I'm really speaking to is the fact that no matter what kind of marketing you do for the rest of your life, you want to be thinking about being very specific, addressing one specific currency that matters, whether that's leads, weight loss, time, confidence, whatever the core currency you're going to deal with this lead magnet specifically, and you want to have a metric and a timeline. So when I say craft a killer title, it's not, here's a guide for getting more web presence. That's just so, it lacks such sharpness and specificity that it appeals to no one. We want to say, we want to be contrarian. Contrarian meaning, use a title like the one thing your stockbroker doesn't want you to know about investments, or the 3 secrets that your doctor might be keeping from you in terms of your health, right? So we want to sometimes be contrarian. We want to fly in the face of authority or conventional wisdom. We want to use words like new because let's just face it, people care about recency, and that's a very powerful tool in marketing. And if you look at all the greatest films in history, most people just watch the newer, less quality crafted films because newness matters. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Scarcity, never before released for a limited time. Something that little known. You want to really address scarcity and specificity. Now, when I say specificity, I mean you want to use more specific increments in your currency. What I mean by that is, instead of saying lose 90 pounds in 90 days, maybe 84 pounds in 31 days, because what that does is it implies that there's actual process. You're actually an expert. You actually know with a measured outcome what you're doing instead of just generalities. Everyone's seen 100% off 30 days, 20 pounds, 100 new leads, 1,000 visits. But if you say, Neil Patel's an expert at this. If you don't know Neil, he's an SEO authority, started Kiss Metrics and a bunch of other companies, Crazy Egg. And he always says how to generate 981 new leads for $42 ad spend or something, right? So it's very, very specific, and specificity matters. But when you craft the title, the main takeaway is I'd like you to think about the currency, the metric, and the timeline. So if I say the one-page bankruptcy lawyer website cheat sheet, so I have specificity, bankruptcy lawyer website cheat sheet. Now I have a metric and a timeline. How to generate 9 new clients for your law firm for less than an $89 ad spend, or how one bankruptcy lawyer generated 20 new clients in the last 32 days without spending more in advertising. It's going to be very, very effective. And the next step is a dump and categorize. What this means is to grab something like MindMeister, if you're into mind maps, Evernote, literally a physical notepad, remember those, and just write down everything related to the topic, all the information you can get. So if you're going to do a checklist or a cheat sheet, and you don't necessarily have all the knowledge in front of you, it's not required. What's required is that you're resourceful. You don't have to have all the resources, you just have to possess the resourcefulness. So dump and categorize, and then just think about, okay, how does this fit together? Once I have a brain dump of all the content, then I'm going to say, what are the natural steps or categories here, and put it together into a nice checklist or cheat sheet. And finally, you need to add the wow factor when creating your lead magnet. Don't just type into a Word doc with misspellings. And if you're a minimalist, that's fine. All you need is black and white text and background. That's fine. You can do that, but still make it look good with nice margins and images where appropriate. Here's a great example. If you look at what Lead Pages did, I think it was Lead Pages or Lead Bright at the time. Yeah, they were selling Lead Player. Sorry, Clay Collins. A do-it-yourself video studio setup. Now, how long do you think this took them to put together? There's 4 key things here. Notice one of them is their product, which is kind of creative, and you may or may not want to do that, but it's really simple. But if you're a new entrepreneur trying to get into video, you have no idea. There's so much overwhelm with what camera do I get? What microphone do I get? How do I actually make a video on my computer? And then how do I publish it to the web? They're saying, nope, here's a simple 4-part do-it-yourself video studio setup. It's very powerful. My website cheat sheet's another example. And if you think about the way you got into my community, it was probably from a 1-page framework or checklist. So just think about the one problem in your signature system that you can solve now, and then go through the steps we just mentioned, but make it look good so it establishes some kind of credibility and trust with your brand. You don't have to go overboard. You can hire somebody on Fiverr for $5, but take the time to care enough to make it look good. It's my favorite time, which is time for a framework. Let's dig into the frameworks that relate to creating your ultimate lead magnet. I had to throw this one in here from the core training because it's so important. Remember all the steps in the opt-in framework whenever creating a lead magnet that solves one problem, positions you as an expert, is time friendly, so you want to solve a problem within 5 to 10 minutes, incomplete, that it's one part of your greater signature solution and has a clear next step, so you're telling them how to move through your funnel. I created this 2-page framework to help you put together your ultimate lead magnet and hopefully trigger some of the best practices we've been talking about throughout this series. So choose a format that's easy to consume and highly desirable, like a checklist, a cheat sheet, or a template. Step by step, we said outline your content, create proof and format it, and you can simply save it as a PDF. You don't need to get fancy. Just create it as a Word doc or an Evernote file, whatever you want. If you want to make it look better, use Fiverr, which I highly recommend. Then you can upload to somewhere like Lead Pages, ClickFunnels, whatever software you're using to put together your lead magnet. You might be using the Fletcher Method CRM if you're not technically savvy and don't want to be, but whatever you're using, you just upload it and you're good to go into a landing page. And we'll cover more of how this fits in your greater funnel, but this is all about creating a lead magnet that solves one problem. That solves one problem in 5 to 10 minutes that has a specific metric and currency, and more importantly, most importantly, your lead magnet has to be a step from within your signature solution. So what I want you to write down is your 3 main title ideas for your lead magnet, and it's going to get you in the habit of practicing with the currency and the timeline and the metric. So how to get this without that. You see my sample headline, the avatar's new guide. So let's just say the busy mom's guide to eating healthy, or to losing 9 pounds in 22 days without giving up carbohydrates, for example. Okay. You notice I said eating healthy. And what did I do? I checked myself. I said, eating healthy is not specific enough. Losing 9 pounds in 22 days is, right? So list your 3 titles for your lead magnet and then your 3 core promises. So what are you going to help them achieve? And it's always either moving away from something negative or towards something positive. People are more likely to move away from pain than they are to pursue pleasure, unfortunately. But let's just address both ends of the spectrum. So list 3 statements, 10 new ideas, how to write blog posts quickly, even if you hate blogging. The 1 secret that your stockbroker doesn't want you to know about marketing, or the simple 3 steps you can use to start generating your first lead today, right? So what's your lead magnet going to deliver them? And this is a good format to think about for things like landing pages, webinars. What's your big promise? And what are your 3 main sub-promises or bullets that you're going to deliver in terms of content? Your homework for now is to create your ultimate lead magnet using these 4 simple steps that we covered. Choose the format, a killer title, data dump, organize it, format it, make it look good. Next steps. In the last video, I'm going to walk you through my funnel and how I used one example of an ultimate lead magnet to generate leads for pennies on the dollar, to go from $5 or $6 a lead to 88 cents per lead. So stay tuned for that next video and keep on moving forward. Great job. Okay, let's walk through the ultimate lead magnet case study. I want to show you screen by screen the exact funnel I launched using this strategy. It's a before and after, so you can see what I was doing and how I struggled, and then the compelling numbers that resulted from implementing this ULM strategy into my business. Like many coaches, consultants, or business owners of every vertical, I struggled immensely when first getting into advertising, especially with Facebook. If you have a news feed and you log into Facebook for any amount of time, you see the incredible plethora, the overflow of ads saying, learn my simple 3-step system for blah, blah, blah. You see webinar ads everywhere. Well, if you look at those ads, you'll see many of them are new. And I'm going to show you, obviously, in upcoming training how to decipher and reverse engineer competitive ads. But for now, when you look at a Facebook ad, as you see here, you want to see how many likes and shares and comments are on that ad, because if an ad has dozens, hundreds, or thousands of comments and shares, you know it's been running for a long time and making a great profit. Even the most wealthy folks in the world would not run an ad for months and years if it didn't work. But anyway, I was struggling like many coaches. I was just starting out and I said, how do I build this business quickly? So I did what everybody else does. I started advertising my webinar. And you'll see here, I ran a very nice, it has a lot of best practices in place. It has kind of disruptive colors. It has messaging. It's compelling. It worked very well. In fact, it worked better than most webinar campaigns. So I ran this ad for a while. I sent people right to an opt-in page that I created on my site. Very simple, good value proposition, good messaging, good measurable promise and timeline. And I started getting webinar registrations. It worked. I had 30 or 40% of the people show up. So I was paying, about $5 or $6 to get somebody to sign up. And then 30 or 40% of the people showed up. Now we're going to talk in more detail about webinar metrics and the winning webinars training. Don't get caught up on that now. Let's just focus on the difference in the lead magnet strategy in this particular funnel. So when I look at my metrics here, you can see, here's a screenshot of a period, what does it say, February 2015. Got 240 conversions, webinar registrations. You can see paying, $4, $5, sometimes almost $6. That's a standard. If you target quality B2B business owners, it's not about paying the least, it's about getting the greatest ROI. But I was frustrated because when you look at the attrition or the friction in a webinar funnel, when you get 200 people to sign up, only 30% of those people actually show up, and how many of those people see the offer and finally buy, it's a very, very steep drop off. So I said, wait a minute, I had an aha moment. What if there was a better way? What if I don't have to give people the whole kitchen sink up front and say, hey, I've never met you, but do you want to get married? In other words, come to my event, come to my webinar. Right off the bat, they don't know me, they don't like me, they don't trust me, and they've never heard of me. So how can I give them something easy, provide value upfront, results in advance, and scratch their itch, give them a quick win, and then start to build a relationship and then get them to the webinar? That was the aha moment, and that was the birth of the ultimate lead magnet strategy. If you look here at the Fletcher method, you'll see a difference. At the time, in the funnel section, there was a phase there that said authority engine, website. Now I've come to change this signature solution of my own because I don't believe the website is critical. A lot of business owners are probably saying, wait a minute. It's true. I don't think you even need a website. And if you do, it's going to be after you launch everything else here, because you need to drive people through a funnel, through a specific orchestrated process to turn strangers into prospects into customers. And your website is only a place to go and get distracted and have the paradox of choice and overload and just leave. So when it comes to getting new leads, it's not about your website. But at the time, what I wanted to give people, if you see in the middle row there, was an authority engine or website cheat sheet. So I ran this ad. Now it's important to bring up, you have to give your clients something that they think they need, but it has to live in your signature solution. So what I'm offering more recently, what maybe brought you here, might be a template for a webinar or a funnel, one-page funnel template. It has to absolutely live in here. So if I have Facebook as part of my strategy, I might offer a high converting Facebook ad template or a Facebook campaign cheat sheet or something, right? But what I offered at the time was this simple ad, a cheat sheet. Website cheat sheet, get 2, 3, or even 10 times more leads in 1 hour. These are simple things. If you have a basic drag and drop website builder or WordPress, you usually wouldn't even need to hire a designer. These are just common elements you need to reach, engage, and convert more prospects. So it spoke to the fact that most business owners have a website. Most business owners aren't happy with the performance in terms of traffic and leads from their site. So this was immensely effective. I simply advertised a website cheat sheet. They went to a simple opt-in page. Again, you can create this in 1 minute with lead pages, with ClickFunnels, with the Fletcher Method CRM that we have for our members, or any other tool. It's not about the tool. It's about using something that doesn't require technology as a barrier, that you can launch and iterate quickly. So here is the opt-in page, very simple. Convert your existing website from an online brochure to a lead generation. So you have from or to, get 3 times more leads and subscribers, which is a metric, in 1 hour or less, which is a timeline. Then you have the value proposition bullets. They opted in. It got about anywhere between a 35-40% opt-in rate, pretty good for cold traffic, meaning people that didn't know me at all. Then here's the key. I walked them through the cheat sheet. I gave them a mini training right there. Now, what most people do, that's a huge mistake, is you give them a really good lead magnet, something that's in the upper right quadrant here, like a checklist, a cheat sheet, or a template. Then you walk away and they download it and they never come back and they never get to know you. I actually walked them through it. This is a training here you'll see in this course called the Authority Amplifier. I've dedicated a separate course and training to this because it's so important. It's the thank you page after they opt in for whatever they're opting in for. Could be a cheat sheet, an ebook, even a webinar. There's an indoctrination video, but this is the thank you page format we're going to cover in a separate training. But just know that this was a game changer. They opted in for the cheat sheet. I walked them through it and I taught them how to get results right here. So think about it. I'm getting the same level of engagement and relationship building I would if they opted in for a webinar, but I'm doing it for about $1 each. So I'm taking really low cost leads and rapidly amplifying my authority with them by walking them through it, telling them who I am, what I do, why they should care, giving them value, walking them through the quick little, literally 5 to 10 minute lesson, and then showing them that the problem I just solved is one part of the greater signature system. And if they get in this webinar, I'm going to show them the complete blueprint step by step of exactly what they need to do to double their sales in 90 days without tech overwhelm. So that was, you'll see, that message, the currency, the timeline, the metric, they live in your ad, they live in your landing page, they live in your webinar landing page and you're offered. Any marketing message, if you're very specific with a specific currency, metric, and timeline, you can't go wrong. So I offered them something in the upper right and quickly amplified my authority. Very, very powerful to get them to know, like, and trust me and want to go on the webinar. So if you look at the numbers, you can see how powerful this was, that I was paying, again, $5 or so for a webinar sign up. And after I switched to the Ultimate Lead Magnet webinar campaign to have them opt in first for an easy cheat sheet or template, 85 cents. So here you have 3,500 leads at 85 cents each. I'll repeat that. 3,500 leads at 85 cents each. That was the power of using this strategy. Now think about it. Of course, all these people don't go on the webinar, but on average, 35 or 40% do. Even at 30%, multiply this number times 3, right? So you're still paying under $3 to get somebody on the webinar, and you still have a giant truckload of leads to follow up for other offers. Eventually, they're going to go to the webinar. Eventually, they're going to buy your products, other people's products, even JV products. So I look at my mailing list that went from 2,500 to 45,000 qualified business owners for the most part. And I think, well, wait a minute. I'm getting the best of both worlds. I'm building a massive list quickly for free. I'm still getting people onto my webinar for a lower cost. And the people on the webinar know me and like me and trust me at least enough, instead of, more so than a stranger, because I already provided value in advance. I trained them on the Ultimate Lead Magnet. On the Authority Engine. Whatever your lead magnet is, I walk them through it. I give them value, and then I stretch the gap and show them it's only one part of a greater solution that you're going to cover on your webinar, on your sales call, at your next event, whatever the next event in your funnel is. So hopefully you see how powerful that is. Put this to use, create your Ultimate Lead Magnet, and you're going to see that if you do this along with the Authority Amplifier, no matter what steps are in the rest of your funnel, you're going to totally crush your competition when it comes through effectiveness, authority, and more importantly, advertising cost. You're going to get more results at a much lower cost. That's called leverage. So that's the Ultimate Lead Magnet case study. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Keep moving forward, keep implementing. We'll see you in the next training. The Authority Amplifier is a very important part of your funnel, and we pay special attention to this unique part of the Fletcher Method funnel system. The Authority Amplifier is simply the thank you page that your users arrive on after they opt in for your Ultimate Lead Magnet. The reason we pay special attention to the structure and the outline of this Authority Amplifier page is because it's the bridge between your lead magnet and whatever conversion event you're using. That could be a webinar, a video series, a phone call, even a customer coming in person. As we look at the funnel here, you're going to see the Authority Amplifier is the second page of your funnel, regardless of what type of business you have. It's really important to get this right because your audience is highly distracted, and kind of our current digital age, we know what that's like. There's no real connection if you don't quickly build a relationship with them right after they opt in. This is your unique moment to make a first impression, and we want to help you avoid what I call a dead-end funnel, which is they consume your content and never make it any further. This is truly the bridge between your lead magnet and your conversion event. The good news is, as always, there's a simple framework for this, and I'm going to walk you through the Authority Amplifier thank you page outline so you can put it to use right away in your business. Welcome to the Authority Amplifier course. The Authority Amplifier is the thank you page that your audience arrives on after they opt in for your Ultimate Lead Magnet. So this is the thank you page after they opt in. Now, we do this uniquely, and that's why I decided to create a separate course on this, because if done right, the Authority Amplifier page greatly increases, aka amplifies, the authority and importance you have in the minds of your audience. Let's zoom out for a moment and see where the Authority Amplifier lies in your Fletcher Method funnel. Now we're talking about engagement. The goal of the authority amplifier is to take someone who just opted in for your ultimate lead magnet in the attract module, someone who doesn't know you that well, they're not sure if they need to listen to you, they're not sure if they care about the content you're producing, they don't have relevance, they don't have a relationship, and greatly engage them and amplify their authority so we can move them on to your conversion event. Now, depending on what type of business you have, if we look at the funnel here, your conversion event could be a webinar, it could be an evergreen video series, it might even be a sales call, it might be someone coming into your shop or to your event. It doesn't matter. Every funnel, you have to acquire a lead, you have to amplify your authority, and then move them to the next step in your funnel. And that's why the authority amplifier is so important. Let's look at why this matters, why you must have an effective authority amplifier thank you video in virtually every funnel that you launch. The first reason is because we're highly distracted in this modern digital era. You know that you have your computer in front of you, maybe your phone in your hand, maybe your kids in the background, or your coworkers. It doesn't take much to leave and never return, so we have to capture them. The second reason is for most funnels, there's no real connection. Even if you take the time to produce awesome content, a very highly valuable cheat sheet, checklist, or template that solves a problem for your audience, if they download that and it goes in their Dropbox folder, or it takes a long time to consume, they never come back to you, you failed in your funnel because you didn't establish a connection. And guess what? If you don't establish it right away, the chances drop by 99%. So you have to establish that connection right after they opt in. This is why most funnels end in a dead end, because they consume your content, they leave, never return. Now, it's very important to understand that that thank you page is your one chance to capture them and grab them and keep the conversation going and amplify the importance of what you're sharing with them. In this training, I'm going to show you how to generate immediate attention with your audience so they immediately understand and see that what you're sharing is the most important thing. We're going to crank up the volume so they never knew you. If you're sending cold traffic to a lead magnet, they don't know you, they don't like you, they don't trust you. You're going to crank up the relationship, the authority, and the importance right away. So you get the best of both worlds. You can pay less for a lead up front and have way more engagement as they consume your content. And in fact, I've seen up to 10x engagement, meaning 10 times more people going through your funnel if you get this authority amplifier page done right. The authority amplifier thank you page does one thing. It builds a bridge between a lead magnet and a conversion event. It's that glue that holds your funnel together. It's the second most important page in your funnel, second only to your lead magnet. So let's dig into how to put it together and how it works. There are 6 core steps to a perfect authority amplifier page. And just as a refresher from the ultimate lead magnet training, the authority amplifier is simply this. If they opted in for my lead magnet, which in this case might have been a website cheat sheet, they come to a page where I walk them through it, show them exactly how to use it and solve a problem right away, and encourage them to take the next step in the funnel by giving them context. So let's look at the 6 steps or the 6 components of the outline of the authority amplifier. The first thing you have to do is congratulate them. It sounds silly, but when they opt in, they're actually taking action. They're seeking knowledge. They're trying to change their lives or their businesses. So you have to give a positive tone to this and say, hey, great job. Thank you for opting in. I want to say, great job. I'm glad you're seeking more information about X, Y, and Z. The next step is to establish authority. Now, we all want to be humble and modest and let our products or services speak for themselves. But in this case, you have to realize they don't know you that well. And there's a question in their mind. During all of marketing, we have to always be thinking about what is the conversation going on in the prospect's mind, to quote the great Gary Halbert. And in this case, they're consuming your lead magnet. They just came to this page and they're thinking, why should I listen to this guy or gal? Now, without being braggadocious, you simply state your $1 million message that you came up with earlier in the training in a way that establishes authority. So if I'm a personal trainer, I could say, hey, my name is Aaron Fletcher. I've helped thousands of busy executives lose up to 20 pounds in 30 days without giving up carbohydrates. And I'm glad you opted in for this because I want to walk you through X, Y, and Z. Or I help pediatric dentists get 20 to 30 new patients per month without spending more in advertising. I'm a published author and I'm going to show you how to do X, Y, and Z. One sentence, but you have to establish authority and show them why they care that you have the credibility and track record. The third step is to set expectations. You have to realize once again, they have no idea why they're watching this video or if they want to watch the video or how long it is. So you simply say, again, after you've congratulated them, you've introduced yourself with authority. Now you say, in this 8-minute video, I'm going to walk you through the exact steps of X, Y, and Z so you can put this to use right away right now in your life or your business. The next step is to literally walk them through the lead magnet. It sounds counterintuitive. You're giving them a one-page deal. Surely they could figure it out, but you're missing the opportunity to establish a relationship and give them value and really answer the questions that might be going on in their mind so they can put it to use right away. So you literally pull up the lead magnet on your screen or in person if you're on video, if you're on live camera video, and you just walk them through the steps. What is that doing? It's establishing a bond and trust and a relationship with them. It's answering questions that might be going on in their mind. So you walk them through the lead magnet. I know it sounds simple, but it's very powerful. The fifth step is to stretch the gap. This is where you show them context, and it's very important. Remember when I said in a lead magnet training that whatever you offer as a lead magnet has to live inside your signature solution? Well, this is the reason, because you have to show them on the screen or in person, look, we just solved this problem here, problem number one, whatever the ultimate lead magnet covered, but this is only one step in a 3-step program that we have to help you double your sales in 90 days without tech overwhelm, to lose 30 pounds without giving up carbs, right? So you have to stretch the gap. You have to show them that there's a much greater opportunity. You solved a micro problem, but you can solve a major problem in a fixed timeline with a fixed currency. And finally, you show them the clear next step they should be taking to get those results. Depending on what kind of business you have, that could be a webinar, a video series, a sales call, which is a very, very powerful funnel. Hey, get on my calendar for 20 minutes. I'll show you exactly how to put this to use in your business or your life. You could have a seminar coming up, whatever the next step is in your funnel. It's my favorite time, and you know what time it is. It's time for a framework. Just to zoom out one more time, no matter what kind of business or funnel you have, there's a lead magnet, which you gave them for free, and the authority amplifier is that next page in your funnel, the bridge between the lead magnet and whatever conversion event you're going to be using. Here is the authority amplifier framework that you can take with you and get clear on this as you outline your own authority amplifier thank you page video. Now you'll see here a crude representation of your lead magnet on the left and whatever traffic you're driving to that. It could be email traffic, traffic at an event, Facebook, Google, SEO, pay-per-click, it doesn't matter. They're going to opt in for your lead magnet. They're going to land on that authority amplifier thank you page. You're going to congratulate and thank them. Establish authority by stating your $1 million message. Set their expectations, why they're watching this video, why it matters, how long it is. Literally walk them through the lead magnet, stretch the gap, show them where the lead magnet lives in the signature solution, and then a strong next step or call to action to whatever conversion event you're going to use in your business. In terms of tools, I use the iPhone to this day more than not, so don't make excuses about technology or cost of camera equipment or overwhelm. Just use your iPhone. If you like to do screen capture, you can take your slides from Keynote or PowerPoint, use ScreenFlow or Camtasia just to record a quick video, upload it, right, to Wistia or YouTube. You can use Lead Pages or the Fletcher Method CRM or ClickFunnels. All of these tools allow you to create the actual pages in a couple minutes, and you're off to the races. So it's not a tools issue. Just make sure whatever you do, you use the 6 steps and the authority amplifier, you'll be off to the races. Your homework is to create your authority amplifier video. The next steps are, this is exciting. You have your ultimate lead magnet, then you're gonna have your authority amplifier, and it's time to build your conversion event, which could be a video series, getting somebody on the phone, or a webinar. I look forward to this. It's coming together for you. Keep moving forward. Great job. In the Winning Webinar Formula course, I'm going to show you a painless and fast way to quickly build, launch, and scale a webinar in your business so you can implement leveraged selling one-to-many around the clock. As always, we want to zoom out and ensure that we understand where webinars fall in your funnel and marketing plan. So as we look at the Fletcher Method framework here, we see that webinars are in the convert phase of the funnel section, meaning once we've used a highly effective, attractive lead magnet to educate them and solve one of their problems in minutes, then on the authority amplifier thank you page, we engage them. We built a relationship with them. We've given them context and shown them the forest through the trees.
And now one of our conversion events are webinars. That's what we're going to cover in this course. Now, depending on what kind of business you have a different conversion event. You might get on a sales call with somebody, a prospect come into your physical office, you might sell a product online. But if you're selling a product anywhere from $500 to a couple $1,000s, webinars are the cat's meow when it comes to generating conversions around the clock. This is the winning webinar funnel, and it follows my one-page funnel framework, but it's adapted to webinars. So I'm going to go through step by step all the pages you need to set up, how and why, all the email sequences, all the ads. So just hang tight and follow the process step by step. Again, there are done-for-you templates. If you follow the process, you simply can't go wrong. Let's look at why webinars matter, why they're so effective and so challenging, and why they could be very, very important, if not a game changer for your business. Webinars allow us to go from selling to one, where our calendar might be full of unqualified prospects, and we have to fill up all of our time just to speak with them. Even if we have a sales team, it's not the most effective way to scale, to teaching too many, where we can nurture and reach and engage and convert an audience, and they are there on a webinar because they're ready to learn. They understand that attending your webinar is the most important thing they should be doing right now in their life or business. Another reason why webinars matter is because most folks find them extremely technical and time consuming. There's a good reason why a lot of business owners don't have webinars set up, and it's because they don't know how to do it. There's a ton of slides. They feel like it's overwhelming. They don't have a framework or an outline, and it sounds like a big undertaking to build a webinar. So I'm going to show you how to go from technical and time consuming to simple steps. Literally, I cannot underscore enough that I'm going to give you a template for your webinar. I'm going to literally show you what to say on every slide and why. I'm going to show you how to find the right messaging and title for your webinar, how to set up ads and emails. So just go through the training once again and you will land the plane and have a highly effective, high converting webinar in place in no time. Most webinars are totally boring. Let's face it. They're full of a couple things. Have you ever seen a webinar full of bullet points? Yes. White backgrounds and boring text. And sales pitches. They'll educate you for 5 minutes and sell you for 55 minutes. That's not what we're going to do here. We're going to go from totally boring to completely breathtaking. We're not only the message, but the graphics, the image, the tone, the pace, the content is going to captivate your audience. If you're talented and you have expertise and you believe in what you're selling, it's incumbent upon you to sell that with passion, to show them the path, to finally eliminate the confusion and overwhelm of your customers and give them a clear path from point A to point B, and then simply say, hey, if you want more help from me, if you liked what you've learned right now and you want to go deep and let me help you get this done, then you can work with me. So it takes away all the stress and all the pressure of selling. The bottom line is webinars can take you from making small change where you're selling one-to-one to life-changing, like webinars have been for me and many of my students, where you know with predictability that you know your numbers, you know what you can pay to get somebody to register for a webinar, you know how many people will show up, and you know roughly with certainty how many people will convert. And once you've done a couple webinars, it's amazing that you can say, hey, I know I'll spend $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7 on Facebook ads to get somebody to register because I know 30 or 40% will show up, and I know how many will actually pay up and sign up. Once you know those numbers, you can scale limitlessly. You can spend as much as you want on advertising, and that's why webinars can be life-changing if you follow this formula. I like to think about webinars and other conversion events as an automated army of sales reps. That's what the internet and digital marketing allows us to do. It allows us to leverage our expertise. So if I'm sleeping, I'm hanging out with my family, I'm building content, I'm coaching my clients, people can be going through my content and consuming webinars, both live and automated, and understanding my message. People around the world that need my products or services, and the same is true for you. Let's dig into the 5 core steps required to build a winning webinar. The first step is a plan in advance. I know. If you're like me, you're really excited about building your webinar and starting to do advertising. But Sun Tzu once said, if you know your enemy, you will win half your battles. If you know yourself, you will win half your battles. But if you know both, you'll win 100%. Now, your prospects and target audience are obviously not your enemy, but they're distracted, they're confused, and there's a great chance that they sign up for webinars all the time, and yours has to stand out quickly and educate them and deliver the promise so they take the next step and work with you. So we have a planner so you can fill out a form and just understand what your audience needs to think and feel and do before you even put together your webinar. Step 2 is to craft your pitch. I'm going to show you exactly how to set up slide by slide every single piece of your webinar, not only with a framework, but a template. I'm literally going to give you a slide template so you can craft your pitch using my proven format and framework.
So once you've done the recon and you know exactly why your customer should show up and what they should think and do, and you've crafted your pitch and you've put together the webinar itself, then you need to frame the funnel. You need to zoom out and say, okay, what steps do people need to go through from first opting in or signing up from a webinar via email to actually showing up and being excited and staying on board? And then how do you close out? How do you nurture people and show them that you have social proof and they should know you and like you and trust you, and actually ultimately sign up for your products and programs? So we're going to look at the whole webinar funnel, including the messages, the email, and the ads. I'm going to show you, no joke, what to put in every email before, during, and after the webinar, and every ad so you can retarget people. People who sign up but don't show up but don't pay up. You're going to have a specific formula and even swipe files and templates to get that done in your business so you can deliver the message quickly. And the fifth step is to measure and scale. This is what it's all about. Think about this. You just have to get proof of concept in place. You have to prove what you can pay for people to sign up, what percentage will show up, and ultimately pay up. So once you know those numbers, you can reverse engineer a limitless ad budget by measuring and scaling, and that's how you create a winning webinar. As always, this course will have time for many frameworks because I'm going to show you everything you need to know about webinars. There's a framework, as I said, to plan in advance, then to craft your pitch, to lay out slide by slide every single step of your webinar so you know exactly what to say and do in every slide. And I'm even going to give you a slide template for the webinar itself in Keynote and PowerPoint format. All you have to do is add the images, the branding, and the speaker's notes, and you're good to go. There's a complete funnel framework, so you're going to know the exact pages, ads, and emails to set up, how long the steps should be in between webinars, how to get more people to actually show up, and everything in between. I'm going to show you how to lay out, using my proprietary 5P email framework, exactly what to say in every email leading up to, during, and after the webinar, and the ads using my retargeting roadmap training. So it's pretty much everything you need to do, including scaling. How you're going to measure every step of your funnel so you know what the value is. You know, if you get $1,000 per sale, then what is the average value per attendee and registrant? All we have to do is pay less than the value and we're good to go, right? So what is your homework? All you need to do is follow the step-by-step training, dig into the winning webinar framework training. I really want to see you be successful. That's the winning webinar formula. Enjoy the training. Okay, welcome back to the winning webinar formula. This module is all about planning in advance. It's like having a crystal ball into your future. Imagine when you go and sit down to do your webinar to actually deliver the content, if you know exactly why customers don't buy, what friction they have, what they need to believe about themselves and you and your product in advance, then you're going to resist all that buying friction and be way more likely to close a higher percentage of your attendees in the webinar. So this is about doing your recon up front. I have to give a huge hat tip to one of my mentors and friends now, Frank Kern. I went through his Ultimate Webinar Blueprint course. I was pretty new at webinars. Actually, I had never done a webinar at the time. This is obviously a few years ago. And I had an agency, a done-for-you agency serving the legal niche. And I literally just followed his course and delivered a webinar and put that into an evergreen webinar on Facebook and built a 7-figure business around it. And one of the biggest takeaways was what he called his recon, the research he did before the webinar. So I'm going to cover my version here. I've since learned a lot and added it and changed it and taken a ton of other courses and obviously generated a lot of revenue from webinars. So I think you're really going to like this. So let's dig right into the pre-webinar planning framework. So let's look here at the pre-webinar planner framework. It's very simple, but it's really powerful as well. We want to ensure that you have a crystal clear understanding of your audience's goals, frustrations, objections, and mindset. In other words, to echo the late and great Gary Halbert, I have one of his books right in front of me right now, you need to enter the conversation that's already happening in your prospect's mind. What resistance comes up in their mind? Why don't they buy? What might they misunderstand about you or the product or their ability to actually use what you're going to teach them and get things done? So this framework's going to help you do that. The first thing we want to lay out is just simply the title. You want to have a metric and a timeline. What I mean by that is, if you look at 8-minute abs and you look at a lot of the most famous products, like 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, if we can put a metric and or ideally a timeline in the title, then there's no question about the promise and what it delivers. Does that make sense? So when you're putting together your signature solution, I often say, can you make it relevant to the avatar? Can you have the metric and timeline in the title? So instead of saying, the business breakthrough, if you can say the law firm lead generation blueprint, how to generate 10 leads in 30 days without spending money in advertising, right?
or the carb-free diet, how to lose 20 pounds of stubborn fat in the next, two months without giving up carbs or foods you love. Now, if the title can have the metric and timeline built in, you're way down the path before they even show up or sign up for the webinar. They're saying, hey, I know it applies to me. I know what I can learn from it. Let's sign up, right? And let's actually show up. The product description and pricing, the reason I put the price here as guidelines is because a lot of people make the mistake of doing a webinar and charging, $299 for their product, or on the other side, $5,000. Now let me speak to both of those ends of the spectrum. On the low end of the spectrum, the economics just don't work out. Think about if you pay, and we're going to talk later in this course about actually the metrics required, how to track and scale your webinar, so don't worry about that now. But just know from tons of experience from myself and virtually all the other kind of people that are running webinars successfully, that if you run a $200 or $300 product, the economics won't work, because if you're going to spend $3, $5, $6 to get someone to register, and these days 20, 30, 40% of them actually show up, how many people see the offer, and if you get a 5, 10, 20% conversion rate, the numbers won't work out if you're running a webinar to cold traffic. Even if you have a big list, the way you're going to scale your business is running a webinar to new people. So just make sure you're in this price range. The reason why I cap it at $2,000 in the high end, unless you're very, very advanced, I believe you have to talk to a customer to sell something for more than $2,000. It only makes sense because that's really the price point where you're going to have to be one heck of a salesperson for someone to opt in for a live or evergreen webinar and spend $10,000. So if you have an agency or done-for-you service, if you're a coach, this is where you'd use the webinar to drive somebody to a sales call, a quick strategy call. We call that a fast-track strategy session, to actually talk to a human being, come into your office or get on the phone with a sales rep. So this is the bandwidth for webinar pricing. Take it or leave it. I think it's going to help you really start off on the right foot. And then in these two basic columns, I have the top friction. What are the things that might cause people not to buy? And what's your solution going to be in advance? So you can kind of think about this and bake this into your content and your delivery and your pitch. The first is frustrations and goals. If you go back and do all of your avatar frameworks, if you go and look at those, you have to have a currency that matters. We use a currency calculator to say, look, there's a lot of things your audience wants to improve about their lives or their business, but what's the main one you're going to cover on this webinar? Is it leads? Is it pay, compensation, profitability? What is the one currency that the title of your webinar and the content should address? And what are their frustrations? What are you going to move them away from? The next question is, how can you quantify the return on investment for them specifically? So you need real case studies and results. This eliminates risk in the mind of your audience. You got to show them, not just tell them. So if you don't have the results of yourself that you can actually demonstrate for them, or those are your clients, you might want to just go work with one client for free or go get some results yourself. So no marketing works if you're not good at what you do and you've never done it before. The power of webinars should not be used to convince people to get an outcome or a byproduct that you've never actually seen before. It's not a good idea. The next is, what do they need to believe about you? That's a weird question, but there's a lot of webinars. And one thing about internet marketing that's different than face-to-face interaction is they don't know you. They just see an ad, they opt in, they hear your voice for a bit, and you're going to try to rapidly take them from, seeing you as a stranger with skepticism, with their kind of buying filters on, to someone that's going to spend, what do we say, $500 to $2,000. So they have to know that you're trusted, knowledgeable, and you have a specific plan. That's why the Fletcher method is so different, and hopefully for you more effective than all the other stuff out there, because we go step by step. We say, who's your target audience? You come up with a signature solution that gets them a measurable result with a currency, and you're going to show them that plan. In your webinar, you're going to show them the path from point A to point B, not just tell them. Really important. The next question is, what do they need to believe about the product? This is important. They have to understand that they can actually get results. If I look at a training, for the world-class CrossFit athletes or downhill skiers, I can say, yeah, that looks really cool. What a great training program. Can I actually do that at my age, with my flexibility, with my health, with my limited time, with my poor mindset, lazy attitude? Probably not. So it has to actually be clear, proven, easy to follow, and different. Clear because you're going to show them exactly step by step what to do in the webinar. And then when they work with you, you're going to help them get the how. Big distinction. Proven because you have results, easy to follow because you're saying, look, it's literally step by step, fill in the blanks, done for you templates.
all you have to do is show up. You have to do the work, but it's easy to follow as long as you stay on track and different. There's so many competitors out there now. Anybody can make a nice looking website or put together a webinar. You have to show them why this is different. What do they need to believe about themselves? That they can actually get results and they're motivated now. This is the time. Now this is the number one thing they should actually be doing in their lives or their business. But they have to believe that they can do it. So you're not only going to empower them with a clear step-by-step strategy, you have to motivate them as well. And lastly, what are their top objections? Bottom line, why don't they buy? If you go ask your last 10 customers, if you have them, or customers of your competitors, or even do a survey to find out how to design your new product if you have one, why don't they buy other products? Why aren't they buying your product? It's usually they don't see the value. Let's just be honest. Either they don't have the money because you're targeting the wrong people and they're far from qualified, or they don't really think you have a clear plan and you didn't sell it well enough. Let's be very, very honest. If you follow this step-by-step program, I'm going to give you the highest likelihood of selling because you're going to know what to put on every slide of your webinar, how to deliver it. But at the end of the day, you are convincing somebody to buy something. I'm going to take away all the stress and awkwardness and ugliness of selling because it's just going to be like, hey, here's exactly what you need to do. And if you want me to help you get there, here's how I can help. But they still have to, through the course of your webinar, be compelled and convinced. And you have to overcome their objections. So you need to think about, why didn't your last customers buy? Here's a really powerful exercise I've been doing recently. And a lot of people do it in their funnels. Think about this. After you present somebody with an offer, whether it's on a webinar or a sales call or any other format, why not put a point in your funnel, maybe after 10 days, for all the people that don't buy, and say, hey, just fill this out. I'll give you a free gift certificate for Starbucks, a free XYZ. Or just, I appreciate your time. If you can give us some feedback because you're the type of customer we want, why didn't you sign up right now? And I did that. I have hundreds of responses from the last webinar I did, and they would say things, like, I was surprised. I didn't think it applied to local businesses. I thought it was just like this other program. Even I had technical issues. I couldn't hear the webinar. So if every time you do any kind of marketing, if you get feedback and you could reiterate and improve the process on the front end, now you're cooking with gas. All the money you spend on leads, you should milk for every ounce of value. And if you take all the people that don't buy, those are great folks to say, hey, why didn't you buy? You're going to realize you're targeting the wrong people. You're not convincing people. There's a main distinction you put forth in your webinar or any other reason. So one of the most powerful things you should do is ask your current clients if you have them, or put a mechanism in your funnel to find out why people aren't buying. So that is the pre-webinar planner. It's very important. Don't skip this step. Fill it out before you do your webinar. The next steps you're really going to dig, I believe. We're going to break down step by step the exact template for your webinar. I'm even going to give you a slide template that you can use and fill in the blanks. Then we're going to get into the funnel and the copy and the ads and the metrics and everything in between. Now, just go ahead and fill out the pre-webinar worksheet and we'll see you in the next training. Welcome back to the winning webinar formula. This module is called Craft Your Pitch, and it's a very important and hopefully cool one because I'm going to show you the anatomy of a perfect webinar. I'm going to show you slide by slide how you can build a high converting, AKA winning webinar in no time flat. So let's go through the winning webinar template, the slide by slide framework for a high converting webinar. Here you can see my winning webinar template. It's the ultimate framework for an extremely engaging and effective webinar. Literally, if you follow this format, you can expect conversion rates of 10 to 30% for live webinars. For automated webinars, they're a little bit lower than that typically. We'll cover that in forthcoming training. But these are the 6 main phases to captivate, educate, and motivate your audience to take action. Each bullet can represent a slide in your webinar. So as I go through this, think of each of these as a slide. And in the next training, I'm literally going to give you those slides in a template so you can just add images and customize it to your branding. How cool is that? So the first thing you'll notice is there are 6 components of a winning webinar, and they're broken into time slots. It's really important that we spend most of our time actually teaching people, actually showing them how to get results and helping them. But we also have to frame the whole conversation so they have context. And we have to actually go from showing them what to do to showing them how to do it, how they can get results, how we can help them, or else they're not going to buy anything. No matter how good you teach them, you actually have to show them how you can help them get results. A lot of people make the mistake of teaching on one topic, going too deep and showing how in a webinar. And the problem is it doesn't give them context. So the reason we have a signature solution in the Fletcher method is so we can give them context. We can say, here's the 3 main steps you need to take and what you need to do. And then when we make an offer to them, it's very comfortable. We just say, and here's how I can help you if you want. Okay, let's start with the frame section. In just 5 minutes, we're going to grab their attention, show them a specific promise with a currency with a metric and a timeline, why they should trust you, why this is different, in other words, why they should care, and why it's relevant to them, like they have come to the right place, period. The first step, we're going to show them a promise of a measurable outcome. Exactly what they're going to learn during this brief 50-minute period, 50 or 60-minute period, right? Then we're going to show them why this is different. We're going to disrupt conventional thinking. Right away, we have to say, look, you've probably been to 1,000,001 webinars that cover this topic. This is way different for this reason. Then we're going to answer right away the thought in their head. Remember, why do people leave webinars? They're distracted. They have their finger on the back button. They're thinking all the time, is this for me? Is this for me? You want to say, look, if you are this is for you, period. Call them out. This is who it's for, who it's not for. The 3 main problems or the core struggles your avatar is facing with the currency or solution you provide. If you're like most bankruptcy attorneys, you're struggling with this, this, and this when it comes to generating clients, right? Then you're going to talk about, well, guess what? Myself or my client actually struggle with the same exact thing. I was just like you, and I discovered something that's counterintuitive, a different way to look at it, a breakthrough simple strategy where I got these results. So I made a discovery. I'm going to share that with you. It's that simple. Then you ask for their biggest frustration. You want to have interactivity baked in your webinar. You want to say, but just tell me so I can make sure this is for you. What's your biggest struggle right now? Get interaction early in the webinar, and most importantly, have a stay or stick strategy. Offer them something for staying until the end so they stay honest and don't leave. Then in the teach module, this is where we want to spend most of our time. We want to show them what to do, but not how. This is very important. A lot of people that have come to the Fletcher method have done webinars in the past, said, hey, I did an hour and a half webinar on how to do this. And I showed them everything they need to do. Why aren't they buying? Because instead of giving them context and showing them the 3 steps they need to follow to get to the promised land, to get to the outcome that they want with you, you went too deep on one step, so they don't have any context. They don't know that there's actually a path. And they say, oh, cool, thanks. You just taught me something. I'll see you later, never to return. So in the teach section, this is where we spend most of our time. There's 3 core sections in the teach section. So you're going to do the following 3x, 3 times. So here are the teach bullets. Number 1, promise a measurable outcome. This is different than the promise for your webinar. Your whole webinar has a promise. I'm going to take you from here to here. How to generate 100 leads in the next 90 days without spending money on ads. Well, there's 3 steps to do that. Each one of those steps has a promise. It's important to point out that you should have a signature solution in place right now. Your kind of trademark framework for taking your clients from point A to point B. Guess what? Each one of those 3 steps in your signature solution is one of these 3 steps in your webinar. How cool is that? You're going to cover the what during your webinar. Look, foundation funnel, floodgates, mindset, opportunity, reinforcement. Whatever your 3 steps are, this is what you're going to cover. I promise I'm going to show you how to do this to that. How to get from A to B. 3 main obstacles they face with that piece of content. Look, when it comes to generating a lead magnet, for example, say this is one of my steps. Most people struggle because they're boring, they take a long time to create, and they don't advance the sale. I actually have a metaphor where you can turn this into an automated army of leads around the clock. So the transformation, you're going to show them a framework or an image. Don't just tell them. When you teach people, give them context. Show them in your signature solution where you are and how this works. Create a framework or show them how to do it. Now, if you haven't gone through the Content Crusher training here in the Fletcher method, that's going to help you. Don't worry about that right now. It's going to show you once it's time to create these slides and the content itself, how to create world-class IP out of your ideas. So the Content Crusher is a good supplement to this. It'll really help you. Anyway, then after that, give them the steps. So here's the big picture. The model gives them kind of context. The steps break down what they need to do to get results. Then we want to show proof, real results. Here's a screenshot of my Facebook ads. Here's me on the scale weighing way less. Here's one of my clients who sold their house in 2 days, whatever, right? Real proof or it doesn't matter. And then a decision. This sounds silly, but it's really powerful. You make them understand that, hey, the way they're doing it now is not working. Make them commit, a micro commitment to saying, do you want to do it the old way with a lot of frustration and overwhelm and not getting results and spinning your wheels, or this new way?
you're making them kind of conditionally close throughout the whole webinar. Yeah, I want to do this. Yes, that makes more sense. So they're already committing during the webinar. Then you want to ask, what's your biggest takeaway? Interactivity, once again, really powerful, right? Then in the third section, we shift from teaching to selling in a very comfortable way. We just make a natural transition and saying, hey, I just showed you what to do. So again, let me just back up a little bit and say in the teaching module, there are 3 sections. That's why it says 3X. So I go through 3 main steps, your signature solution, what. You know, I showed you exactly what you need to do to get results, but maybe if you're not that advanced and you want to know how, if you want to get more help from me, let me just show you, if you're interested, how I can help you get results. It's a very comfortable way to transition from teaching to selling. Hopefully that makes sense. It's really cool. It's not pressure or sleazy selling. Look, I showed you what to do. If you want to learn how I can help you get there, let me show you. So the first thing we want to do is review the 3 main problems, you know, from and to. So look, in this webinar, I showed you how. I showed you how to get from here to here, how to go from here to here, here to here. Again, if it's a Fletcher method, I would say I showed you the foundation, how to go from bland to specific in your marketing, how to go from a leaky bucket to an airtight container with your funnel, and how to go from a slot machine to an ATM in your traffic. Now I want to show you how I can help you get those results. So the question you want to ask them is, you might be asking yourself, well, that sounds great, but how can you actually get this done? How can you get 20 new clients in the next 90 days? You just ask them the question, well, how are you going to get these results in your life and your business? You have 2 options, do it yourself, or they can have your help. That's it. So you're going to deliver your solution or program. You say, I have a program. I can show you how it works right now. It's very simple. It's geared to do one thing, help you generate X and Y amount of time, period. Let me show you how it works. So you want to talk about who it's not for. The reason we do this is because you want to filter your clients out. You don't want to sit here and say, everybody can sign up. It's for people that are lazy, people that cancel early, people that aren't motivated, people that aren't knowledgeable enough. You want to say, look, I have a program. It's not for everyone. It works for, let's just say, consultants who already have 10K and a good reputation, 10K in revenue, good reputation. This works for athletes who are already on a college team. You want to think about your ideal client, and it's really going to make it more resonant to them, and you want to repel the people that aren't a good fit. So you want to literally ask, hey, if it's cool with you, I'd like to show those of you that are interested how I can help. If you're not interested, you can leave the webinar or the session right now. I'm going to spend a few minutes walking you through this program so I can show you how I can help you. It's a very comfortable way to transition. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense. Now it's time to sell. Now I say here, you need to sell your product. Don't shy away from this simple truth. If you're passionate about the results, it's your role to motivate them to make a change. Think about this for a minute. It sounds silly, but what if you had a whole cup full of water that was from the fountain of youth that anybody could drink and stay young forever or cure any disease? How passionate would you be about getting your family to drink that? So if you have an amazing product that you've put your passion and life's work into, and you're really stoked about how transformative it can be in the lives of your clients, it's your job to convince them. I hate to tell you, but it's a good thing to celebrate that you can really help them change their lives. You really want to be passionate, and your passion is going to come through in the webinar. So you're going to literally give them a product tour and walk them through what the features are you've put together and why it matters for them. Now, here's how I want you to do that. As you show them whatever it is, a membership site, a consulting program, a package, a product, you're going to say, here's what it does, but more importantly, why it matters to you. And the way I like to teach that is just to ensure that you can answer the question so you can. It has 4 wheels so you can roll down the road without falling into a ditch. It has an extra, micro-dense foam cushion so you can work for 9 hours without any back pain. It has, we help you go through step-by-step coaching and mentoring at a fraction of the cost so you can stay on track and get the results you're looking for without X, right? So you can is the big indicator that you're doing this right, that you're not just doing features, but not only benefits, but the transformation, why it matters to them. Then we want to do what's called a value stack. It's simple. You want to list the real value, not the BS internet marketing value. You're not going to say this is worth $10,500,000. You want to say, look, I've put together a program, so if you're passionate, the price won't be an issue. Normally, if I just did one-on-one coaching or consulting, it'd be this much. Normally, if I just sold these products separately, it'd be this. But you're bundling things together, showing the real value. So in one slide, and when I show you the next training, the actual slide template, I actually go through slide by slide and kind of an itemized list. Look, it's $10,500 in value. I'm selling it today for $1,500 so anyone who's passionate can get results. You have to tell them why, right? So you stack the value. The normal price, here's the normal price that's on my website. You should have the normal prices published. You should give a special to people on the webinar. It's very important, and not a 10 or 20% special. A lot of people say, on the webinar, you can get 10% off. No one cares about that. You have to have the normal prices that probably no one buys on your website unless they just come to you from organic traffic. And you want to reward the people that took time to attend and spend an hour with you. They're more educated. They're more likely to stick. They're more likely to get results. They're more likely to be great customers. So give them a webinar-only price. Have price juxtaposition. Show them the price on your website and say, on the webinar right now, it's going to be 30 to 50% off that. A significant discount, not a small discount. And give them a bonus to buy now, not fake scarcity. People will resent that, and you'll resent that in yourself. Don't say, for the first 10 people, if there's not really a limited availability, don't do that. But give a bonus. Say, for the first 10 people that sign up today on the webinar, I'm also going to give you a one-on-one call. I'm going to give you this bonus training. I'm going to give you an extra month. So use urgency, not fake scarcity, right? We want to have a call to action that appeals to their logic with an ROI analysis. In other words, we want to say, this is why you should buy this. This is why, if you're the perfect client for this, it should make sense. Think about the ROI. What would it take for you to get 10 times ROI? My rule when I offer any product is I expect them to get 10 to 100 times ROI. It doesn't take much. If you charge them $500 or $1,000, and over the course of not only a month or a year or a lifetime, are they going to get one more client, 10 more clients over their lifetime using what you have to offer? But break it down. So really reverse engineer. It removes the risk to say, what's the worst case scenario? You get one new client over the next year and this pays for itself. Then I do a guarantee with strong risk reversal. It's really important to stand behind your product and say, look, if you think this is a good fit for you, try it out for 30 days, have all the content, all the coaching, everything I offer, the product, whatever you offer, obviously, and say, look, if you're not happy, just click one button and say you want a full refund, no questions asked. The risk is on me. I want you to get results, and I'm not going to have risk be an issue. I'll take all the risk. Then I do another call to action where I future pace, and I talk about what's going to happen if they don't act. And it's really important. This is really, really psychologically significant because you want to say, look, when you came here, you're struggling with X, Y, and Z. If you don't sign up for this, obviously, if you think it's a good fit and you can get results, if now is not the time, realistically, where will you be in 90 days or a year? And if this isn't the good program for you, I'm not going to force you to buy it. Great. But if you think it's the right program, why not now? Why not you? Why not now? Take advantage now, or else think about what are you going to do differently that you weren't doing before the webinar that's going to get you a different result in the future, right? You want to appeal to the actual measurable result where they're going to be in a future pace format. In the show section, this is really cool. We welcome aboard new clients with a bang. This is kind of like a dog and pony. This is where we celebrate the people that are coming on board, and we also create a little bit of fear of loss for people that don't come on board. If this is psychological NLP and it's not comfortable for you, that's fine, but I think it's really significant if you're proud of your products or programs to say, look, here's what's going to happen in 5 minutes after you sign up. We're going to onboard new clients with a bang, show them the awesomeness that awaits, and those on the fence, why they shouldn't miss out. I've put together a program that should be a no-brainer. If you're a right fit for this, it should be a no-brainer. So I'm going to show them exactly what happens. Look, as soon as you sign up, you're going to get instant access to live coaching webinars, all this training, a bonus. We're going to ship something to your house. Whatever happens with your products, obviously, you're going to congratulate individuals by name. This was a big transformation for me to say, welcome Sally, Sarah, Julie, Jessica, Bill. Why are you signing up? I'm glad to have you. Tell me why you signed up. You could even unmute people in the webinar. A guy, Brett Gregory, a friend of mine here, does that. It's pretty cool. Says, hey, Julie, you just signed up. Tell me what's your business and what made you sign up today. And you're kind of making it real and human. These are real people. These aren't robots. They're trusting you with their time and their money. You want to really build a relationship with them and show others that this is the real deal. You do a tour of the product or the process. So show them exactly what's going to happen. Let them see inside. If you like what you have, show them if you have a done for you service, show them exactly how it works, what they're going to get access to, client results, testimonials, resell the value. People are still in the webinar that haven't bought because they're on the fence. And you want to just resell how clear and simple your product or program is. You want to show them that it's not going to take a long time. Show them their first win. Say, look, My goal for you within the first 24 hours is to have your lead magnet outlined. In the first, 2 weeks, you should already be off the couch and starting to walk around the block or running a 5K, right? Show them that little incremental win is right around the corner if they sign up. Think about martial arts. They give people a little stripe on their white belt in like 2 weeks. If they had to wait 10 years for a black belt, nobody would ever go to karate class. You have to have those little baby steps. Show them the first win is just around the corner. Reiterate proof. Here in my community and in my product, here's my portfolio. These are some of the examples of real people who signed up just like you. 6 months ago, this gal signed up. Here's what she is now. Cool, right? Now we're going to ask. This is often where you're going to get the most sales. Restate the top objections as questions. So remember back in the pre-webinar kind of recon framework or template when you thought about what they need to think about themselves, the product, and me, and what objections do they have. So if someone's objections would be this doesn't work for local businesses, or how does this take too much time, those are the questions I want to reframe. So when someone asks me, how long does this take? You want to say, a lot of people often ask, does this take a lot of my time? But we have Jimmy here who launched their X, Y, and Z in just 2 weeks, right? So you want to really orchestrate the Q&A into overcoming objections. Now, here's the deal. I want to start with objections that are relevant to them and achievable. I want to reiterate that this is for them and they can actually get results. Those that are on the fence, I want to use this time to address their main concerns. I want to restate the offer and that there's no risk on them. I want to just restate, maybe I'm going to have the slide up here with the offer or the call to action and the urgency. Remember, if you're one of the first 10 people, you get the bonus, right? I want to remind them of the alternatives. If you think if I'm the right solution for you and you think this is the right program, then the alternative is to follow this program or do what you've been doing before, and you're going to get the results you've always received before, you've experienced before. So challenge them. Be a leader, be the authority. Challenge them to make a change. Call them to the mat. Say, just tell me why, right? So the whole webinar should be 50 to 60 minutes. If you look here, the breakdown's about 60 minutes. And the first couple of webinars, when you practice this, you're literally going to time yourself. It sounds silly, but time 5 minutes to frame, 30 minutes to teach. So that's 3 blocks of 10 minutes. Each one of those blocks is a step in your signature solution. Make sure in 5 minutes with a lot of energy, you shift from teaching to selling. You pitch them for 10 minutes, not overkill. Don't have a pitch fest webinar. Just cover who it's for, why it matters, how it works, what the price is, that there's no risk. And the only risk for them is not taking action and being where they've always been. Show them, not just tell them, show them inside, wow them with what you're proud of, the results, the product itself, and then ask questions. Now, sometimes I'll stay on for 30 minutes after the webinar. There's no harm in asking questions. Most people that ask questions are the most engaged and they're going to buy. So I'll talk to you later. I'll talk with you later in this course about if you have an automated webinar, how you can have someone in your team or a VA even look for the most engaged people and answer their questions even during an automated webinar or after the webinar. They can engage all the people that are asking questions. It's really cool to have a two-way street here in a conversation. Sometimes what Frank Kern taught me was you can run a video of the webinar, then show up live at the end to answer questions. Really powerful. Okay, so the next step is that I'm really excited about. First of all, download this framework if you haven't already. Take a look at it. Really start to map out your webinar because in the next training, I'm going to walk you through slide by slide a template I have for you in both Keynote for Mac or PowerPoint for PC. So you can literally just change the images, messages, and branding and have a webinar in no time. Enjoy. Welcome back to the Winning Webinar Formula. In this section, we're still talking about crafting your pitch. So in the last training, we looked at the Winning Webinar template, the 6 core elements of every winning high converting webinar. And now I'm going to walk you through a slide by slide swipe file or template that you can use. I literally want you to use this so you can build your webinar in no time flat. Okay, so here I have the template open. You have access to this in Keynote if you're a Mac user, or in PowerPoint if you're one of the unfortunate PC folks. Just kidding. So here's the template. Let me walk you through it. I'm not going to go into detail because we did that in the last training. I just want you to make sure you understand exactly how to use this to build your webinar quickly. So we're going to frame. The first section we said was frame. Why should they stay? Why should they care? Why does this matter? We're going to promise them a measurable result with a currency and a timeline. Show them why it's different, why it's relevant to them,
we're going to address the three main problems the avatar has with whatever currency you're talking about. So if you're in the lead generation business, what are the three main problems that bankruptcy attorneys have with generating leads online? You're going to name them so they know what's relevant to them and their actual problems that came from your avatar homework, your story, where you started or one of your clients started and the struggle you had, what you discovered and why this is different, unique, and easy. Ask them their biggest frustration and then have a strategy for them to stay or stick. And then we go into the teach modules. Now there's three of these. So if your signature solution has three main steps, which it should, you're going to teach them what to do, the 3 steps they should be taking, not how. That would take hours or days because that's what your services, your programs, your products do, is show them every detail how to get there. This is about what? So we have a title for the first step. Now we talk about the main frustrations people have, your avatar has, with that first step. So if my first step is the foundation, most business owners struggle with finding the right customer, nailing down their message, and having an offer that makes sense. And I'm going to take you from struggling to thriving in this training, right? I'm going to show you how to get from A to point B. There's always a transformation. Then I talk about the model, a visual representation of how it works, the steps they should take. You tell them what they should do, not how, because again, that would take too long. Proof, real results, a decision. Do you want to do it the way you're doing it now and struggling, or with this new process? Get them to commit. Interaction, right? Ask them, does this make sense? Are you on board? Can you see how this applies to your life or your business, period, right? So there's three of those. I want to emphasize, let me go back here. In these teach sections, these modules, there are going to be three of those. So you just repeat these. You could literally copy and paste this. I just didn't want to make the template unruly and huge for no reason. Then we talk about a shift from teaching to selling, from what to how. We cover the three main shifts we taught them about, from point A to point B, for the 3 levels of your signature system. We talked about how to go from here to here, here to here, and here to here. Then we talk about how are you going to get these results in your life or your business. Well, there's 2 options: the slow, hard, technical, frustrating, or quick, easy, simple, rewarding. And I'm going to show you how I can help you get results if you'd like. I exposed what to do. Now I'm going to show you how. This is only for X, Y, and Z, not A, B, or C. Let me show you how. Does that sound good? They say yes. Then I sell. It's a real word. Don't be afraid. If you love what you do, if you're passionate, let's convince them. Show them a tour of what they get. This is not the inside behind the scenes tour that we're going to cover in the next section. This is just, here's exactly what I put together and why it solves all your needs, why it's a solution for your needs. Stack the value. What is the real value itemized of everything you offer? What would that normal price be? And what's the normal price on your site or in your normal pricing? What's the webinar only price? What reward can you give them of 30 to 50% off for taking advantage today? And why should they take advantage now? Not with false scarcity, but with a discount or a bonus. The first 10 people get this extra value. Sell with value, not by removing price, okay? Call to action, logic. Now, appeal to the logic. So this is the analytics, this is the numbers, this is the metrics. Guarantee, take away risk. And then future pace. This is more of an emotional call to action. Where are you going to be if you don't do this? Now, if you don't think this is right for you, that's fine. But if you believe this is the right system, then picture yourself 90 days from now, what it would feel like to have these results. Now I show them. Now I kind of celebrate who's coming on board, what's next, and what they're going to miss if they don't take advantage. I welcome new folks, congratulate them, actually show them inside the product. Now, it might have been confusing because I have the word tour twice. Just to be clear, this is where you literally show them. If you have something like a membership site, a product, or something physical to show them, that's fine. If you have a done-for-you service, an intangible, where there is no user interface, it's not software or membership site, then you talk about the results and the process. You reiterate your signature solution and show them exactly what's going to happen, right? You resell the value. You just recap the offer. So again, you're getting this, this, and this. It's normally this price. Right now it's this price. Do you have any questions? You transition objections into questions that you already know. They ask the reasons and the friction why they don't buy. If folks are on the fence, you ask them. If you're on the fence, what can I do to clarify this? A lot of people think it doesn't apply to them. Ask me so you can get value. I'm here for your benefit, even if you don't sign up. Get the folks who are on the fence to speak up. Resell the value. So you really want to just say, look, again, this is exactly what you're covering. I just want to be clear. A lot of people might not be sure what is included. So don't be afraid to summarize 2 or 3 times what's included, remind them of the alternatives. You can do it the hard way, putting all these different things together, being frustrated, being on the exact path you were on before the webinar, or you can do this program. I put this together for you. I'd love to have you on board if you think it's a good fit. You don't have to hard sell, but you still have to sell. Challenge them to take action by being a leader and inspiring them to act. Okay, your homework and next steps. You're going to build your webinar. I'm going to show you in the next video how to brand your webinar. A lot of people compliment me on how cool and different my slides or branding looks. And the funny thing is, it's a hack. Some people have asked me, they say, hey, I have 25K. Who should I spend on the designer? I say me, because I'll show you in 5 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. But it's very simple. I'm going to show you how to customize and brand your webinar and slides right away. So the next step is watch the next video on branding and then put together your winning webinar template. Welcome back to the winning webinar formula. This is Aaron. And in this portion of the craft your webinar section, what I want to talk about is how to actually create your content. Now, a lot of people struggle with it. Just takes too darn long to put together your thoughts and ideas and knowledge into a structured format, not only that you can create quickly, but really resonates with your audience and compels them to take action. So it's about taking your knowledge and putting it into a world-class format that's clear, concise, easy to create, easy to consume. There's a separate training in the Fletcher Method membership called the Content Crusher, when I go into a little bit more detail about what the Content Crusher is, how it can be used. But in short, it's a framework that allows you to create content in any format. So if you're going to write a book, I would have a Content Crusher sheet for every single chapter. If you're going to do a public speaking gig, if you're going to do a membership site or a webinar. So I want to walk through the framework for the Content Crusher and show you exactly how it's used. In case you don't know exactly how to communicate your knowledge in your webinar, this will help you get there way more quickly. This is about turning your ideas into world-class content. So you'll see whenever you have an idea, just think about it as a concept: how to cook eggs, how to run 100 meters in less than 60 seconds, how to create a lead magnet for your website, how to set up your website itself, any core topic, one topic. The difference is in a webinar, we're going to show them what to do, the steps they need to take. We're going to expose them to the process. We're going to reveal to them a clear strategy. Of course, we don't have time to go into the how. So for our membership sites or our one-on-one coaching or consulting, we're going to go way deeper. We might have a Content Crusher for every chapter, for every module. I fill out one of these for every single video in the Fletcher Method training. So in the avatar training or the webinar training, I'll fill out a Content Crusher. So not to get meta on you, but I filled out a Content Crusher for this Content Crusher for webinars training. Now, that sounds weird. Let me walk you through this real simple. So what I want to do is capture the main title. What is the topic? What's the topic I'm going to talk about? I'm just going to say how to create a lead magnet. The title might come later as I get more inspired and have an idea for a unique title. And the promise, which is really important, I want to always have a metric and a timeline. How to create a lead magnet in 10 minutes or less without hiring a designer. I always want to have in every marketing message a promise, a hook that's clearly measurable, relevant to them with a timeline. Then I go into the transformation. This is key to every part of marketing, not just your webinar itself, not just your signature solution itself, your whole business, but for every message, every ad. At the end of the day, what are we really trying to tell our customers? We're trying to tell them we could take them from their frustration to their goals and desires. So what are the top 3 frustrations with whatever topic you're talking about? Just write them down. They should come from your customers, not you. With websites, technical, tech overwhelm, maybe not getting enough traffic, not getting enough leads. That might be the frustrations if you're a web designer and you're doing this. With diets, it could be eating, diet foods are too expensive, too hard to prepare, and don't taste good. So, whatever the top frustrations for this topic, you're going to write those. And then what is the goal and desire? So the goal is just delicious, fast, and cheap, right? So you're going to say, we're going to take you from here to here, here to here, here to here. It's really powerful to use this Content Crusher to capture your ideas. Then a model. I'm big on frameworks. You could have, a pyramid, a circle. It doesn't matter. You could draw a picture. You have to give people a visual representation to anchor off an idea. Think about something as simple as a stop sign. Everyone in the country, if not the world, knows what it is instantly. It's a visual hook, and it automatically tells everybody exactly how to behave when they see it. Think about the food pyramid, when you're a child. So a visual anchor really helps. Then we want to talk about a metaphor. a like or as, analogy, a metaphor, a picture. So if I'm talking about how to generate a lead magnet, I might say like an automated robot working around the clock, right? Now I want to give them context. So context talks about where it lives in your greater product or program. If I'm doing a webinar or if I'm talking about lead magnets or diets, it doesn't matter if I'm just giving them information without context. So I want to zoom out and say, this is the third step in our program, in our webinar, in our course, in our seminar, in our book, right? We always want to show them where it lives and give them context. Then we want to show them the steps, what they need to do. Now you'll notice if I'm teaching content, like in this course, I go into detail. Each step might be a separate video, like with webinars, how to craft your webinar, how to launch your funnel, how to scale your webinar. Those are the three main steps for a webinar, but they might be entirely different modules with different content crushers. But for a webinar, it's just the what, not the how. So if your signature solution has three main steps in your webinar, you're just going to tell them what they need to do and then make it real with a story or a case study. Don't just be hypothetical, show them proof and say, this reminds me of Janet, who came with no web traffic, no results. She was unhappy and frustrated. She did this, this, and this. Here's her results, okay? We always give people a choice. You'll notice this from the webinar outline. Do you want to do it the way you're doing it now or the much easier, streamlined way that I've taught you? And then action. What's the next step? So it doesn't matter if you're up on stage, if you're writing a book, if you're doing a webinar, if they're in a membership course. You'll notice my content generally follows this Content Crusher framework. Let's look at a real-life example of a Content Crusher here. The topic I was faced with, which is this is part of the Fletcher method training, how to generate a converting lead magnet that works really well. And I decided to call it the ultimate lead magnet because it's ultimate and it's a lead magnet. And the promise was to generate 10 times more qualified leads for $1 or less each. So there's a metric, right? There's not a timeline that doesn't really apply because they're going to have a lead magnet hopefully for a long time. But there's a clear promise to them. There's a payoff. I could say without hiring a designer, but I think how to create a lead magnet that how to get 10 times more leads for $1 or less does the job. Now, what are the biggest frustrations? I said they're boring, they're hard to consume, like long ebooks or video courses, and they don't advance the sale. They're a dead end. Most people that offer freebies, that's where the conversation stops. So how do we go from here to here, here to here, here to here? I have the opt-in framework. My metaphor was having a good lead magnet can be like a robot working for your business around the clock, 24/7 on autopilot. Here's the steps you need to follow. You'll notice it follows my framework. The steps you need to take, rather, and a story. Let me show you a real case study of me launching a lead magnet, getting thousands of leads for less than $1, building a business around it. It really works. The context, which I missed, that's step 5, where does it live? And the bigger process, okay? Then there's a choice, the hard way or the easy way. The next step is a register for webinar. The next step is to complete your lead magnet, right? So hopefully that gives you clarity. You'll notice that it follows the old journalistic kind of those top 5 questions. How, what, where, when, and why. What is it? Why does it matter to me? Because I'm going to go from here to here. Where does it live in my general life, in my business? Why do I care? What's the context of it? How do I do it? And then when? Right now. What should I do right now? Okay. And lastly, I want to talk about kind of where you'll use a content crusher when creating a webinar. And again, if you're already very masterful in your content and you're very clear on how to deliver, don't worry about it. You might not need a content crusher. I have a stack of blank ones in front of me right now. I've filled out dozens of these for this course so far. I just fill them out with a pen. I'll go to a coffee shop. I'll get away from everything and just kind of fill out one. And then I can just bang out slides and content like it's nobody's business. So let me show you how to put this in the context of a webinar. It's kind of important. If I look at the Fletcher method signature solution here, I see there's 3 main pieces of content: the foundation, the funnel, and the floodgates. Again, I'm not trying to short-side anybody. I can't teach somebody the whole Fletcher method on a webinar. I can only show them what they need to do and help them get crystal clear for the first time on why they're struggling and what they need to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill out a content crusher for each of the 3 steps of my signature solution. It goes without saying that your webinar should be based around 3 core pieces of content you're going to teach, and those should echo or mirror your signature solution. If I'm more advanced, I might do a whole webinar just on something like, webinars or lead magnets, and I could have multiple funnels running. But for 99% of us, we want one funnel that works really well. I've never seen a business that needs multiple funnels to get up to 7 figures. So let's worry about that bridge when we come to it. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. So you'll see that I just print out a content crusher for each of the main steps because I'm going to talk about what to do. Now, if I'm teaching a course like I am now, how to get traffic with blogs or Facebook ads, I'll have a content crusher for every single step, every single course module, if not every video. So for example, in the avatar training, there's 4 different lessons on how to build your avatar. It might be 5 even. So I'm going to have 5 content crushers because I'm teaching a different idea. So to make it simple, just remember a content crusher is to communicate one topic or point. When you're marketing and you're telling people what to do, you're teaching them what they need to do, give them context. You fill out one content crusher for each of the main big steps. And when you're showing them how with your services, your coaching, your training, your products, then you fill out a content crusher for each lesson or module. Hopefully that makes sense. And I'll tell you, the content crusher goes far beyond just webinars. Again, it's for books, public speaking gigs, any form of content, even a blog post. The best way just to get an idea out of your head and into a nice structured format with world-class communication is using a content crusher. So if you'd like, use a content crusher for the 3 main steps in your webinar. It's going to make putting your slides together super easy. Now what I'm going to do is walk you through not only the slide template, how to use it, but show you how to customize and brand your slides. So you're going to have world-class branding in just a few minutes, super cheap with stock images, and enjoy this. Let's get your webinar put together and launched so we can move on to your funnel. How to do branding like a boss. I know it sounds funny, but it's so important. A lot of people come up to me and ask me, whether they're friends, colleagues, gurus, brands, they say, how do you style your stuff? You know, I have 30 grand. I just did a launch. Can I hire your designer? And I say, I don't have a designer, nor do I spend a lot of time on it. And it freaks them out because most small businesses have really poor looking stuff. It's not consistent. It doesn't communicate any kind of confidence, and it's boring. It's full of, again, like bullet points and dry slides. It's like, ew, you just want to leave the room, like Ben Stein's science class. So how do we overcome that? You're going to freak out. I actually call this a secret. I hate to use that word because in the marketing world, everyone says secrets revealed, but this is totally a secret, and it's going to up your game it's going to up your game tenfold in terms of your delivery. You have to have great content and know your stuff, but if it looks amazing, you can't lose. You have to have both sides of the spectrum, okay? So here's how I do it. The first thing I think you should have is what I call a style guide. Actually, I don't call it that. It's the name of it. If you have a brand, a website already, a logo even, what are the colors that should be consistent, the fonts, any assets? So if you're going to hand this kind of work palette off to a designer, a graphic designer, someone that's going to do your Facebook ads or anything in between, be consistent. It matters. Don't say, oh, it's gray background with big letters. Be consistent about the font, the sizes, how you set your stuff up. And that's why I'm really, even though I misspell most things that I write, I'm actually very impeccable about branding. If you go to my website or my membership sites or my webinars or anything in between, even my books, I want things to be consistent. It matters, trust me. So how do I do that? Well, once you have a style guide, you're going to say, okay, well, I'm going to make these slides. And obviously these are color coded. Don't use these colors. These match the webinar framework that we have in place so you know where you are. Especially if it's your first webinar using this system, stick to this. But when you come to design it after you have your content together, then you want to be absolutely consistent with high-end impeccable styling. How do you do that? Well, let's just say I'm talking about frustrations. Let's use our analogy of a personal trainer. I know I use that analogy a lot, but it works. Everybody can resonate with it. So here's the deal. Let's say the top 3, let's say I'm doing a webinar on how to lose 20 pounds in 30 days without giving up carbs, the busy executive's guide to rapid weight loss. And one of the frustrations people have with that is feeling like they're always starving. And this is just me riffing here. I have no idea what I'm going to say or how it's going to work, but let's just make it work. Okay, so let's just say they're starving. Now, my brand, because I have a style guide, I always use the same stuff. So let's say I have a more casual font. And again, this is in Keynote. I also have a version for you in PowerPoint. If you're one of the unfortunate souls that uses a PC, just kidding. Okay, and I'm communicating, let's just say, in a very, say my avatar's male, so I want to be kind of strong, have a strong font that I'm going to use in the whole webinar, if not in everywhere else in my brand. So I want to have really strong branding. So I simply make sure that the content itself reflects my brand, and I really know what I'm doing here. Let's put a little bit of a line border on here, and let's just say the border can be, I don't know, black. Who cares? Doesn't matter. This is for example purposes. So I'm selling to executives. I think about my avatar, my consistency of my branding, and then what I think about instead of a slide full of a bunch of bullet points. Please don't do that. A lot of people that use my webinar framework, they kind of do it. They say, oh, I want to have a picture. So they'll take a picture and put a picture up here and some bullet points. You don't have to do that. The reason this is such a powerful methodology is because it communicates an idea and the main emotional connection you want to make with the audience. So what I do is I use a site called 123RF. Very, very cool, very, very cheap, pennies per image. And if I say starving, let me make sure I'm logged in. Yeah, I'm logged in. I'm going to find an image that's going to make people really resonate. I don't think that would really do it. That might be very depressing. There's a lot of, you don't want to that would not be good. You don't want it to be sad. You don't want your images to be absolutely sad. You want to have humor, family, things that everyone resonates. You want to be diverse in your ages and races, and you want to think about your avatar. You don't want to, I don't like I don't like drawings as much. So I say this might be a good image. This might resonate with people that might, it might be, get the point across like, hey, I don't want to eat that stuff, just a little piece of bread here. This might be a bummer, so I'm starving. So let's just say this is the image I want to use. I'm going to download the image, and I'm going to use the three credit versions, 5.59 inches. You don't have to have huge images. Guess what? I'm going to edit the image. I'm going to copy the image. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is go back to my deal. I'm going to paste the image, which anybody can do. I'm going to put it in the back behind the banner, obviously. I'm going to make sure that the shape of the image roughly matches, obviously, my slide shape. I don't want to have it skewed. So I'm going to make sure I fill the whole background. It doesn't communicate the point. And if you don't, you could, if you're advanced, do it however you want. But if you want to run a highly effective webinar for the first time, just do this. So say, I'm tired of starving. Now, imagine, look how easy that was, how fast it was. I could even do some shadows if I want to, if I want to get jiggy with it and go crazy. I could put a shadow down here and really kind of make it look better. I can do a curved shadow. It doesn't matter. I can do whatever I want. I like to do it like that. Curved shadow, if the thing catches up with me. And I'll come down here and go, boom. It looks pretty good. See how good that looks? It looks pretty darn good. Now, it's the main point, and now I'm going to talk briefly. I'm going to say one of the main frustrations people have is they feel like they're starving. They feel like the only way to lose weight is to sacrifice all day long, where you can't focus on work. You don't have energy to do much. Your work suffers, your workout suffers because you feel like you're absolutely starving. Another frustration would be this one. Another frustration would be that one. So you know the format of the webinar, and I'm doing one kind of emotional image, a high quality image, a consistent image. I don't like the cheesy cartoons. I was looking at one of our members recently who did a really cool branding website here. Let me turn down the volume if I can. And just follow the format. It looks so nice, so consistent. It follows their brand and the product they're selling, how to get press and kind of exposure online. But look at, when you're, I don't care what anybody says, when you're watching high quality content that matches your branding, that has emotional connections with the audience, it's just a way more effective way to do it. Actually, affection is not bad either if you have a puppy like I just saw. But that's how you create $1 million brand for a few dollars in a few minutes, and make sure that obviously the content has to be good, but that's how you create a webinar where the presentation itself is going to be world class. Welcome back. What I want to do is walk you through my actual webinar for 3 important reasons. Number 1, I want you to see how it fits the actual winning webinar template framework. So when you kind of reverse engineer this, you probably went through a similar webinar with me. It might not have been the same one. It might not have been a webinar at all. It could have been an educational video, but you're going to see in all of my stuff, it does follow the framework and the template. And a lot of people that have wondered why the webinar looks good or why it's designed as such, now you see how easy it is. So I want you to look at the branding, the format, and the flow. Those are the 3 reasons. Let me walk you through it. So when people come to the webinar, Obviously, we want to welcome them. We want to make sure we tell them right away that it's not a webinar, that it's different. Remember, we have a different strategy. So we always say it's totally different than what you're going to see out there. We talk about that it's going to be a promise. It's going to be a moment in their lives, not just another boring webinar. They're going to have a breakthrough. They're going to learn how to get X result in Y amount of time. And it's going to put their whole marketing strategy into one page. There's some handouts. Right away, is this for you? So I know that it's probably hard to see for you, but you already have this framework. Is this for you? Well, we want to make sure that they know right off the bat that this applies directly to their business or life right off the bat. Who am I? Why do you care? I struggled. I failed. I realized one thing. I had a big shift, and here are the results. So we're talking about my story, the discovery, and then interaction. What's your biggest frustration right now? And then we have a stick strategy, right? So, and by the way, you'll see I might have 2 slides for one of these topics. I might have, 3 of these topics in one slide. It doesn't matter. All of these elements are absolutely 100% in everything that I do, whether it's broken out into several series, in a video series or an evergreen launch or a webinar. So don't be jammed up if I'm kind of improvising. I've been doing this for a while, okay? So there's 3 key steps, right? 3 key steps. So in my signature solution in the Fletcher method, what do we have? We have a foundation, a funnel, and a framework. Here I have the mindset, the momentum, and the model. Again, I did my first webinar for a year when I sold my high-end coaching business, and now I did a different version here. It doesn't matter. So 3 key teach areas, teach components. You'll see them all here. I went through the frustrations people have with their mindset. They have tech overwhelm. They feel like they're drifting. They have information overload. And then I talked about the transformation, the steps they need to take. First, they have to absolutely get calm, go on an information diet. They have to get clear on exactly where they are in point A, where they want to go. And then I ask, there's interactivity built in, and then I go to the next section. So I did that. There's 3 core sections. And then I said the second step is they have to have a business model or a funnel that makes sense. So they absolutely have to have a clear strategy. I showed them my method before and after. I said to go from a trickle of leads to a flood of leads so they can generate clients on demand. That's the metaphor or the analogy that we see in our Content Crusher. So I'm just following the format. And then I teach them, I give them real life examples, just as we talked about in the actual framework. And then there's a shift, there's a transition, okay? So after I teach them, there's a lot of content here. It's actually hard for me to deliver in the amount of time. My next webinar will probably be a lot shorter, because if you try to over deliver and get too much into the how, you'll come up short. People won't have enough context or understand that you have a clear signature solution to take them from point A to point B. So I might cut this down by as much as 50% for the next one. But I talk about the third step, the third piece of content, how to actually get it done, problems, frustrations, solutions, examples, proof. And then I say the choice is yours. You have A or B, which do you want to do? I say so here I'm shifting from teaching to selling. I've come up with a program that solves these 3 problems. The question is, are you going to do what you're doing now or do it the new way? And if you're this type of person, I create a program just for you. If you'd like, I can show you how it works. And people said, yeah, I want to see how it works. And then I talk about what's in it. I talk about the tour, exactly what's included, training videos and content, everything that they get. So if I'm saying that they need mentorship, accountability, and peer support and systems to be successful, I'm showing them how they get that and the value of that. I'm literally breaking out and unpacking the deliverables of the webinar and kind of building a lot of value, real value, not internet marketing BS value, real value. So show them what they get, show them the real price, the value of what they're getting, and then present them with the actual price on the webinar. And you actually then you kind of welcome people on board, you show them how it works, and you give them a tour, you answer their questions, and you're off to the races. So I just want to show you that when you look at these slides, and you look how I put things together now, you're going to see a lot less, hopefully, mystery and think that it costs a lot of time or money. You just simply use the branding methodology I taught you and the winning webinar template, and you're going to have a world-class asset. It can be a life changer or a game changer. It was for me. It literally, I could pretend I'm like, Daddy Warbucks here, but, to sit there in one day and do $18,000, $20,000, $24,000 in one day, I'm from Ohio. That was a big, big deal. And that's how I started off last year and haven't looked back since. So it really, all I'm teaching you is exactly what I did and how I did it and how it worked. And hopefully you're clear enough on how you can get similar results. So enjoy. Welcome back to the Winning Webinar Formula course. In this video, we're still in the section where we're talking about framing the funnel. So in the last video, I walked you through the exact anatomy of a webinar funnel, the page by page breakdown of exactly how to set this up. And now I'm going to go a step further and show you my webinar funnel, the exact pages I use to generate as high as $18,000 to $22,000 per day using this webinar formula. Okay, so if we revisit the winning webinar funnel itself here, again, I walked you through the thinking and the strategy behind each of these pages, the components that you want to have in them. Now I want you to be thinking of this when I show you the actual funnel as I launched it. So I used a basic lead magnet, then I walked them through it with a great authority amplifier that stretched the gap, kind of showed them the context. So solve one problem with a lead magnet in a few minutes, and then show them the greater opportunity to get a complete step-by-step breakdown of how to get from point A to point B using your signature solution. If that sounds like a mouthful, just go back and refer to those trainings, as everything is cumulative here. And if you've done that foundational work properly, you can't go wrong with your webinar. Once they register, we confirm, we give them some pre-webinar training to greater frame the journey we're taking them on and making this webinar the most important thing on their calendar. That's really the goal. Then we're going to go to a live or automated webinar, and then how we follow up. So we have a sign-up phase, a show-up phase, and a pay-up phase. And those are the three phases. Let me show you my actual funnel. One quick note I want to point out based on questions I've been getting from students is that we're still focused on the pages here. So I came up with this one-page funnel strategy of putting your whole marketing strategy into one page. And a webinar is one type of funnel you might have. So if the main conversion event for you is a webinar because you're selling products from, let's say, $500 to $2,000, this might be your funnel. But no matter what type of funnel you have, if you're a coach or a consultant, you might use my fast track funnel. If you have a software company, you might use the software funnel. It doesn't matter. The point is that we understand that once we have these core pages set up, we're just going to use email and ads to drive people to the next phase or the next step. And I'm going to cover email and ads and further trainings. For now, let's do an over-the-shoulder kind of case study of my webinar funnel. So the first thing you'll see here is the lead magnet opt-in, the ultimate lead magnet. What I used for most of last year, and I have a whole bunch of lead magnets running at once. And I don't want to get advanced here, but I want to tell you there's a great opportunity, because if you have a signature solution that obviously has different steps to get people from point A to point B, you can break out any of those steps and create a lead magnet out of it. So I call that kind of funnel cycling, or you can have multiple top of the funnel offers. If you look at the basic webinar funnel, we have one lead magnet. There's no reason you couldn't have 2, 3, or 4 that all have a thank you page that gets people to opt in for the webinar. So that's an advanced strategy. I just want to give you some context. So my lead magnet was a website cheat sheet. And after years of being in web design and having a done-for-you agency, I realized there's some very simple things that any business owner can do, very simple tweaks to reach, engage, and convert more of their traffic into leads and customers. So I gave them a website cheat sheet. And you can see here I had a consistent image. If you were to look at my Facebook ad, it was just an actual image of this website cheat sheet itself. In fact, let me go ahead and show you that. Okay, I'm in my Facebook account looking at a campaign called Lead Magnet Website Cheat Sheet to Every Webinar. So I'm offering a cheat sheet that solves one problem in just a few minutes, which in this case is their website. And then I'm going to drive those folks to sign up for a webinar. So let's look at what the ad actually looks like, and you'll get much more context, especially when I'm talking about things like continuity or consistency. You want the ad to have the exact same image and strategy as everything else. So this is what the ad looks like. Let me just kind of go and try to preview it for you. So if someone's scrolling on Facebook, they see an ad, hey, website cheat sheet. Now there's a lot going on here. A lot of people advertise cheat sheets, and they have a picture of themselves or stock photo or a happy couple galloping down the beach or whatever, and it doesn't really work. What we want to do when we offer a checklist, a template, or a cheat sheet, which is the best strategy I found in Facebook ads when it comes to lead magnets, is we want to open up a psychological loop. We want to insinuate and show people, look, there's actually a framework here, And there are some very simple steps that every website should have. And it makes the user say, wait a minute, does my website contain these? The second, I think, powerful strategy here is that it implies a three-dimensional object. It's actually a picture of the cheat sheet itself, not some obscure, again, stock photo. So you're implying, look, get this physical thing. If you download it, even though it's not really physical, it implies borders. It implies value that they can actually download and have a copy of it. We obviously don't say it's physical, but it's implied. And more importantly, when they click on the ad itself, there's a very simple opt-in page where they can, and this is an ad that's running right now, because if I get ads for $1 or $2 over and over, thousands of ads per month, why not? So they opt in for the cheat sheet, they give their basic name and email, and then you'll see the authority amplifier that'll show you in the next slide here. So when I say consistent image, I mean when they see the ad on Facebook, the landing page should have the exact same branding. It's called Descent of Information, and it's very, very important. I've tested this a lot. I'm not saying it's an absolute, but just start many paces ahead of most people that are experimenting with split testing Facebook ads. Start from a point of confidence and proven results. Have the same image, the same messaging, the same payoff. So convert your existing website from an online brochure to a lead generation and get up to twice as many leads. Now, the reason why I don't have a specific currency and timeline, this used to be called the 1 hour website cheat sheet, get up to 100 more leads, make these changes in 1 hour and get up to 100 more leads on your website. And with Facebook getting more and more strict about promises and messaging, I just backed off a little bit. So you see, you can take poetic license. You don't have to be literal, but you still see a big benefit. Use this strategy to convert your website from here to here and get up to twice as many leads. Now there's a clear payoff. As I said, there's an actionable call to action. Get the cheat sheet and video here. And you'll see what I'm doing. I'm bundling the authority amplifier video with the cheat sheet. So instead of saying just get the cheat sheet, I'm bundling them together so they subconsciously and consciously understand that there's more value, but I'm also bridging the gap. All they wanted was a cheat sheet, and now they get to meet me and I get to form a relationship with them because I'm giving them a training video that goes along with it. So once they opt in, this is the opt-in. I just want to bring the pop-up box to show you. We restate the promise without any other hoopla or images here. A lot of people use images. Again, this is using lead pages. You can use with ClickFunnels. I highly recommend that no matter what, you should have a two-step opt-in. Countless tests have shown that if they come to a page where you're asking for an email and name, so in other words, if those fields are on this page, it's almost like asking or being desperate, and it's a little bit subconsciously offensive to people. So Clay Collins at Lead Pages has really pioneered this strategy that Russell Brunson and ClickFunnels and a lot of other programs use in their built-in templates. And the concept is make them request it. They should click on it if they want it. Then they can enter their name and email. It's called a two-step opt-in. Not to geek out on you, but it's important. I've seen countless people do it the other way and not get as good results. Minimum fields, meaning you don't ask for their name, their phone number, their address. If you have a funnel, like you're a coach or a consultant, and you're going to want to get things like their monthly sales maybe, or other qualifiers from them, the size of their business, their phone number, so you can follow up with them, do that down the funnel once you're at that point. In other words, once you train them, give them value, then you could ask for more information if they want to get in your calendar or be part of a demo. But now we just want to generate the lead. The ad generated the click, the landing page generated the lead. Now we come to the authority amplifier. This is really key. So if I go back and give you some context as to where we are, so they opted in for a lead magnet, we're at the authority amplifier. So what's critical is instead of giving them the lead magnet in PDF or text format, we walk them through the actual lead magnet. And we congratulate them, we walk them through, we stretch the gap, and then we drive them to a webinar. So that's really important. This is the bridge here. And again, a lot of people say you should advertise webinars right away on Facebook. I think that's a little bit advanced, especially if you're new to Facebook ads. Don't waste money spending $5, $6, $7 per webinar registration if you're not good enough at the nuances here to make it work. So this is more bulletproof, more foolproof if you're a newbie, because you can strike up a conversation, then buy them a cup of coffee, then ask them out on a date, instead of going up to everybody in the room saying, want to go on a date? Want to go on a date? They don't know you, they don't like you, they don't trust you. That's why we do it this way. Anyway, I digress. So in this authority amplifier, you'll see I literally just said, congratulations. Be sure to watch this quick walkthrough video. Please check your email. I know it's hard to see, so I'll read it to you. It just says, please check your email in 10 to 15 minutes. What that does is buys you 10 to 15 minutes to walk them through it while they're still here. If you say check your email now for your free cheat sheet, they're going to go and check their email. So we walk them through it, we stretch the gap, and we say, look, I just solved one problem in 2 to 3 minutes for you. Obviously that problem in this case is how to get more leads from their website. But if you want to get crystal clear on the exact steps you should be taking to double your sales in 90 days without tech overwhelm or without spending a lot on advertising, whatever your core currency and your $1 million message is, opt in for the webinar. So here you'll see a one-page funnel video course. I was, in this case, testing an evergreen launch funnel, which is just giving them a series of training videos instead of a webinar. But if you go back to the actual ad that I might have running now, let's see where the sucker is. So if I opt in for this one now, let me literally opt in. Okay, so if I opt in for this funnel now, you'll see Authority Engine Masterclass, convert your website from an online brochure to a lead generation engine. They get to download the framework here. So you'll see instead of making them go to their email to check it, I said, hey, here's everything you want, and I give them a full masterclass. So this video that I'm testing now is 32 minutes long. I actually give them the full training on the Authority Engine. Now, people always ask, how long should the Authority Amplifier video be? The answer is as long as people watch it and care about it. It could be 2 minutes, it could be 2 hours. If people think this is the coolest, most important, relevant, powerful thing for their life or their business, they're going to watch it. And just like you would for a TV show or a movie, if it's really poor, you're going to leave. So the ideal starting point would be, just to make it safe, say 10 minutes, where you can walk them through. But the whole point is to drive them to a webinar, to show them at the end of this, hey, that was one point of a process. If you want to get really clear, get on this webinar. And you can see in this case, they're going to a evergreen webinar, so they can select a time that works for them, and they can watch the workshop whenever they want around the clock. So you'll see a transformation here. I went from putting them through a video series to live webinars to evergreen webinars. My job is to test all these variations of funnels and try to find these nuggets and these transformational best practices. You don't have to do that, so don't be confused or overwhelmed by looking at the fact that I'm using different conversion events. The core is still the same. You get them with a lead magnet. Sorry, let me go back to my training course here. So the point is still the same. If you look at the general funnel here, you're offering them one thing in advance, walking them through it, getting them to go to the webinar in this case. That's all you need to worry about. And you'll see here that's exactly what I did. I walked them through some content and moved them to whatever conversion event I'm using in my funnel. In this case, we're learning about webinars. Now, the webinar registration page, there's a strategy here. I have to have a strong promise with a currency that matters and a timeline. 50-minute business breakthrough. You'll see that I named the webinar a transformational experience. I didn't say the online marketing masterclass. It's the 50-minute business breakthrough. And I know another gal, Rachel, in our membership has the 50-minute gardening degree, right? She's showing people the exact skills someone would need normally to go to a university to acquire. So 3 steps you can use to immediately set up an automated marketing funnel and get 2 to 10 times more leads without tech overwhelm. There's an opt-in above the fold, which I've tested and it works way better. Social proof, 1.4 thousand likes. There's a connection because they get to see me and get to know who I am, why, restating the benefits. There's urgency here and clear statement of when the actual live webinar is. Benefits. So don't assume if they came here from an ad or from your authority amplifier that they care enough. You always have to restate the big payoff. Make it simple, make it fast, and have a currency. Go from this to this. Remember, everything is a transformation. How to go from here to here, from 0 leads to 10 leads without this. So if you don't know anything about copy or marketing, the best strategy to use that actually 98% of the pros use is how to do this without the stuff they hate. How to go from, rags to riches without going to college, right? How to go from point A to point B without the negative. And Be very specific, 3-step strategy, right? So state the benefits, scarcity. If you're having a live webinar and you really do have a limit, don't use fake scarcity and say, hey, there's only 10 spots left if you have 1,000. But the scarcity can be the time. It could be that you're only running the webinar live once. It could be it's the last one of the year. It can be that there's only a certain number of spots left, or that it starts in just a few days or a few hours. Then there's a second opt-in. So I'll have here, you can see one opt-in above the fold, one below the fold. And it really, one of the most simple practices in conversion rate optimization is just more opt-in buttons equal more conversion. Then once they're confirmed, there's a lot going on here. And I'm going to show you how I do this with an evergreen or automated webinar. A couple nuances, a couple changes. But for live, there's a video to get them to show up. If you remember from our main funnel here, we want to get them to sign up with our ad, with our landing page, and our kind of copy and our messaging. Then we want to get them to show up with our confirmation process, the emails that we send, maybe even text messages, and more importantly, the pre-webinar training, okay? So my strategy here in this case, once they're registered for the webinar, let me go back here, is I start to give them video right away. Now, I used to drip the video out for a few days before the webinar, and I think with people's attention spans getting shorter and shorter, if you advertise a webinar more than 48 hours out, it's usually a waste of money. Those people, there's a huge drop-off. I've tested with incredibly nerdy levels of granular detail the timing between events. So what's the optimal timing between somebody signing up and actually showing up and buying on a webinar? So I found that within 24 hours is the best bet. So what I did is I started putting the pre-training right here. And in the pre-training video, as we covered in our webinar funnel training, it's very simple. You give them something that relates to the webinar so they can hit the ground running, or you give them a quick overview of what you're going to cover so they're really excited and see great importance in this. So right here, once they're registered, I might start giving them value right away. Maybe I'll give them a link to download a handbook or a cheat sheet or a template for the webinar. I want to make connection with social. They're getting to know me by seeing me on video. I have all the details, and adding it to the calendar is critical, especially, again, people are distracted. Compliance is key. You might not be able to see this, so I'll just walk you through it. With Facebook, you absolutely have to have your brand, the name and address of your business, and the phone number, along with a privacy policy and earnings disclaimer. You have to have at least, at the very minimum, a privacy policy. Don't ever advertise on Facebook without reading their terms and conditions. We'll go through that in the Facebook training, but for now, understand that I do have compliance because it really matters. And you'll see that in all these pages. I always have the name of the business and all those relevant links and contact information, so you don't want to get your Facebook ad banned. I had my account banned for an ad I was running for 1.5 years, didn't change anything, and I'm one of the few people that I've ever known to get their account reinstated without trying to do a bunch of weird stuff and starting different accounts. Anyway, so once they're registered, I'll do a pre-webinar training. Now, depending on your business and your model and your pricing, you don't have to do this the first time you launch a webinar funnel. I think the best thing you can do once you have a proven webinar is to continually try to make your funnel better. I did pre-webinar training. So I gave them kind of step one, how to come up with their business plan, the bulletproof business plan. I delivered it. It's building relationship and connection. And I'm getting them to kind of watch the video before the webinar so they're more and more excited. Then I do a live webinar, obviously, using GoToWebinar, Webinar Jam, Zoom. There's a whole bunch of options. And we won't get so much into the technical stuff because there's the software and the dynamics of how to do live webinars are always changing. You can feel free to ask questions once you have your webinar ready to go in the community. I might touch on through some training or coaching calls how to do that, but it's not really important. I mean, obviously, on a live webinar, you show up early, make sure you have a great connection, shut off everything, be well rested. But you just follow the kind of strategy that we have, and you can look at my webinar and other webinars for examples. So once you do a live webinar, you want to launch a replay page that has scarcity, no player controls. Now, this is, again, something I said in my training. If you can add player controls if you'd like. The problem with that, I know it's a better user experience. I know people say, I don't want to watch a video that doesn't have player controls. It's a pain in the butt. The problem is they just fast forward to the price or the parts that they think are boring, where you might have really built value and shown them kind of the problems with, with what they have going on now and the opportunity. And if you allow them just to fast forward the price, you're negating the whole reason why webinars convert. Then a call to action to sign up for your products or programs. So you can see that was the strategy for the replay. The order form or the shopping cart, wherever they go to sign up, you'll see that for this specific product, it was $1,000 where they could do a 3-pay training course. And you'll see all the things I said in the funnel training. You want to have a guarantee, clear contact information. And now we actually also have a live chat box here. You can use Intercom or Zendesk. Minimal fields. Don't ask again. For mailing information, if you're not going to send them anything, multiple payment methods. Regardless of your CRM or shopping cart, you're going to get higher conversions if you accept credit cards and PayPal. If you want to keep it simple, I would just use Stripe if you're using ClickFunnels or some other solution. But it's best to have multiple payment options, terms, and a strong call to action. So terms and conditions are important. People will do chargebacks, and 1 or 2% of your customers will just do sketchy stuff to try to get your materials for free. So really, be ethical and show them exactly what your terms and conditions are. Social proof, resell the benefits. You'll notice on every page of the funnel, we talk about why they're doing what they're doing. If you're curious about how I set this up, I use a program called SamCart. It's pretty easy to use. It integrates with most CRMs. ClickFunnels has order forms built in. The Fletcher Method CRM that we have launched has these order forms built in. So it just depends on how technical you are and, how much time you want to spend, or if you're just looking to get this sucker up and live, then I would just use existing tools that are already out there so you can save all the time of trying to cobble everything together. So those were the pages. If I go and look at the webinar funnel, hopefully it makes more sense to see it in context. The only thing I didn't show you, because I'm always changing this and experimenting, is the closing sequence. And that's very simple. When folks are going through the cart, I give them videos. Again, I'll send them a FAQ video, a sample video, social proof or testimonials, and I really show them, hey, here's exactly what you're going to get. Here's how other people have seen results. And here's me addressing some of the reasons why people might not buy with FAQs. So we take the top reasons people often don't sign up and convert them into an FAQ. So that's when I cover the email sequence, I'll show you those actual emails and videos. I'm actually going to give you a swipe file of all the emails I use. So in the upcoming email training, you'll see more about that. But now I just want you to understand the psychology and strategy and structure of the pages, of the webinar funnel itself, the pages that all add up to an awesome winning webinar. Welcome back to the winning webinar formula. Now that you have crafted your pitch, you understand how to set up your webinar, the actual template of the webinar itself, not to mention the flow, the content, and the design, it's time to start to frame the funnel. You could have the best webinar on the planet, but if no one's there to see it or engage with it, it doesn't matter. So the funnel is all about how to reach, engage, and convert folks, actually get them to show up, to stay during the whole webinar, and to pay up and sign up for your products or programs, right? So there's 3 core steps to every webinar in the funnel layout that you see here. If you think about it, people have to sign up. If they don't know you, especially if you're running cold traffic, they have to show up. And actually, in this day and age when we're digitally distracted and it doesn't take much to kind of hit our back button, a lot of people sign up for a webinar, but they also have their phone, their family, or coworkers in the background. So we have to get them to not only sign up, but show up and pay up. And that's what we're going to talk about in this training. Here we're looking at the winning webinar funnel. I'm going to go into detail and cover each of these steps in a moment, but I want to really zoom out here and make sure you understand that we're just following our one-page funnel framework. In other words, this is a webinar funnel. You could have any kind of funnel. You can have a consulting funnel, a local business funnel, or run a software company. For a webinar, it follows the same framework, meaning at the end of the day, all a funnel is a series of pages you're driving people through. You could have as few as 2 pages. Hey, opt in for my lead magnet. Do you want to get on my calendar? Sign up here. Or you could have a webinar funnel like this, where you're trying to get somebody to register for a webinar after they consume your lead magnet and actually show up for the webinar, maybe go through some training before it. And then after the webinar and the replay itself, how are we going to indoctrinate and close people? For a lot of people, most sales come in the closing sequence, which we'll cover here in a moment. But at any rate, don't be confused. Don't be overwhelmed. It's just a series of pages we're going to drive people through. Some of these are optional. And it's all about how we use email and ads to get people unstuck. What do you do when someone signs up for your lead magnet but doesn't register for your webinar? Well, you're going to send them an email or a series of emails and present them with an ad on Facebook or Google if you're doing retargeting. It's really not that confusing. It's just, in a perfect world, we want people to go from here, and I guess 100% of them would get down here and buy our stuff. We'd be billionaires. But in reality, every step along the way creates an opportunity for friction or people to fall off. So that's what I'm going to cover, how to have the perfect webinar funnel and ensure that the maximum number of people get all the way through and sign up for your products or programs. So let's zoom out for a second and look at each of these steps in greater detail. I'm going to talk about the pages in this video because all we're doing with the ads and the email is simply driving users or folks who get stuck to the next page. Now, I don't want to dehumanize your customers. It's not just about driving people through pages like cattle. It's just a simple way for everybody to understand what a funnel really is. There's a series of destinations, URLs, or pages that people go through, and we want them not to get stuck. If they're qualified, we want them to keep moving. So in this case, in the winning webinar funnel, the first thing we use is a lead magnet. Now, a lot of people advertise webinars on Facebook or other channels, and I think that's just ineffective and swimming upstream. The reason is you're asking somebody to marry you that has never met you. So even though you're going to get them to go on to a webinar, ideally, we don't want to start there. We want to start by buying them a drink or striking up a conversation, so to speak. We don't want to ask someone to marry us on the first date or even go on a date if they don't even know who we are. It's kind of freaky, right? So I've seen, and myself, my students, and other marketers, people that are been doing this way longer than me and people that I'm in masterminds with, and they've tested this stuff. And it's just better to offer an ultimate lead magnet first. You want to solve one problem, as we covered, that's part of your signature solution or signature system. We want to use a simple to consume format like a checklist or a cheat sheet. We want to use the opt-in framework, right? The landing page must have a promise and a metric, how to get from A to B in this amount of time. It's very clear, a currency, a timeline, and a metric. I know I hit home on those points a lot, but it's very important in everything you do. It just makes all of your marketing more effective. That's good, right? It must have branding, contact information, and privacy policy. The reason I'm putting this in here is because Facebook is getting more and more strict in banning people's accounts. Don't just send anybody from Google or Facebook to a page that just has an opt-in button, because you're probably going to get your account either banned or your ads denied. Either way, it's a big pain. Then we learned in the authority amplifier training, once they get your lead magnet, what do? We congratulate them. We actually welcome them and start to build a relationship and forge a bond with them. We walk them through the lead magnet itself. Then we stretch the gap and show them what we just covered with the lead magnet was only one part of a greater journey, i.e. your signature solution that you're going to cover on the webinar. And then we drive them to the webinar. We literally say, okay, I just showed you how to get from A to B in 5 minutes, how to get more leads for your website, how to create a lead magnet. But if you want to know exactly the 3-step system you can use to double your sales in 90 days, jump on this next and upcoming webinar. I'm going to help you get crystal clear on the exact steps you can take to get these results. Click below to get on the webinar. So there's 2 forms of lead magnet. Depending on your business, you can try either one. And I've seen great results with both. Number 1 is to pick one part of your signature solution and give them that for free as a lead magnet. The other methodology is to use a case study format and cover your whole signature solution very briefly in your lead magnet. Either way, the second one, the latter works for coaches, consultants, trainers, agencies, but it doesn't matter. The point is you're going to solve a problem for them, give them context in 5 to 10 minutes, build a relationship, and then invite them to get crystal clear on the wonderful results they can get if they attend the webinar. After they sign up, they go to a confirmation. What do we do in that confirmation page? It's very simple. We resell the value and get them to stick, to get them to show up. You see on the bottom here, we're in the show up phase. It doesn't matter if they sign up, if they don't show up. We want to email, we want to text message if possible. We want to resell the benefits and drive to the pre-webinar training that I'll cover in a moment. Again, they might like you a little bit and have more engagement and trust for you because you solved one of their problems with your lead magnet. But we want to continue to build value and trust and a bond with them by giving them some pre-webinar training and making sure that they stick, okay? So we want to email them talking about timing, at the very least, the day before the morning of the webinar, 1 hour and 15 minutes before. Does that sound like overkill? It depends on your industry. That is up to you. I'll tell you, if you think you're emailing or texting people too much, you're probably not doing enough. People don't get all your emails. They don't see all your Twitter posts. They don't read all of your text messages. You have to understand it's like a stream of information. Unfortunately, people are overwhelmed and overloaded. So this is the minimum strategy I recommend. You want to use SMS if you have that available to you to send reminders as well. Then we talk about the pre-webinar training. What are we going to discuss before the webinar itself? That's kind of important to get on track with that. We want to give them a 5 to 20 minute video to provide value. Now, if you're doing automated webinars, that's not really required because they're going to sign up and maybe attend the webinar right away. But think about this. How can I build more of a relationship and continue to take them down the journey? If the webinar is going to solve their big problem and show them the exact steps they should be taking, maybe I can start with 1 or 2 steps to make them more prepared. In other words, if you're in the dating niche, like Neil Strauss would say, if I could teach them how to go up and approach somebody of the opposite sex, the 5 questions asked during a conversation, or how to address their appearance, and then on the webinar, I'm going to take it from maybe step 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's fine too, but I want to have valuable training before the webinar. It should relate to the webinar and help them hit the ground running whenever possible. Maybe I want to give a download, a mind map, a student checklist, or a handout for the webinar as well. I love doing that. I love saying, hey, you're registered. Let me walk you through exactly what we're going to cover again and give you a little bit of homework before the webinar so you can hit the ground running. Maybe they can fill out a quick survey, do a little bit of research, maybe come up with, again, the first step in the process that you're going to cover in the webinar. It just makes it more sticky if they have a deliverable or a download before the webinar. We want to create an open loop. What I mean by that is we want to really provoke their curiosity and show them that this is different. We want to create a loop that solves one problem with the lead magnet, maybe another problem with the pre-webinar training, and then help them understand that, hey, they're already committed. The human brain doesn't like open loops. We want to help them understand that if you've gone to 1 and 2, let's cover 3, 4, and 5 during the webinar. Very powerful. The second pre-webinar content, or PWC, if you do 2, it's not required. For advanced marketers, or if you've done this before, it's helpful. You can answer FAQs. You can say, hey, I'm getting a lot of questions before the webinar. Let me answer those right away. And guess what? The questions are the objections in reverse, just like we're going to cover during the webinar. This is about the reasons why people don't actually want to show up for the webinar. Hey, does it apply to your industry? Is it difficult? Is it different? Is it easy? So think about why you don't show up for webinars when you sign up, quite frankly, because you don't think it's that important, or you would sign up. If you knew with absolute certainty that the content on the webinar would change your life or your business, you'd show up. So you just don't know the person, you don't trust them, it doesn't seem different enough. And then drive them to share for social interaction and virality, so to speak. It really helps if you have a lot of social proof and people sharing and talking about your content. The live webinar, we covered how to set that up, how to deliver that. Again, the flow, the look, the design, the content itself. But when do you run the live webinar? We have found in our testing the best times are Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, 10 a.m. or 5 p.m. Pacific. You can test that in your target niche or time zone. I don't believe absolutes. This is just a guideline. Make sure you use the winning webinar template, obviously, that we covered. And you want to test any software ahead of time. I've run into nightmares. I've spent $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 for one live webinar and had the software crash. Have a good internet connection. Get rid of all of the distractions and bandwidth consuming apps like Dropbox or web browsers. Tell family members or coworkers to get off the interwebs or minimize their use. Pay the money for a good connection and really test things at first. Use a good mic. Don't speak from a distance into your computer. I use a Rode Podcaster mic that you're listening to right now. There's a ton of good mics that start at $20 or $30. Just use a good mic and don't cut corners there. Always record the webinar. You're going to be able to get critical feedback. You can use the webinar for the replays. You might have such a good chemistry in the webinar that you might want to automate that particular webinar and just have it running evergreen. I haven't done webinars in 10 months, and I get thousands of dollars a day on average. And I haven't done one in months because I have a really good converting webinar that's automated, okay? Automate only, though, after running 10 webinars and getting 10% conversion. That's my 10 and 10 rule. Why? A lot of people want to cut corners and say, I'm going to record an awesome webinar and automate it. Then they think the problem is the schedule or the software. It's not. You have to have experience in closing one-to-many and really getting all the kinks out, understanding why people don't buy and objections, and then you only automate a very successful webinar. Trust me, it's time well spent. In terms of the webinar replay, we want to send the replay to both people that attended and didn't attend. Why do we want to do that? Because the people that attended might not have stuck all the way through. They might have gotten distracted. They might love you and really want to sign up. They were just simply not there, couldn't commit to the whole thing. And non-attendees, life gets in the way. Don't punish people that are expressing interest in taking out time to attend your webinar. So send a replay, include extra value. Give them the webinar transcript if you can, the downloads. And depending on your industry, you might want to remove the player controls. Now, some people say, I don't like consuming a video if I can't stop and start and fast forward. But the whole point of a webinar is they have to see the value. So I understand in some strict or conservative industries, people would say, I just want to give people a YouTube video where they can play, stop, and start it. I've tested that, and others have tested it. And here's the deal. If they're not committed enough to like think about this. What would they want to fast forward through? The boring parts, the parts they don't think are important. Well, that's when you build value, trust, and rapport. So I'd focus more on creating a webinar that doesn't have boring parts than I would worrying about people fast forwarding. Because the reason we use video and specifically webinar formats to communicate and sell our products is because there's a unique way of building trust, stretching the gap, showing them the clear path from point A to point B and why they should do this from you, why they should do it now. There's a lot of things going on as you learned. And if they can just fast forward to the offer at the end, you've lost all that. You might want to delay if you have that technology, if you're using WordPress, Optimized Press, ClickFunnels, no matter what you're using for your web pages, you want to have a delay if you can to present the offer. Now that seems like an internet marketing trick. Why do you do that? Because if the first thing they see when they come to your replay page is a giant button, then they're going to click on the button, see the price, and what are they going to say? Hey, I can't afford that. You don't want to buy anything that's $500, $1,000 if you haven't seen the value. Of course it sounds too expensive. So try to time the button to the point of the webinar where you're actually making an offer after they've watched and learned and seen value. If they're not willing to consume the webinar, they're probably not a good fit anyway. Okay, the closing sequence. This is really important. I've heard some marketers tell me, depending on how well you do live on the webinar itself, that this is where they get 50 to 75% of the revenue. So there's a 3 to 5 day closing cart sequence. It's a must-have part of your webinar. What you want to do is email the people that show up or that opt in for the replay an overview of the program. What are they going to get? What are the benefits of your actual offer? You have to sell it. You can't just say, did you see the webinar? Click here to sign up. You have to spell it out and say, you're going to get this, 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 and this. Normally this much price. And if you sign up now, you get it for this price with these bonuses. You want to use a countdown timer if possible. Now, I'm using less and less of those because I'm kind of not, I don't want to say lazy, but just confident that I attract the right clients who want to buy things from me. But at the end of the day, use one if possible. If you truly do have an expiration, if you have a coaching program where people are going to start in a certain date and the offer goes away for a real reason, then use a countdown timer, but that's up to you. So the first video you want to send, I believe that the closing sequence should have 3 pieces of distinct content at least. One of them is a testimonial case study. Here's how somebody or myself got actual results using this system. The next is FAQs. Can you answer the top objections from the webinar or from your program or your content and answer those in a way that repositions them as opportunities and addresses the reasons why people aren't buying? At the end of the day, there are so many more people on the fence that you'd actually believe. And if you just clarified that one misconception or concern, they'd probably sign up. Sample or bonus content. I love this one. Believing, seeing is believing. What I mean by that is if you have a great product, program, or service, give them a sample. Say, here's the first step. I'm going to do this for free. I'm going to create a blog post for you for free. I'm going to show you our first 2 training videos in our membership for free. Here they are. Because if you have good stuff, they're going to sign up. And if you don't, they're not going to stick anyway. Retarget the closing folks via Facebook ads. So what I'm going to do is I'll actually upload the video into Facebook of the FAQs. I'll upload the actual testimonial videos into Facebook, and I'll play those to people who have attended the webinar but have not yet purchased. That's very easy to do. We'll cover that in the retargeting training. It's super powerful. Those are the highest converting Facebook campaigns of all time, are the ones that people get after the webinar, but before the offer is over, if you have an end date to your offer. The order form and lead form. Some of you might drive people to a checkout page where they're going to purchase your product or program. And some of you, if you have higher end offers, again, I think that's over $2,000. If you have a coaching, a consulting, a done-for-you service, a B2B offering, then the call to action on a webinar might not be to buy something. It could be to get on the phone with you or somebody in your team for a fast-track strategy session, a mapping session, or a demo of your program. That's fine, but you want to have multiple payment options. If it is an actual order form, I recommend Samcart. I use it now. It does have some bugs, but it's so easy to set up high converting order forms. It just works really well. You want to have testimonials on your order form itself. You want to remove all unnecessary fields. You don't need to ask for their billing address if you're not going to send, their mailing address if you're not going to send them anything. Every single field on your checkout form reduces conversions. Have a guarantee, stand by your products and programs, offer a risk reversal guarantee, a strong promise and a payoff. Resell the value on the order form itself. You could even add, again, those testimonials, a guarantee, and talk about, hey, this program is geared to do one thing, get you from here to here without the stuff you hate. And here's proof that it works for other people and a guarantee in case you're on the fence. So that's the general walkthrough of the winning webinar funnel. We're going to go into more detail. I'm going to show you these actual pages on a page-by-page overview, and I'm going to go through the email and ad strategy. So literally you can move from left to right here. After you have your webinar set up, you're going to be able to set up your funnel and make sure that very few people slip through the cracks. Welcome back to the winning webinar formula. In this training, we're going to talk about delivering the message, how to create compelling emails that get people to sign up, show up, and pay up during your webinars in record time, even if you're not a copywriter or advanced marketer. If we take a second to revisit the winning webinar funnel, we know that so far we've talked about the pages in your funnel, or those steps that you take people through from becoming strangers to hopefully getting educated and motivated by your lead magnet, to signing up for your webinar and attending and hopefully finally making a purchase. But as we know, the whole premise of the funnel is that people don't always go through. If everybody started in the beginning of your funnel and made it to the end, we'd all be billionaires. So the question is, how do we use swim lanes like emails and ads to drive people through? So I'm going to show you a framework, and you're going to quickly understand how to create emails in record time. And more importantly, I'm going to give you some swipe files and templates so you can get your emails launched right away. Here we're looking at the 5P email framework. This is very powerful because, well, you can remember it because each type of email starts with a P, and there are 5 of them. But more importantly, if you think about it, email serves the same purpose of any type of marketing, whether it's a sales letter, a video, a webinar, an ad, a landing page. You're trying to show somebody the promise of a result that they're not getting right now, and you're trying to move them away from a frustration or pain they're having and hopefully toward the desired outcome that they want, right? The solution that they're looking for. And that's why we do the avatar homework and we come up with our messaging, and email is no different. There are a lot of reasons why people buy, and some people might think they're being more analytical or emotional, but a lot of experts have said people make buying decisions based on emotion and then try to rationalize them with logic. Either way, if you use the 5P email framework, you're addressing all the potential outcomes or courses people might take when making a decision. Here's what I mean. A problem, a promise, proof, ping, promotion. The reason these are named as such is because we want to, in our campaigns, touch on each of these, if not all of these, ideally. A problem is an email that simply describes the pains and frustrations of your audience's current frustration. So, if you're struggling with this, if you feel this, if you found yourself waking up with no leads, or once again, having another cigarette when you're trying to quit, right? So we know their problems because we've done our avatar homework, and we want to craft an email that asks them and engages them based on the problem. A promise is a reveal of what life will be like once they utilize this transformation, this content, or whatever you're going to deliver to them, right? From point A to point B. Proof. A real story of yourself or your clients' specific and tangible results. What this means is it can't be hypothetical. It's how I went from A to B in C amount of time, right? How one of my clients, how a bankruptcy attorney got 30 new clients in the last 30 days without spending more on advertising. It's a case study. It's very powerful. because no form of marketing is more effective than showing your potential client, here's how someone just like you in your exact situation got results. A ping is to create an interactive discussion. Marketing should not be a one-way broadcast. The whole point of marketing is to engage each other, start a conversation, which by definition means there's a two-way back and forth flow happening. How do we do that? We ask a question. What's your biggest frustration with this? Are you struggling with this? How much are you like Jim? Okay? And a promotion. So by the way, Jim would be a potential client, right? A promotion. Now we can promote. A lot of people send all their emails based on promotions. Buy this, get this, buy this, get this. You have your family and friends that do, marketing or promoting their business or network marketing. It's always get this, buy this now. Well, that only works if you've built goodwill and in good faith, you've educated people. So now you can say, hey, if you want more help from me, here's an offer. So you'll notice it's only 20% of the messaging is geared towards or dedicated to promotion. So I break this framework into 3 sections, and I think it's kind of cool to think when you write any form of copy, what do you want them to think? What should the message make them think about themselves or their situation? Secondly, how should it make them feel? And then how are we going to make them act? What action should they take? So with a problem, if I describe their pains and frustrations, I want them to feel like that's me. That sounds just like me. I feel that I need to change that. Yes, I have that problem, right? The promise. Well, I want them to think, hey, there can be a better result here on the horizon. What would life be like if I finally got where I want to go? I should feel a sigh of relief that there's actually a clear path. I don't have to be as overwhelmed or frustrated. Same thing with proof. A real story or case study should make me feel trust, proof, and authority. So, by the way, if you haven't read Robert Cialdini's book, Influence, he's really the first person to clearly map out the psychological triggers that apply to all humanity throughout all time. And you'll see things like social proof, trust, authority, community, confidence, right? These are important. I think it's a great book for any type of marketing or copy. Ping. Create a question. Create an open loop. Invite interactivity. I want them to feel that there's personal communication happening, that I care, that they matter, that there's reciprocity. If I ask them a question and I answer their questions, they're going to feel, okay, cool. Now it's almost like you're coaching before you're a coach. You're selling before you have to sell something because they're already kind of doing business with you. Promotion. Now I want them to feel urgency, risk reversal. Like, look, if you like what I've sent you so far, if you've liked the webinar, if you've liked the video series, if you've enjoyed the content, now for this month, I'm offering enrollment plus a certain bonus or a discount, or the next 10 people I'm going to do a one-on-one call with, whatever we can do to get them to take action. And you always think about what action do we want people to take in their email. So I'm going to show you some examples of these emails, but I also want to bring up something that I think is really cool that might be helpful to you, which is, so the next thing I want to show you is email anatomy, how you should think about. So I'm going to show you how to use the specific messaging in the 5P framework, where your content lives. Obviously, you're going to put your content in the body of your email, but it doesn't matter if your email never gets opened, it never gets clicked on. So really, if someone writes the best copy in the world in the middle of the forest, does anybody hear it, right? You have to ensure that people take action. So Frank Kern put this out, and it's just very powerful. He really looks at his email very analytically, saying the subject line, there's one goal. If someone's looking in their e-box with all the flood of information, you want to get the email opened. So you always want to use customization and relevancy if you have your contact's name, and you want to be short. You don't want to be too creative. If you think about what Dean Jackson said, one of my mentors, he said, the only emails that get 100% open rates are those from your mother. And it's kind of true and funny that, if it's meant to be personal and not quote unquote corporate email, so we don't want to use HTML headers and fancy formatting and all that stuff. We just want to engage people and say, hey, did you see this? And then we want to move through this framework. Let me continue on this. So the first sentence, the purpose is to get it open again, because a lot of times when you're looking at your inbox, you'll see the preview of the first sentence in the email. Now the image is to get the click. If you have an image of a framework or copy or a video, whatever you're discussing, I'll show you my examples of this in a moment. It really should inspire curiosity, open a psychological loop, and get somebody to click. There's an early call to action. before you even go into the main content, for people that are just short on time, you can say, here's a great way I've learned to double my sales, or here's a cheat sheet I have for Facebook ads, or whatever you deal with. Put a call to action before the main body. Sell them on the copy, the problem, the proof, the promotion, the ping, and then actually put a call to action after that. Resell the click and the PPS or PS. I used to think this was cheesy having a PS in your emails, but it just, I've looked at the numbers, and most people will tell you, see how this isn't hypey, it's not full of content, it doesn't seem like there's too many links in here, even though there are a lot. It's done in a classy way with a normal flow where you can get the open and get the click. So now I want to show you inside one of my campaigns and how I use the 5P copy strategy. Now, don't be distracted or confused by all of my nerdy technical kind of funnel structure here. You can do a simple email autoresponder in anything from the Fl3Tch3R method CRM that we've launched to ActiveCampaign to Drip to Infusionsoft, which you see here. The point is, I want to show you how I use those 5Ps. I have a sequence where I invite people to an evergreen webinar, and you can use it for a live webinar. It doesn't matter. Now, this is to invite somebody to a webinar, but if we look at our webinar funnel, you're also going to use the 5Ps in between your funnel. I'll show you how that works in a moment. But to invite someone, I actually name these so I can stay honest and stay on track. It's pretty cool. I can say problem. I can't say I actually did say it. I typed in, here's a problem email, here's a promotion email, here's a promise email. Ping, it's a question, right? So you have pings, problems, promises, promotions. And now I can look in here and say, ping, where are you on the revenue roadmap? So I'm asking people, hey, I created this revenue roadmap, which is obviously my profit pyramid, right? And I'm looking at it and saying, where are you? Just check out this quick training I did. Tell me where you are. It's a question right off the bat. Let's get a conversation going. And now I can see the next email. Why are you struggling? And I'm asking them, hey, tell me, if you told me, like most of the people on my list, that you're struggling, why are you struggling? Is it that you have lack of time, you're missing a clear strategy, or something else? Now you'll see the subject line has a high open rate because it says, why are you struggling then, Jim? It's very, very simple, very relevant to them, opens up a psychological loop. There's a PS with another link. So follows the same anatomy format I showed you earlier. Problem. How do you stop swimming upstream? So I'm not going to read all of them, but you can see that it follows the framework. It's pretty simple. Now, a lot of people say, well, yeah, but can I see the copy and the templates and word for word? It's not about that. You don't need to write like a copywriter or like you think a marketing expert would communicate. It's the same way you'd sit in front of a prospect in your business or on the phone or anywhere. What do you do for a living? What's your problem? How can I help you? And they're going to like you and want to engage with the casual you. You don't have to use proper grammar, hopefully spelling, but you have license. I use these ellipses here. I have short, punchy paragraphs, nothing too long, nothing more than a sentence, in fact. Because people are busy, they don't have time. It's just, are you swimming upstream? Do you find you're suffering from information overload or tech overwhelm? After working with over 10,000 business owners, I've come to understand there's 3 core reasons why business owners fail at marketing. Check out this new program I have to help you out. Does that make sense? You'll notice a little teaser here. There's an ad that has a problem. So we use the same methodology, the same 5P strategy in our retargeting and advertising that we do in our emails. We use one of those 5Ps. We think, okay, I'm gonna ask people, why are they swimming upstream? Are they swimming upstream? We have a problem ad and a problem email. So kind of cool, right? Now, promotion. Do you need to go on a diet? A lot of people don't like this email at first, but then, do you need to go on a diet, Jim? But then I say, no, not that kind. Before you kill me and unsubscribe, how about I'm talking about an information diet? So very, very simple, asking a question, offering the opportunity to get clear and get help. How do you stay focused in your business? That's a promise. What if you're totally focused in your business? Are you trying, how to avoid tech overwhelm for good? Here's a promise email. So it's just conversational. I'm willing to bet you suffer from tech overwhelm. That immediate sense of anxiety that arises the second you start to think about the ever-expanding internet marketing landscape. So that's true. There's a lot of tools and software and gurus and all kinds of just junk floating around. Well, I'm going to tell you my story. The more I clicked, the more overwhelmed I got. And then I realized there's one tool, one technique I could use to beat tech overwhelm. Now, here's a $1 million hack that I came up with, is that now that you've built your webinar, why not use your slides as emails? Aha, this is a big aha moment, okay? So if I look at my webinar, I'll bring up an old one here. Let's just look at 2015 webinar. I have all these slides that have, by definition, emotional messaging, emotional images, right? What if you have a flood of new leads, right? These obviously aren't formatted because it's my old webinar, but publishing powerhouse. What if you could publish tons of content in just minutes without ever ripping up another piece of paper, without ever experiencing writer's block? So all of my slides, because I've taken the time to make them compelling and, emotionally charged, so to speak, I can use those in my copy, in my sequences. Hopefully that makes great sense to you. It was a real big breakthrough for me. I could literally take the 5P framework and grab a slide from the webinar that I'm trying to get them to and use those. I could always use those in between. So I'm not going to go through all of them. You get the format. The 5Ps are a super powerful way for you to organize your content, ensuring that you're addressing one of the 5Ps in all of your messages. Now, when I go back and look at the webinar framework itself, let me just make sure you're clear on how to use them. So if I have an email list, I'm trying to get a bunch of people to register for a webinar, I would use the 5Ps to invite them. I send an email every day or two touching on one of those 5Ps. Now, what do you do when people are stuck in your funnel? Because this is the whole one-page funnel framework that I came up with. It's like, okay, well, great. If I can get people to register, but if they don't show up, it does no good, right? So what do I do with email for each of these steps? Well, now you should have a mini kind of aha moment like I did when I came up with this. When someone registers for a webinar, but they don't visit the pre-webinar training, now I can use one or many of the 5Ps to get them to show up for the pre-webinar training. And I'm going to do the same thing with my ads, which I'll cover in the next training video. But think about it. Someone registered, but they haven't yet done the pre-webinar training. They haven't visited that page. I know they haven't clicked on that training yet. I could say, hey, the one problem with let me address the one problem that people need to know before they show up on the webinar. Or imagine if you already knew exactly what your sales would be for all of next year after a 10-minute exercise. Or use this 5-minute template before the webinar to set up your first Facebook ad. So I'm going to go through the 5Ps, and I might use all of them or one of them. So each of these could be a sequence of emails, or it could be literally just a one-off email, and I'm going to pick which one of the 5Ps I want to use. The way I look at marketing is I use a sequence for each of these because I'm going to send emails until people take this action. Then I'm going to email them and take this until they take this action. And then I'm going to send them a sequence using the 5Ps until they take the next action. And it's the same for my ads. The last thing I want to show you is how I would use emails in a live webinar setting, and then I'll give you some swipe files and templates so you can kind of hit the ground running and start ahead instead of just beginning with a white page every time and trying to write emails. So when I invite people to a webinar, I'm going to use very, very simple methodology. 9-word email comes from the master Dean Jackson. Running another live training this Thursday. Here's what we're going to cover. Let me know if you want to attend. Can you make it? Right? Can you attend? Very, very simple. And then I'm going to talk about maybe a promise. Here's a 3-page marketing template that I'm going to be covering in this Thursday's live webinar. Go ahead and grab it here, right? So I'm giving them something for free, giving value up front. I might give them additional details. I might give them a promise of what we're going to cover. How you can stop consuming blogs, how to eliminate tech overwhelm for good. So I'm actually spelling out the value of the upcoming webinar, what we're going to cover. Then, this is a sequence to get people to register for the webinar. Once they register for the webinar, okay, now what am I going to do? I'm going to send them a reminder sequence. I'm going to remind them as soon as they've signed up. And again, there's a lot of technical stuff here. All you need to understand is I'm going to send them a confirmation. I'm going to drive them to the bonus training. Very simple. And then what I'm going to do is sometime before the webinar, I'm going to have a proof. I'm going to give them a lot of value showing that I've been interviewed on a lot of different podcasts, maybe give them a copy of my book. and ways to reach me on social media. I'm just trying to increase engagement, build a bond with them, and increase my connection with them, right? And then after they attend the webinar, of course, there is an offer sequence. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give them a discount link to sign up right off the bat. And again, I'm going to give you templates for all these. I'm going to reiterate what they get, because this is if they attended the webinar. I'm going to reiterate all the value that they get if they sign up for whatever I'm offering. I'm going to send them a link to the replay the next day, and they're going to be able to access the replay and the transcript and get all the content there. I'm going to give them interviews. Remember I talked about in the closing sequence. I'm going to build more goodwill if they haven't opened that email before. I'm going to address FAQs and social proof. This is part of your closing sequence. Here's some of the top questions people have. So let me just preview this and I'll show you. Top FAQs and testimonials. I want people to understand what other people with questions have said about my product or what I'm offering. So I'll send them social proof. I'll also address FAQs. So I'm thinking about the top objections people have had why they didn't buy, and I'm giving them a video with FAQs that address that. Okay, address those. And let's see what else we have here. Sample training. This is cool. So nothing is going to better represent your product than giving them the product. So I actually, if I preview this message, I give people the older version because I've recreated it since, but I give them the complete ultimate lead magnet training so they can see a sample of exactly what's inside. And then if they want to join the community or whatever product you're offering, that I was offering at the time, they can here. So I'm giving them a 40-minute training. Here's exactly the kind of training you're going to see. And I'm just putting my money where my mouth is and showing it to them in advance. Does that make sense? So you'll see in the course resources here that I've given you my email swipes. These are just samples. You should change things and customize them to what you're comfortable with and more representative of your business, your style, and your model. But they're sure going to help you get started off on the right foot. I have a webinar invite sequence. I give you the timing of when I send them out. I give you the exact email copy. And then I have another sequence you'll see here for the 3-day closing. So I literally give them social proof, timing, a countdown. And again, you could add things if you have them, like testimonials, FAQs, sample training. And it all rolls up to what you see here. Hopefully this makes a lot more sense. If you look at the funnel, it should make more logical sense that, okay, now I get it. Here's the main pages I'm driving people through. I'm going to select one or more of those 5 Ps to get the people that are unstuck moving back forward through the funnel as I want them to do, of course, if they're qualified. And that's really the 5P copy strategy. Hopefully it makes sense. Put it to use in your business, and we'll see you in the next training. Welcome back to the winning webinar formula. Now we're going to talk about delivering the message in the form of ads, how to use retargeting ads to ensure that more and more people get to that next step in the funnel without slipping through the cracks. Let's look at the retargeting roadmap framework. Now we have a full-length retargeting roadmap training in the Fletcher Method community, but I want to show you how to use ads specifically in the webinar funnel so you can take action right away. Let's zoom out and look at the webinar funnel so we can see how ads apply to our funnel and how we should be using them to move users to that next step in our funnel, whatever that might be. In this case, it's a webinar. We've talked a lot about the pages that you're going to drive people through, how to set up your webinar, and the greater funnel that's going to result in higher conversions for your webinar at large. Then we talked about the 5P email strategy, and I have some good news. When it comes to the word retargeting, a lot of people freak out. They think, oh, that sounds technical and totally nerdy. I don't get it. But at the end of the day, it's just like email in the sense that you're going to say, hey, for all the people that register for a webinar but maybe don't go to the training, the pre-webinar training, I'm going to show them an ad. And then once they go to the pre-webinar training, maybe between then and the live webinar, I'll show another ad. And for all the people that attend the webinar, maybe I'll show ads for the things in my closing sequence, for the elements of my closing cart sequence, like here's some testimonial videos, FAQs, sample training, okay? So a funnel in this sense is really, really powerful and effective because you can take the next bite-sized step. So if you just check these off, you'll be good to go. So now when I look at the webinar funnel planner, it should make sense what I'm trying to do here by filling in the blanks. If I look at my funnel, I need an email or an email sequence using the 5P strategy to get people from here to here, here to here, here to here. So I want to write down what my strategy or what the subject line or what the main strategy will be. And the same goes for ads. For all the people that maybe sign up for a webinar but don't attend the pre-webinar training, I might jot down some notes that I'm going to use in that ad. Now, when I talk about the ad itself, it should make more sense. If I look at these samples, all I'm doing is I'm showing a different ad to people based on where they are in the funnel. So people that maybe got my lead magnet but didn't sign up for a webinar, I'll show them an ad that says, "Psst, hey, it's not too late to register for the webinar." And it looks a little bit goofy and disruptive, but this ad converted very, very well. Maybe for the people that register for the webinar, I'll simply congratulate them and say, hey, here's some free sample bonus training, right? And I can do that very, very easily. And maybe after the webinar, if I'm doing a higher end program where I want to talk to people, have myself or somebody on my team actually communicate with my customers, imagine that, I might, target everyone that was on the webinar or watch the replay and say, spend 10 minutes with me to avoid 10,000 hours of frustrations. This was driving people to a call with me or somebody on my team. You might have been on one of these calls, and now it makes a lot more sense, hopefully. So that's the strategy. And there's two ways to do retargeting, but I want to just underscore again that all we're doing is saying, how am I going to get people that attended the webinar but didn't buy? What ad am I going to use to get them to do that? What ad am I going to give and present to everyone based on the exact step in the funnel that they are? Now, here's the big takeaway, and here's the aha moment for retargeting. Whether you're doing retargeting around the web using a tool like Perfect Audience or retargeting on Facebook, and for many of us, we never need to go beyond Facebook because if you have an incredible ROI and you're getting great results, you don't need to. I'm going to show you both ways, but in Facebook, it's super, super easy. You literally say, I'm going to run an ad to the audience of everyone that's registered for webinar, and I want to exclude the audience that have already attended the pre-webinar training. So I know I'm using this step in the funnel as an example so you can really understand it. It's very simple. When you set up an ad in Facebook, which I'll cover in more detail in the Facebook training, but for now, just understand all you're doing is just saying, run an ad to these people, but not these people. Now, for everyone maybe that hasn't purchased, I'm going to run these ads to everyone who's attended the webinar or been in the replay, but hasn't been to the shopping cart or hasn't checked out the shopping cart. So when I say that every single point of your funnel is URLs, I really mean it, because now you can run ads to everybody based on where they are in the funnel. So let me show you, just in case you're already doing Facebook ads, how to set this up. If you're not, don't worry about it. You don't need to be overwhelmed right now. Go through the full Facebook training. But if you want to take action quickly because you're already doing Facebook ads, here's an example of a webinar retargeting ad I'm running. So it's in the right column. And my goal is for people to register for a webinar, obviously. I'm spending $10 a day, very low risk, and I'm getting good results. Here's why. Because I'm saying, let's run it to people that have been on my website and exclude people that are already my customers. That wouldn't make sense. And people who've already registered for the webinar. So think about it. If anyone got one of my lead magnets or even came to my site, but they didn't go ahead and register for webinar or sign up, I'm presenting this ad only to that audience. It's about, again, if I look at the general framework, if I go back to the framework, I'm running an ad to these people, but not these people. That is this ad. I'm running this ad to these people, but not these people. So I'm just running an ad saying exclude everybody here and run it to these folks here. So that's why in the webinar funnel planner, you can simply say, okay, what's my ad strategy for each of these audiences? You could even put a check mark if you want to be very basic and say, I have an ad for all these. At the end of the day, all you're trying to do is check all these boxes off. If you take the time to think about the email and ad strategy you're going to use to drive people to the next step in your funnel, you really can't go wrong. Now let's look at retargeting around the web. Now, the reason you'd want to do this is because for pennies on the dollar, you can reach people on every website they go to that's running Google ads. So it's very important. You can literally run ads all around the web in all different sizes and get people to come back to your offers. So here's some examples you'll see. I'm not going to go through all of them. I did Facebook retargeting here because if you really have a high converting funnel and you don't want to get into Facebook and worry about web retargeting separately, you can just go in here in Perfect Audience, which is the vendor, the software solution I recommend, and set up all your retargeting in one place. So here's a banner ad for people that didn't register for a webinar. Okay. Here is an ad that will run on websites for people that are registered to drive them through a quick thank you and pre-webinar training video. And you'll see the same ad running on banner ads and on Facebook. Isn't that cool? Now you'll see people maybe who've been to my website but haven't opted in for one of my lead magnets. I can run a banner ad saying, get this website cheat sheet, right? Grab it right here. Pretty cool. Same thing for, don't forget the website cheat sheet. Don't forget to get on a call with me. This is driving people to a triage call with me. So you can see that I'm doing, I'm reaching people on Facebook and everywhere on the web. It's pretty cool. Now, something I want to talk about going back to our 5P email strategy. I use the same thing for ads. So I'll take an image on my slide maybe and say, where does your business fall in the 7-figure roadmap? That's a ping. I'm asking a question. The top 3 reasons small businesses fail at marketing. Obviously, that's a pain. I'm saying, are you dealing with this pain right now in your life and your business? Use this proven email system. That's a promise. How to go from 17 to 9,800 leads in 90 days just by using a simple system. And I can go on and on and on and just see the results that these are getting. So, does your business feel like you're swimming upstream? That's obviously a pain, right? So these are really good ads. By the way, Liz, my wife, did these, but you can do these very quickly and easily if you want to pay someone on Fiverr to do banner ads like this, or there's a hack where you can do them pretty easily in Photoshop that I'll show you in the retargeting training. But double your business in 90 days, paint by number frameworks. It's very, very simple. See, I'm kind of addressing every point in the funnel. These are some of my favorite ones. And I kind of went overboard. I practice what I preach. I have an ad for every step of the funnel. And the reason why there's so many ads here, because we did an ad in different formats. So these ads run around the web. Ads like this run on Facebook. Does that make sense? Look, do you have questions about the community, about our program? Click here to check to get answers to your question. See what I'm saying? Here's a free bonus video. Remember, in our closing cart sequence, we drive people to watch some free training. You can see those here. Super powerful stuff. Last chance scarcity. We're closing the community. We're doing a price hike. Our special's ending. Here's a strategy session that people can opt in to get a strategy session. Super, super powerful, right? Join the community, just point blank. You've already seen the offers. You're already in the closing sequence. You've been in the webinar. Click here to join the community. So you can see it makes sense if I'm using the 5P strategy. Let me see if I can get some reporting here. This is really cool. Now here's why retargeting is so powerful if you use this strategy. Okay, 1.6 million impressions served around the web for $6,000. Do the math on that. 1,900 conversions, 2,000 conversions, $100,000 worth of business for roughly in value for $6,000. So I can see the revenue of these ads, $14,000. For that many more people got in the webinar that otherwise wouldn't have. $7,000 for a $190 spend for people, again, registering for a webinar. So I can look at, with perfect audience, it's very simple. I just say, hey, I want to set up an audience and track everyone who goes to all these pages in my funnel. And then I can start running ads to people based on where they are in the funnel. It's really that simple. If there's a little bit of a technical hurdle, a lot of people say, well, this is new. I've never used Perfect Audience. I've never used Infusionsoft, never used this software. I say, don't let the friction stop you, because most of your competitors are giving up and it's really not that tough. Anything new seems overwhelming when we're adults for some reason. And then half an hour later, you have it set up. If you want it bad enough, if you want to get there, then just go through the tutorials that they offer and get it done. I have, again, a more full-length training on retargeting. I also have a retargeting roadmap, but it's very simple. You paste some code on your site. So Perfect Audience and Facebook both just give you literally a copy and paste code you put on every page of your site. You decide what your goals are. So if I look at my webinar funnel, I know, well, it's a goal for someone to come to this page because it means they registered for a lead magnet. And now I know this is a goal because it means someone has registered for a webinar. And I can say this is a goal because they purchased my products, whatever page they go to after the order form or the sign up form, or maybe if they're getting on your calendar for an appointment, you can say that's a goal. And you simply set up those goals. It's very, very simple once you get into it. Then you say, okay, what are my retargeting lists? And this is true in Facebook. They're called audiences and they're called lists and perfect audience. It's the same thing. All you're doing is you're creating an audience for every page in your funnel. So, remember in the webinar funnel planner, we said every page of your funnel has a unique URL. Maybe this is FletcherMethod.com/lead magnet. This one is /webinar confirmation. And you just simply set up an audience or a list for each of those. And that's what allows you to run ads to them. Because now I can say, run this ad again to all the people that have hit this URL, but not this list, sorry. So in both perfect audience, if you're using it, or Facebook, you simply set up an audience or a list for each of the URLs in your funnel. And now you can segment your campaigns, as I said, and you could design ads. I've given you some examples of what I think are good Facebook ads, and even someone on Fiverr who creates really good ads. But the bottom line is you simply want to zoom out, look at your webinar funnel and say, do I have an email and ad strategy to keep driving people through the funnel? And if you do, you almost can't lose, especially if you use the 5P formula that I've outlined here. Welcome back to the Winning Webinar Formula course. I think you're really going to dig this video, as we're going to talk about how to measure and scale your webinar funnel, the exact metrics you should know and optimize for during each level or each step in your funnel. And I'm even going to give you some tips and pointers so you know where to start if you haven't done webinars before to keep the risk low. So I'm going to show you where you should fall in terms of what you should pay to get somebody onto a webinar to attend, what percentage should convert, and I'm going to show you how to troubleshoot and fix anything that's not working. My ultimate goal for you is to be able to truly measure and scale so you can start spending more and more in advertising without risk, or at least minimizing the risk. So if I started spending $10, $20 a day, and now I've scaled it up to $300, $400, $500, even $1,000 a day that I spend on Facebook now, and next year I want to spend way more than that because I know through history what my numbers should be. This is not an advanced metrics class. This is about the core numbers you need to know before you ever launch a paid webinar campaign. So let's look at the framework that I've created to help walk you through this step by step. Okay, what we're looking at here is the Webinar Metrics Multiplier Framework. This is not for you to actually use in real time and use this framework to track your webinars. This is an infographic I can use to make sure you know the exact metrics you should be paying for, and more importantly, why they're named what they are and what baseline numbers you should set if you're just starting out, okay? So you'll see that what I've done is I've eliminated some of the superfluous pages in your funnel. For example, for all the people that register for your webinar, we normally send a pre-webinar training to. I cut that out because that's not a key performance indicator. That's not a core metric we need to pay attention to. And obviously for the people that show up to your webinar, we obviously have a closing cart sequence where we give people things like testimonials, reviews, FAQs, social proof, sample training. I cut that out because if you're advanced, you're going to measure each one of those steps of the funnel, and you're going to do emails and retargeting for each step of that funnel and be very meticulous. But these are the numbers that everyone that runs a webinar should know. In fact, don't send paid traffic to a webinar funnel if you don't have a way to measure and keep your finger on the pulse of these numbers. So what I've done is I've indicated the core goals, the minimum viable metrics we should pay attention to. And in this case, it's when someone opts in for your lead magnet, they registers for your webinar, attends your webinar, or purchases. That's it. I understand that if you're a coach, a consultant, a trainer, a done-for-you agency, you might have a different funnel where after they attend, this might be they schedule a strategy session with you or someone in your team and then purchase. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're measuring the core performance indicators, and these are central to every webinar. So again, I just have the Facebook ad going to someone viewing your lead magnet, those that opt into your lead magnet and then become a lead, and then what percentage of those register, attend, view your offer, and purchase your product. The core two numbers that I need to know here to measure every aspect of my funnel, the rest is simple reverse engineering, is what did I spend on ads? So let's just say this is for a month. $1,000 I spent in a month, and what was my revenue? That's how I reverse engineer and calculate everything in between. It's pretty cool, right? So let's look at these key metrics that I measure and I think you should be paying close attention to. We name each metric along the funnel differently because we're measuring a different outcome or goal. So if someone views my opt-in page, they click on my Facebook ad, we're just measuring clicks. And then we look at the percentage of those that actually opt in for my ultimate lead magnet. Well, now we're measuring leads, And then from there, we're going to walk them through Stretch the Gap. And obviously by now, you know the authority amplifier strategy. It's different than what a lot of other people do, which is usually sending people directly to register for a webinar, which means they don't care, they don't know you, they don't like you, they don't trust you. So if we do a good job of walking them through, then we should get about 40% of those people to go ahead and register. And we're measuring how many attend, again, view the card and purchase. So customers, card views, attendees, registrations, leads, clicks. Now, what I've put here are what I think are good baseline rates for you to start with. What is the performance of each step of the funnel? The opposite of which is friction. How many people are we losing? So the performance is, out of 1,000 clicks to this website, I think you should be aiming for a 30% opt-in, because we want the people that really understand the value, that we're targeting correctly. And that's an industry standard number. It's not very high, it's not extremely low. So you should count on that. 30% of the people who view your ultimate lead magnet opt-in page should opt in. Now we want to say that roughly 40% of the people should register. A lot of experts say that number is as low as 20%. And I've seen if you do the ultimate lead magnet first, you get a much higher registration and stick rate attendance rate, because now they know you and they see the value. The bottom line is, if you're putting out something that doesn't resonate with them, you're not good at the content that you deliver to them, or you're not targeting the right people, of course the numbers are going to be low, because you're not, if I'm selling, fitness equipment for high performance CrossFit athletes to people that are in geriatric homes, I'm probably going to have a pretty low registration. So it goes without saying that if each of these numbers is very low when you start out, at least you'll know the point of your funnel you need to tweak. And it usually starts with the beginning. So the attendance rate, 40%, and anywhere from 5 to as high as 20% of the people on your webinar will sign up. So out of the people that attended, what percentage are signing up? I'm going to say 8% is a good baseline. For live webinars, it'll go higher as you get better. For evergreen webinars, 3 to 5%. So that's why you need to make sure the economics work, is because you can see, even if you have a world-class funnel, there's attrition. You're starting out with 1,000 clicks and only ending up with 4 customers. That's an overall total funnel efficiency of 4%. So you need to understand that. You need to count on making an ROI here. That's why no matter what you're selling, I would not try to directly sell a product less than $500 or more than $2,000 in a webinar. That magic metric, the kind of sweet spot, is around $1,000, where you can get a good conversion rate, sell a good number of products, but not have to actually talk to them. So if you're a coach or a consultant and you're selling things that are, products and programs that are $500, $2,000, $3,000 a month, you're going to want to talk to them first and send them to talk to someone on, yourself or somebody on your team. But for generalities and for you to get started, if you can count on these general metrics here in terms of performance, and your pricing should be about $1,000 per customer. So now I know that if I got 4 customers, 8% of 48 people that showed up is roughly 4 customers, is like 3 point some change. Then I know that I have $4,000 in revenue. Now I can calculate the ROI. So if I got $3,000 ROI, because I take my revenue minus my ad spend, that gives me $3,000 ROI. That's a 300%. I would take that all day. Where else in the world can you do that? And I'll show you ad campaigns in the Facebook training where I can get, 10,000% ROI. But even if I get 200% ROI, I know I'm doing well. Where else can you, with certainty, double your money? Spend $1 and get $2 or $3. It's the best strategy that right now is the gold rush in terms of paid traffic, specifically Facebook ads. The next metric we're measuring is just the volume. What's the total number of folks that got to each step of your funnel based on these percentages? So 1,000 clicks, we're saying 30% of those people, that's 300 leads. Now I take my total ad spend, right? I divide it by 300 leads and I say the cost per lead is $3. And then and the value obviously is $13. What I'm doing is just saying, okay, I got $4,000 in revenue divided by the 300 leads. I'm saying, okay, that's not bad, $13 a lead, I'll take it. Now for webinar registrations, if I have 120 people, because 40% of these 300 people went ahead and registered for the webinar, well, I know I'm paying about $8 for someone to register for a webinar, but if that person's worth $33 in revenue, I say, let's keep doing more of that, right? And if 40% of the people who register actually show up because I've built a bond with them and I've taken the time to engineer the authority amplifier properly, then I know that 48% of those people would show up. I'm sorry, 48 people will show up. I know that I'm paying about $20.83 for someone to show up, but I'm getting $83 back. Cart views, I'm not measuring the metrics with. As you get more advanced, you can do all kinds of cool stuff with this. You can do cart abandonment sequences. You can retarget people that view your cart but don't purchase with discounts and bonuses and all kinds of cool stuff. But these are the basic core metrics. So at 8% conversion rate, if 4 people, so again, out of those 48 people that attended, 4 people sign up, I know that I'm paying $250. My customer acquisition cost is $250, but my value is $1,000. That's where I get the ROI. Do you see that? So the reason why the ROI is not higher is because I have to take out my ad cost. So again, it's my revenue minus my ad cost is my return on investment. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And these are the key numbers you can plug and play with. What I would do is just start planning on paying, again, somewhere around these numbers. So when I show you in the Facebook training how to start driving traffic, you're going to optimize for leads, and you're going to know you can pay roughly $3, and you're going to know roughly you can pay $8. Some people say that's high. I say that's rubbish. I look at the ROI, my Facebook campaigns over selling almost $1 million with one webinar, and sometimes I paid a lot more for those people that actually purchased because it's the right people, and it's probably more competitive to advertise to the people that actually have the money to buy your stuff on a webinar. So don't worry about optimizing for cheap numbers. Don't listen to people that say, hey, I'm getting leads for 50 cents. That's a great indicator that you have a great click-through, an ad that really resonates with people, getting tons of clicks and leads, right? But what matters is this. What matters is that you have a product that's priced appropriately. You're converting enough to make an ROI. So I'm going to also show you, lastly, a tool that I use that I'm going to give you access to. It's just a Google Doc. You can make a copy of it, and you can use it to kind of forecast your ROI based on your industry and your niche. Okay, here's the webinar tracker. You'll see a link to that here in this training. And what you can do is type in for your industry and your niche what your numbers are. So in other words, if you ran a webinar, you drove 100 or 1,000 people through it, and you have some baseline metrics, because maybe you have a niche that's a little bit tougher to get people to show up, or you're willing to pay more for a lead, it doesn't matter. What I want to do is look at the core numbers just in terms of your webinar. So let's just say if you spend $500 and you're willing to pay $5 per registration, okay, and your show up rate's 20%, your conversion rate's only 2%, and you have a $5,000 offer, so you have a much higher offer, you can still get a 400% ROI. Because we're measuring, okay, well, how many people register out of 100 people paying $5 each? Each person is worth $20 to us, and we get an ROI of $15 for each person. Okay, does that make sense? So then I have 20 attendees, we have 25. We're willing to pay $25 to get somebody to show up, but the value is $100, so we make $75 ROI. So we make an extra $75 on every person that attends the webinar. And for customers, we're saying, okay, it costs us $1,250 to get $5,000 in business. So what you're going to see here is you need to, the levers need to make sense. If you're going to pay little for registration, you have little show up and little price, it's not going to make sense. So the most forgiving way to run an effective paid traffic campaign is with the law of higher prices. If you just charge more, in other words, let's just say you charge $1 for your product, you're going to get a roughly anywhere from 5 to 10% conversion rate. If you charge $5,000 for your product, 5,000% more, you're still going to get a 2 to 10% conversion rate. So it's not a direct correlation between the offer amount and the conversion rate. You're better off just charging more, especially if you're beginning. Not beginning at delivering your services. You need to warrant the prices you charge. I use the 10x rule, saying, hey, whatever I charge a customer in total or per month, I want them to get 10 times that clearly, measurably in the first year. So that needs to be the case. But I'm saying if you're new at webinars, just count on these numbers. Count on spending somewhere between $5 for somebody to register as low as 20 or 30% show up rate. See, if I say this is 30%, it calculates the math for me. And now you'll see I get a different ROI and all the numbers kind of calculate. So you can use this as a predictive calculator, but the most important thing is to look at this framework and just understand how to measure all these. Now, in the Facebook training, I'm going to show you how to tweak these pixels. So on every page of your funnel, you're going to put a different code. So your Facebook advertising account is automatically going to calculate this for you. And that's when you really start cooking with gas, how I measure this. So over the course of a lifetime, don't think you need to understand this part. I'm just showing you what's to come. I'm going to do Facebook ads like no one else has ever done. I'm going to show you step by step, screen by screen, exactly how to do this. But for the sake of brevity, I just want to show you how you measure this stuff. So if you put the right pixels on the pages in your funnel, now what I can do is I can measure this stuff. I can say, okay, well, let's see when I get the most leads. Out of 764 leads, I can say I'm paying $1.98 per lead. And now I can say I've had 19 people register for webinar. Now this is higher because I changed the conversion pixel. Don't be confused by this. I used to measure it one way, now I measure it the other way, so it's actually much more reasonable than this. But it's pretty cool. I mean, you're saying, okay, I spent $1,500, got $9,000 back, spent $700, got $7,500 back, spent $1,000. So you can see I'm even tracking the cost per purchase. And all of this is simple to set up. You're just simply tracking what happens in your you're just using your pixels, and you can say you can set this up any way you want. You can customize these columns in your dashboard. I'll cover this in the Facebook training, but for now I just want you to know how wonderful it is to have a visual. You can see every step of your funnel, what you're paying for leads, someone to get on your register. Get on your register for your webinar, even attend your webinar, and purchase your product. And you just simply turn up and scale the ads that are working and delete the ones that aren't. It's really that simple. So I'm looking forward to that. For now, hopefully you've enjoyed the winning webinar blueprint training, and just keep moving forward, get your webinar launched, and then you'll be ready to drive some massive traffic through the funnel. Welcome back to the winning webinar formula. In this video, I want to show you how to measure and scale using automated webinars. I just want to walk you through a screen-by-screen case study of how I took my live webinar, turned it into an automated webinar campaign. And right off the bat, I want to tell you that 99% of what you do is the same. There are just a couple nuances. So let me walk you through the funnel, both the front end, the back end, and the metrics, so you can finally, after you do 10, 20, or 30 live webinars, I can't stress enough, one of the biggest mistakes people make is running automated webinars off the bat. They make a video of their webinar and then try to automate it. You need to get the real organic feeling and get the kinks out and get to know what people's objections are and where they leave and where they stay and what they want. And then once you do, let's just say a minimum of 10 webinars at a 10% conversion rate, then you can automate so people can consume that content around the clock. It goes without saying that I want to discourage you from telling people that automated webinars are live. Some of the software is geared to pretend that it is, and I think you just have a bad reputation and bad customer experience. I have a webinar running that was live, that automated, and it was my highest converting live webinar. And some people say, hey, this isn't live, so I feel like there's a gray area there. And moving forward, I'm never going to do that. I'm just going to say, look, here's a recording so you can access it at any time you want to. And it's the same content and masterclass that, the value is the value. The bottom line is, if you've done a good job with your authority amplifier and building trust and rapport, they're going to want to consume your content. They don't need to be fooled to thinking that it's live. So let me show you how to do an automated webinar. So in the case of an automated funnel, most of the steps are the same. I'm still going to try to advertise a lead magnet first. I've experimented with a couple variations on that, but especially for automated webinars, I don't recommend you advertise them off the bat unless you have a ton of historical data and such a good offer and good targeting. I would consider that an advanced technique. I'm not going to tell you you can't do that because some people do that successfully, but the best way is to ask people to buy them a drink or strike up a conversation by providing value and getting them to know you before you ask them to trust you and buy something. So in the case of an automated webinar, some of the few differences here are that we obviously don't have a pre-webinar training for a few days. The sequence is greatly abbreviated. So we want to quickly get them to register at a time that works for them. Then we deliver the automated webinar instead of live to them at the time that's convenient for them. And then we have the same closing sequence and the same replay sequence. So there's very little differences. It's just the mechanics of the actual automated webinar setup itself. So I'll show you that right now. So I'm going to show you two different ways to advertise webinars. And again, without getting into the nooks and crannies of Facebook, this will just give you some perspective and understand how the automated funnel works. So focus on the automated webinar funnel, not so much the ads, because the Facebook course is going to go into greater detail than you might like. Okay, so here's a ad, spent $46, got $1,400 in return, spent $400, got $1,000 in return. So let's look at this one, cost $15 per purchase, not bad. So when people see this ad, here's what the ad would look like. I will go ahead and show you the actual ad itself. So people see an ad, and remember, we have a lot of social proof because this ad's been running for a while. So there's, when you have 420 shares, 600 likes, that's social proof itself. So you're running ad campaigns, you want to use the same permalinks, the same exact ads, and just duplicate them. So you build more and more social proof in your ad. But this is not about the ad. Let's just show you the funnel itself. So when they click on the ad, what happens is they get to opt in for the actual content itself, the website cheat sheet. We have continuity, we have a clear offer and a promise. And then here's the authority amplifier page where we walk them through the actual website cheat sheet and show them what they need to be doing to their website. And then at the end, we stretch the gap and show them, hey, there's more to the story here. Weird with you. Fast forward properly. So we walk them through exactly what they need to do. We show them how to get results in advance, and then we have a strong authority amplifier. We introduce ourselves, we walk them through the cheat sheet, we give them the cheat sheet, either via on this page or via email, and we stretch the gap. We say what we just covered right now was only one part of a 3-step process you can use to get these results in this amount of time. If you want to do that, which I highly recommend, go ahead and register here. So then they go to an automated webinar. They can select a date. Either right now you'll see real time, so 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. here. I can enter my first name. I'll say my name is Dale because it's a good first name. I can say fletchman@gmail. It's not my real address, but sounds good. Spell it right. And when I register, you're going to see a couple differences here. So again, Facebook ad to an opt-in page where I get 30 or 40%. I walk them through this authority amplifier. Then they can register for the automated version of the webinar, which is starting right now. Now, here's the difference with automated webinars is, I'm going to go ahead and click on this YouTube link to show you. I give them the pre-webinar training here. I kind of frame the discussion. I give them a handout to download so they're prepared. And I really want them to stick. This is part of the stick strategy. So instead of having the pre-webinar training on a separate page, like you might do in a normal webinar, I'm going to go to the YouTube links. Okay, so what happens is I resell the webinar. I assume they might have opted in kind of knowing what they want to see, kind of understanding the value of what I'm going to provide. So I actually walk them through with social proof. Look, most people show up for this thing, and I've had 6,000 people, 7,000 people sign up at the time of this, and people love it. It's different. It's for them. It's relevant. So this is the same content in the webinar itself. It's just an abbreviated preview of what I'm going to cover. I'm going to show them step-by-step strategy and framework they can use to double their sales without all the BS and tech overwhelm out there. And I'm even going to make it worth their while to show up with a free book. So you can see what I'm doing is I'm reselling the webinar and kind of giving them a quick synopsis of what I'm going to cover in the webinar. Then when they show up in the webinar room, this is just, by the way, I'm using EverWebinar. There's a link here in this course where you can sign up. It is my affiliate link, so if you sign up for EverWebinar, I get a few dollars, but hey, hopefully you'll enjoy the software. I use it every day, and I'm going to show you how it made me a ton of money. So when you log into EverWebinar here, it's pretty intuitive. It takes a little bit to set it up, but it's so worth it. It's really cool. You go to My Webinars, and so I have the highest converting webinar I did in the past. What I can do is edit that webinar, and it's pretty darn simple. You just simply indicate the source of your webinar. You configure your webinar. Let me let this load here for a sec. So you indicate the source of your webinar. Where does the video live? An actual link to the video. Just create you can upload a video to your website or Amazon S3 or anywhere else, and you put a link to the video here. You configure kind of the name of the webinar and the basic kind of information, the name and the title of the webinar, and the schedule. And after a lot of testing, the best time to do ever webinars is just in time, where people can access a webinar every 15 minutes, and then maybe once or twice a day. I've tested a ton of different times, and I've seen 10 a.m., 3 p.m. Pacific time work the best, but you can tweak and test that. I'll show you in the analytics that you can actually measure the conversions for each of these times. You can see how long, what percentage of people show up and stick around and actually purchase for each time of the day. But just in time is the reason you do automated webinars. You don't want to make it hard for people to show up. And if you ask people to register for a webinar 3 days from now, you might as well do it live. The whole point of automated webinars is to give them access to the content when it's convenient for them. Then in step 2, you just simply indicate, who's presenting and all the information related to, the presenter of the webinar. It's very, very simple. Step 3 is where you indicate the registration page. Now this is really cool. You can just have your own registration page on Lead Pages or the Fletcher Method CRM or ClickFunnels or WordPress, and you can just copy and code the button for people to register. So if you go to my website and you see, if I go to go.fletchermethod.com, here you can see that people can kind of, this is just a normal WordPress page. Actually, no, this is ClickFunnels, but you can do a WordPress page. I'll show you what that looks like. FletcherMethod.com/webinar, I believe, -EPS. And people could register. All I had to do is copy and paste the code for that registration button, and it presents the same exact registration button you saw before. So it's pretty cool. So you could use their registration pages. The thing that I recommend is if you're advertising on Facebook especially, you want the webinar to be on your URL. You don't want to send traffic to a EverWebinar URL because you're getting bundled with all the other people that might be doing shady stuff, and it could risk your account. It could put your account at risk. Here's the cool thing. You can send welcome messages and all the kind of notifications people get right when they sign up for the webinar, maybe 1 hour, 24 hours, 15 minutes before. I even have text messaging set up, which takes a few clicks of a mouse, and you can literally set up a text message using Trello saying, hey, we're about to start, check your email for the link. So that really increases your show up rates. You're going to see my show up rates, and I think you'll understand why we take the time to set up the welcome emails. These are very, very simple. We just resell the benefits of what we're going to cover. This is all standard out of the box with EverWebinar, and we just kind of put the link to the webinar, any copy that's specific, and why they should show up. Again, we're always trying to resell the value of our content and our webinar, not just assuming that they signed up because they believe now it's the most important thing in their life. We have to resell the value. Now, as I go through, that's how you set up notifications. You integrate it with any autoresponder you have, so you can kind of integrate whatever CRM autoresponder you have. Very, very simple. You can actually integrate this very easily with your Facebook account, so you can track when people show up, when they register, when they sign up, even when they purchase, which I'll show you here in a minute. And so it's very easy to set this up. Very, very simple. Now I proceed to the next step. You always have to save stuff. And you can do a custom video, which I just put a YouTube video with the pre-webinar training right on the thank you page. You have to use their thank you page at the time of this video, which is fine. And you can put some customized text. So in this case, I put an image saying get your pre-webinar worksheet, which makes it a little bit more sticky and tends to increase your show-up rates. You can survey people, which I don't really use because I'm trying to minimize the friction, just get people to show up. Now, here's where you can do a lot of cool stuff. You can do polls or surveys during your webinar. You can take all the comments people make during your evergreen webinar and actually approve and add those to your webinar. So this is one of the things that I'm kind of on the fence about. It's up to you. Let me just load. It'll take a second. There's 2,600 chat line. So these are all the real comments from real people. A lot of people think, oh, it's fake because it's an automated webinar. These are real people's questions. Now here's 2 reasons to use this. You can add them to the chat box so people see actually the history of the chats on the webinar, and you can actually have a salesperson follow up. One of the most brilliant things I've seen a couple people do, Sam Ovens, Neil Patel, a couple other people do. They'd have a VA or a sales rep on the webinar around the clock. So maybe if they do the webinar a couple times a day or just in time, and someone's actually answering their questions during the live webinar, that's pretty darn cool, right? So you can have the live chat integrated. It's very, very cool and effective. It'll take me forever to scroll down here because there's so many. There's literally thousands of comments. Let me scroll down and pause the video so you're not experiencing the pain that I am here. Okay, so along with the live chat box, you can also do product offers, which is kind of cool. You can set up offers. So all you have to do is put a little piece of JavaScript on your shopping cart page. So whenever people check out, and the thank you page they go to after they purchase, and then you can measure your sales right in the software. So you can measure your sales within Facebook. You can measure your Facebook ads account. As I showed you before, you can actually measure the sales. And you can measure within the software so you know what's working within every webinar. It's pretty cool. There's a bunch of other stuff you can do. It's not really critical to the training, so I'm just going to move forward and show you a couple other things. The replay, if you want to, you can send people a replay, so they have to access the replay here in every webinar, or you can just send them a video page. It really doesn't matter. I've seen this about the same conversion either way. Monetization, I'll show you. You can actually charge people to register for your webinar. That's not really important. The most important thing is I'll show you is the analytics. So here's where we start cooking with gas. You can see if I look at that webinar for that date, and I say all sessions and all time, you get incredible numbers here. They're generally accurate. There are some hiccups, but they're accurate enough to get meaningful information. So I want to see, you can see out of 43,000 visitors, 10,000 people, so 25% sign-up rate, which isn't the best, but not the worst. But look at the show-up rate. 4,800 people, 44% show-up rate. So that's 4,800 people that have been to the webinar. And now I can look at my opt-in pages, how well people are doing. This isn't really important because I'm not really using it right now. But here's where the rubber meets the road. Inside your webinar, you want to see how long the average people are staying. For me, it's an hour and 43 minutes. That means it's resonating with them. 500 people have clicked on the main offer. So it actually shows you how long people are hanging out in the live webinar, which is really cool. And monetization. So you can see for this specific webinar, I have a bunch of webinars in here. For this specific one we're looking at, you can see a 2.6% conversion rate. So 130 sales worth about $100,000. I can see that my earnings per click is about $2, and the earnings per attendee. Remember, we looked at that metric before. Earnings per attendee. How much is it worth for me to get somebody to show up on a webinar? So if I'm paying, $6 or $8, I'm getting $23 back. That's pretty cool. And I can also see the metrics on my emails and kind of the open and click rates for my emails and text messages. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is this. What is the ROI? Does this match my other measurement tools like my Facebook ads? In this case, it does. And I can see, okay, well, that's a pretty good ROI on autopilot. So again, you can expect anywhere from 2 to 5% on ever webinars and maybe 5 to 10% or beyond, depending on your niche for live webinars. But if you have a good webinar and a good funnel and the price is as such, in this case, it's $997 for this course that I was offering here, it just makes sense to scale it automatically. That's what, you don't need to do live webinars all the time once you have the kinks out. That's how you do an automated webinar. Hopefully that's helpful. One thing you can also look at is you can look at the metrics based on the time of day. So for the webinars that are at 10 a.m., there's a 30% show up rate and a 2.6% conversion rate. I can see at 3 p.m. might be a different dynamic here. I can see, okay, a 3%, a little bit better conversion rate. And I can say just in time. And people can show up every 15 minutes for the webinar. Look at that. We get a 2.5% conversion rate. So when you add it all up, you want to look at kind of where the friction is. What times aren't people actually engaged or showing up or buying? But I recommend you just start with the numbers I've laid out for you here. And that's how you do an automated webinar. The marketing funnel pre-launch checklist is a powerful framework because it's like having a virtual business coach right in your pocket. I initially created this framework to train Fletcher Method certified business coaches who are working with clients. So during strategy sessions, they could go through their work and make sure they had all their I's dotted and their T's crossed, so to speak. This is meant to avoid a lot of pain down the road because it's going to show you the gaps or holes in your funnel before you launch. So think about this again as a virtual coach in your pocket, and make sure you go through this and audit your own work with this kind of self-grading checklist to make sure everything you've done is going to be the most likely to be effective when you launch it. So enjoy this framework and make sure you go through it and put it to use. Let's look at the marketing funnel pre-launch checklist framework. And again, I just want you to think of this as having kind of a coach in your pocket. So you can use this as a self-grading or evaluation tool. And the purpose, again, is really simple. You want to avoid costly mistakes down the road. You know, I used to be in the bomb squad, and as you can imagine, when you follow a process in that environment, you really want to make sure that you dot your I's and cross your T's. So all the hard work, and by the way, great job that you've done in looking at your foundation and your avatar and your messaging and your signature solution and then your funnel. You want to make sure you have the right lead magnet that's part of your signature solution, that your content is set up properly so you're almost guaranteed to get results once you launch it. So let's look at how the framework is laid out. So looking at the funnel pre-launch checklist framework, I just wanted to kind of accentuate my comments here. I initially created this as a QA tool for certified coaches to examine and audit others' foundation and funnel frameworks. Boy, that's a mouthful, but hopefully it makes sense, or it will in a minute. This can also serve as a highly effective tool for self-checking your work so you can locate and fix otherwise detrimental gaps in your funnel. So what I've done here is simply broken out the core frameworks. I know there are other frameworks, there are other training, but these are kind of the core 8 elements that you have to get right to launch an effective funnel, in my opinion. Okay, so the perfect avatar, we want to make sure that you're very narrow and specific and you're representing one target market per campaign. If your business has multiple ones, and you should already know this by now, you have to start with the one that meets your goals and has a potential for profit, and that you can actually help, and that has an explicit problem that you know you can help and they know that they need your help, right? So when you've gone through the avatar course, you should have a really good picture in that one avatar, but we want to really double check and make sure nothing has changed there, and that we're going after one at a time, and we know their goals and frustrations. We have a core currency that matters to them. So what my coaches would ask people is to confirm where they got the information. So if you're saying, hey, I want to help people eliminate 90 pounds of stubborn fat in 90 days without giving up cornflakes, well, did your audience really tell you that? Or did you take a survey of your target market, or did you guess? So if you have real information, a real avatar, a soul avatar with a core currency, you're going to do well. Then we look at your $1 million message. And this is where we kind of translate the market research and finding your avatar into your $1 million message, as you know. But we want to ask, is the biggest pain kind of goals and aspirations selected by the customers or by you? We want to make sure it's by the customers, as I said before, as the avatar describes specifically. So it's way more effective to say, I have the short order cook weight loss program, or the busy executive weight loss program, or the local orthopedic dentist, client getting program, whatever, in the program. So if you can bake it in, if you can name who it's for, it's way more effective. Is there a single measurable currency? Not trying to cobble together and add up profitability and sales and revenue and lead gen, or weight loss and depression and energy and confidence. You have to have a single currency using the currency calculator. Is it a measurable timeline included? Is a measurable timeline included? If you don't have a timeline, it doesn't matter. No one wants to learn how to lose 5 pounds in 50 years. So you have to say 10 days, 90 days, 12 weeks. Is there a clear timeline? Is it actually attainable? So here's an issue that people bring up, and it's a very valid concern. If they're a coach or a consultant, they say, well, I can't guarantee someone can get 30 leads in 90 days. And I would say, yeah, but you can give them the clear step-by-step blueprint or framework or plan. You can say, in the next 12 weeks, I'm going to give you a complete step-by-step strategy that you can use to, meet the girl of your life, or to get the job of your life, or to get 10 new clients per month, or to make 10K a month, whatever that is. If you're doing the work, then you're on the hook for the results. And if you're teaching them or coaching them or consulting with them, then they are. But you can still put a timeline to what you're giving them. Is the outcome implied or explicit? So if you look at kind of 10-minute abs, or, if Domino's says 30 minutes or less, we don't have to explicitly say that the core currency is time if we say 30 minutes or less. We don't have to say, I hate hard or difficult workouts if it's implied that 8-minute abs already says that. So you can get creative. It's okay if you have an implied currency, right, or timeline. The profit pyramid. We want to make sure, and what I want to do is give a little bit of advice and reiterate. A lot of people look at this and they say, well, I don't know what the gradients are. I don't know really how to gauge for my audience what the different levels might be. And again, go back and look at any of this training if you have questions, but you just start with the outliers, with the best and worst case scenario. So if I'm looking at consulting with lawyers, let's say, bankruptcy lawyers, on the bottom, I would have the one that has no clients that's just starting out that I probably never work with. And the one that's already kicking so much, they're already doing so well, they don't need me. And so no matter what industry you're in, whether you serve businesses or consumers, your profit pyramid should be geared towards either taking 2s to 3s or 3s to 4 or both. Maybe first you're going to launch a product for these folks, and then you'll have a higher end product for these folks. But you want to exclude the top and the bottom. Is there a primary currency? So when we look at profit pyramids, we want to see that your one core currency is represented, and each of these levels has a metric. So if it's profitability, if it's confidence, if it's return on investment, if it's life savings or anything, we want to make sure we have a metric or it doesn't matter. So do the symptoms reflect the avatar pain? For each level, do we have a clear symptom so they can self-select and say, yes, that's me? Does each level have one action? So not a whole big paragraph, not a whole bunch of abstract verbiage. So again, go through the profit pyramid training if you're not clear in this or if you need a refresher, but make sure you audit yours against these criteria. Okay, the next is a signature solution. Now you should know by now that this is the core DNA of your business. It's not some framework you kind of get through quickly to move on to the next one. This is the core of the book you're going to write, the public speech that you're going to give, the webinar you're going to put on, the video series, the live event. Anything you do, any content you create should point back to that 9x9 grid, those 3 main steps that you use to take people from A to B. Now, if you have a whole bunch of different avatars, maybe eventually you'll have multiple signature solutions. You might have multiple courses or programs with different ones, but this should be the core thing that you do for a living, the core currency that matters. Now, when I say currency, we want to name it. Is the primary currency and timeline reflected in the title or subtitle, and does it describe the avatar? Let me tell you what I mean. If you serve a specific niche, you want to name your signature solution after that niche. And I covered this in the signature solution training. I just want to really reemphasize the basics. It's always the fundamentals that where the keys to victory lie. So we want to just rename that. Okay. So does the title describe the avatar? If you serve pediatric dentist, is it called the pediatric pipeline? If you serve plumbers, is it called the plumbing and HV marketing roadmap? When I had a done for you agency, I had the law firm online marketing blueprint, how to double your flow of new clients in 90 days without selling more in advertising. And it had a currency, a timeline, and the avatar was named. So don't be afraid to do that. Don't be afraid to make it very specific, because the main job of your marketing is to repel the people that it doesn't apply to, thereby attracting and further engaging with the people that it does. Do the 3 main phases represent a logical pathway, how they're going to get there? Do you have a clear topic for each step? And does each step represent a clear transformation? So what I mean by that, when you look at your signature solution, every main step should have a from and to. So let's say for mine, the Fletcher method, one of them might be how to create a lead magnet, how to go from a trickle to a flood of leads, right? So you always want to have a before and after, almost a mini transformation for each step. Okay, the product ladder is a visual representation of your whole business model from the time you give somebody a lead magnet for free to acquiring a customer and having a back end that maximizes your revenue. What did I just say there? Well, number 1, go through the product ladder training. But number 2, it's very simple to think, no matter what type of business you have to measure the lifetime value of a customer and make sure that you're generating leverage revenue with reoccurring programs, subscriptions, one-to-many, coaching or consulting. You can't just continue to sell widgets and hope to make a living and retire and provide for people that you care about. You have to really look at what's the long play here and how can I generate a real business instead of just a campaign. So as you learn in the training, we want to make sure you have the clear steps of your sales process outlined, and then using the 5-minute funnel finder, that the core funnel that you're launching represents the right one for your business based on your pricing. And so you want to know, what's your primary selling modality? Are you going to sell on the phone, online, via your website, over a webinar? Again, using the 5-minute funnel finder. That's in the Funnels 101 course. And then does your pricing reflect best practices? You can't sell a $100 product in a webinar because it won't make sense. You can't sell a $5,000 product in a webinar because usually people need to talk to somebody and really build a relationship and ask questions and trust you first, as a rule of thumb. And are you using leveraged models? Instead of just trying to become more and more busy, like if you're a consultant and say, how do I generate 100 clients? Well, how are you going to do all those sales calls and actually serve those customers? So it's more about leverage. Can I hire other people to do or automate to do these tasks? And can I serve and deliver my customers in a leveraged way with recurring monthly programs or in a one-to-many model? Now we're talking about the ultimate lead magnet, which we have a unique model for using the opt-in framework. Let's look at the checklist for your lead magnet. Does it live in the signature solution? What that means is you can't have a lead magnet that's not relevant to your signature solution, because the whole way we set up funnels is to say this lead magnet solves one problem and it's one part of a greater journey to get these results in this amount of time. In other words, the lead magnet is a step in your signature solution, so you can do what we call stretching the gap and show them visually where they are now, where they're trying to get, and that this was one part of that equation. So you're giving them value in advance, you're solving a problem, and paving the way for whatever is next in your funnel. Okay? Is it easy to consume? 5 to 10 minutes? Does it reflect the avatar metric and timeline? In other words, is the lead magnet specific to them with a specific payoff and timeline, or else it's just another general thing that they're going to put in their Dropbox folder? Is it clearly part of the signature solution, or is it a case study? What I mean by that is if you're a coach or a consultant and you're using the CAC, the Coach Agency Consulting Funnel, it's okay in a lot of cases just to have your lead magnet cover the whole signature solution. It doesn't have to be just one little part, but it can be a case study that focuses on the what. Here's the exact steps we use to help a local pediatric dentist get 20 new clients a month using Facebook ads without spending, or for only spending $10 a day. Okay? That has to be the what. You have to focus on the steps, A, because you can't teach them, and B, teach them in the amount of time that, in a couple minutes, and B, you have to really show them how they can get the how from you, which we'll talk about in a minute. Okay, then the authority amplifier is that next page that they go to. No matter what type of funnel we're using, it's where we cover whatever we gave for free in our lead magnet to stretch the gap, to build authority and trust. So the first thing I say here is, did you complete the outline? Before you go and create an authority amplifier thank you video, you want to make sure you completed an outline, because it's horrible to create a video and then realize you missed step 2 and like, oh, I have to recreate another video. You can use screen capture, live video, it doesn't matter. And don't let anyone tell you one of them is generally better than the other. It's whatever you're most comfortable with that you can actually get done and convey your passion, your knowledge through. So if you want to start with screen share and then go through to live video, or maybe hybrid, it doesn't matter. Do that later. Just get something live. Congrats. Then you want to build authority. I'm Joe Smith. I've helped people get these results in this amount of time for this many years, right? I'm going to walk them through the lead magnet to give value and solve their problem in advance. And then I'm going to stretch the gap and show them that the lead magnet is one part of the signature solution. I have a clear call to action to either get on the phone or get on the webinar or buy a product, whatever's next. And I have to visually show them the signature solution. I can't say this is only one part of a 4-step process. I have to bring it up on the screen and show it to them. Okay? Now the conversion event is where people give you their money. It's where they purchase. And that could be, again, depending on your core funnel, it could be over the phone, it could be in person in your shop, it could be online on your e-commerce store or your SaaS website. It doesn't matter. It's the modality or the model you use to actually create customers. So we want to make sure that you've chosen or selected the best core funnel for your business using the 5-minute funnel finder. That's in the Funnels 101 course. You also want to make sure that the 3 main topics are reflected. So if you have your signature solution or signature system set up, you know that there are 3 main topics, 3 main core milestones that people have to meet to get from point A to point B. Now you want to make sure that whether people are going to a webinar or a video series or on a phone call or coming to a live event, that you if If you go to the Winning Webinars course, this is the outline for your webinar. The same 3 milestones that are in your signature solution. The title should have the avatar. I'm sorry, I should go back. Did you complete a content crusher for each piece of content in your conversion event? So the Content Crusher training is fantastic. It just simply covers a 1-page framework you can use to get your ideas out onto paper, whether it's for chapters of a book, putting together a webinar, or even a membership site or a training course. The Content Crusher is simply how to bottle and package your IP, your knowledge into a framework you can use. The title should have the ACT, Avatar Currency Timeline. For every marketing campaign, I look at those 3 things. You have a way more effective webinar if you name the avatar, the bankruptcy lawyer's business blueprint, right? The 90 days to 100 clients, how one bankruptcy lawyer doubled their practice in 90 days without spending more in advertising. So think about that. If it's the short-term, short-order cook accounting ninjas, 3 steps to doubling their business, you want to have the avatar. I'm being a little bit silly, but it's really important. The avatar, the currency, and the timeline should be named the conversion event, and you want to review the outline before creating slides. So again, this was created for coaches. So I always tell, each of you, and, we're launching a Fletcher Method Certified Coach program. Those coaches that are coaching others to say, make sure the client does the homework first. Make sure the client completes the outline. Don't go create a webinar and run one if you don't even have someone or yourself using this tool to check your outline. So I'm trying to make this as paint by numbers and step by step as possible. So use this funnel pre-launch checklist to save yourself a lot of heartache. You're going to feel really confident if you go through this final check before launching your funnel. Before you open the floodgates, make sure you have the right foundation and funnel frameworks put together. I wish you the best of luck. Now get this puppy live.